Thank you for attending GamesBeat Summit Digital, everybody. If you are watching on the live stream or registered for free access, you are all set. Just watch it. But for those who have paid tickets or are speakers or otherwise have VIP access, this tutorial could help you get oriented. I'm here with Rob Lee of Evergreen Creative and Ben Ilfeld of VentureBeat. Rob is going to show me and you how to attend the GamesBeat Summit Digital event coming on April 28th, 29th, 2020. Let's get the year right since this might be posted on the internet for a while. We are going to show you how to get the most out of our event. We have you covered. We know this is an online-only world and it's all new to everybody. The first thing you will get is an email from us that will say important information, GamesBeat Summit in the subject line. This will have your information for attending the event. You'll also receive a Slack chat link as well. If you aren't familiar with Zoom or Slack, please download them ahead of time and try to familiarize yourself with how they work. Zoom is for joining groups where you can watch a speaker on video, and Slack is for typing chat messages to others or asking questions of speakers and other people. You'll notice we run some polls throughout the 2 days on Zoom. It's one more way for attendees to participate in the conference. And here's Rob Lee, who will tell us a bit more about logging in on Zoom.
Thank you, Dean. GamesBeat has multiple stages. We've got the boss and the hero Zoom webinar stages, and those do require registration. Then we have a boss and hero offstage Q&A Zoom room where you can ask questions of the panelists after they leave the main stages. And additionally, we have roundtable Zoom breakout rooms. The GamesBeat show days are April 28 and 29, Tuesday, Wednesday. And on the boss and hero stages, you will log in as a view-only attendee with limited controls. You can adjust your audio settings in the lower left corner. Most of you have probably used Zoom, but if you haven't, go download it from zoom.us, check for some updates, restart your computer, and then you want to test your video, speaker, microphone, and internet. When you go into the Zoom profile settings page, you can adjust your profile name. It's located there, and if it's not displaying the correct name, go ahead and edit your profile to update it. While you're in the settings panel, check the Zoom video settings and make sure that your camera is showing up. So if you want to go into one of the Q&A rooms, you know your video is working. Make sure the height of the laptop is at eye level. Check your lighting, make sure there's no backlight and you have some good front light. Clean up your background or use a virtual background. And when talking, try to look directly at the camera. Also in the settings panel is an audio settings page, and you can test your speaker here and your microphone to make sure everything's working before you connect. Now, when you want to go to a different room, just click Leave Meeting in the lower right corner, and you will be redirected to a page with some links on it so you can join the boss, hero, or the Q&A appropriate rooms. So for Q&A offstage, they will be different URLs. You can join the Q&A Zoom room immediately after the presentation. And you can send your questions in the chat window or turn on your camera and just ask questions of the panelists and participate in our group discussion. Now, Q&A on the Boston Hero stage, time permitting, the presenters will take live Q&A. You will need to send your questions through Slack. And Ben Ilfeld is here to demonstrate how to use Slack next.
Thanks, Rob. Dean, I'm super excited to show you guys a little bit about our Slack channels. They should be pretty straightforward if you understand Slack, if you've used it before. If you haven't, definitely familiarize yourself. There are a lot of free tutorials and such on YouTube and other locations. So when you get your Slack link, it'll look a lot like this. It'll be a very simple, they call it a magic link, one click to join now. You'll be asked to put in your full name if it's not already there, create a password, and just create an account. And then Slack can open right here in your browser window. So you're ready to go. There are built-in tutorials. You might want to add a photo to your profile. You may want to turn on notifications. And of course, if you've downloaded Slack in advance, this will open up in a dedicated Slack app. Slack's also available for your phone or your tablet if you don't want to use your screen real estate and you want to focus on full screen video for those Zoom webinars or Zoom chats. And then right here on the left, I just want to help familiarize you with the type of channels you're going to see. There's a general channel. That's for general conversations. You're going to see a lot going back and forth there. Same with the random channel. People putting in crazy things. I totally understand that. Probably most important for everybody here is the help and tech channel. If you have questions during the summit, you're having technical issues with Zoom, you're having technical issues with Slack, anything, just come to the help tech channel. There'll be people during the summit to help you out there. So this is your one go-to stop for any kind of technical needs and questions. Also important, the boss stage and the hero stage. These are our two main stages. So as you're watching the webinar, this is where the most discussion is going to be going on that relates to each of those stages. And that includes Q&A on the stages. So while the speaker's talking, if they have time to take Q&A right after they finish their presentation on the boss or hero stage, the questions that the moderator is going to draw from are questions in these two Slack channels. That's important. These two Slack channels are going to handle when people are on the main stages so the moderator can forward those questions onto the presenters. But once a presenter leaves the stage, we're going to have, as Rob said, these two dedicated Zoom rooms where you can actually ask questions and have a little bit more lively conversation with the presenter. Think of it as analogous to a presenter leaving a physical stage, and sometimes there's a scrum of people who just have more questions that couldn't be gotten to. So those types of questions, if the presenter has time, will be handled in a separate video chat, and you won't need to use these two channels. These two channels are for the discussion that's going on of the active presenter on the boss or hero stage and questions for that active presenter if they have time to handle those afterwards. There are also going to be really interesting channels popping up. You'll see them for each of our sponsors, kind of expo areas. There'll be investors, developers, places for different types of people. If you're a VIP or you're part of a private group that's attending, then you're going to see some private channels. You'll also see those right here in the left-hand channel spot. And with Slack, you can direct message people. So if someone says something interesting, you can simply pop this open and direct message someone that you find really interesting. So just understand that Slack is all about an asynchronous experience. Not everyone's paying attention at the same time. If you Slack, say, a presenter while they're presenting, they're probably not going to pay attention. And a lot of people are just going to be in and out, busy, just like a real conference, leaving and coming and on phone calls with other people. So be respectful of everyone's time. Understand that oftentimes direct messages or at replies and things like that may not, go answered that day. You may have to wait a couple days. One of the cool things about GamesBeat Summit this year is that this Slack experience is going to live on beyond the summit, at least for a month. So we've got time to have those conversations. They don't all have to happen day of, minute of. So just be respectful of people's time. Also, we're going to do our best at VentureBeat and to connect people who really should know each other. So you may see a message from someone at VentureBeat and someone else you don't know, and kind of telling you guys why you should know each other and to have a chat when you guys have that opportunity. If you really feel strongly and both parties want to, you can also have a video call or a phone call right through this platform. So just to give you a quick understanding what that might look like, if I wanted to talk to Dean, I might go, I can message him right here, not a problem. And I can click right up here to call Dean. Of course, he doesn't have to answer. So again, remember, everything here is it's something where we've got a really cool, high touch, great opportunity for networking in Slack. Just understand that not everybody's going to be paying attention at every time. So be patient and understanding of people's times.
Great, thanks, Ben. So I've got some questions. Hopefully you can answer some of these too. So if I'm in Zoom and Slack on the day of the event, how do I find out which talk I want to watch next?
That is a great question, Dean. I better share my screen again.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, we did publish on Sunday the full and final agenda for the event, so you can find a VentureBeat story that actually gives you that whole agenda to look at. But Ben's showing one other way here too.
Yeah, thanks, Dean. So yeah, this is really easy to get to. We've got a GamesBeat website. Now right here, the very first menu item is agenda. Again, 2 days, 100 speakers, lots to take in. You'll definitely want to plan ahead. We've got the 2 stages here, boss and hero. And as you go down, you'll see what's going on in boss, what's going on in hero. It's color coded, super clean, super easy to understand. This runs through those 2 days. As Dean said, you can't miss it. If you even just Google GamesBeat 2020 agenda, you're going to find this page. You'll find the story that Dean posted. Everything's up to date. Everything's aligned. So should be no problem kind of understanding who's speaking when.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And another one is if I bought a ticket or I have a VIP or a VIP pass or a speaker pass, what additional benefits am I getting?
Yeah, that's a great question, Dean. There are some private Zoom rooms that are for discussions during some kind of early morning or lunch times that go along with those passes. So look for those links as well in your email inbox. Mm-hmm. And then back on Slack, I'm just a test account here, so I can't see anything special, but there will be a little lock instead of a hashtag next to private rooms that you've been bumped into. So for VIPs or folks joining specific kind of limited group events, those limited group events are going to have conversations that can live on, again, past the individual Zoom meeting or the event, and they can actually continue having those conversations amongst themselves in those groups, in a private way. And the way to distinguish between a public channel and a private channel is public channels will generally have this hashtag, and private channels will have a little lock next to the channel name.
I wanted to add to one of the newer sort of benefits for those ticket holders is they can also go to the reception starting at 5:30 p.m. on day 1, April 28th, and we'll have our Visionary Awards there, a presentation of our awards for the sort of most visionary person, and then an up-and-comer person as well. And then after that, we're going to have Josh Sway, the director of the documentary Insert Coin, about the history of Midway games. And he's going to say a few words, and then we're going to go right into an excerpt screening of about 13 minutes of the film. And it's sort of the first time he's showing that to any audience. So you can then watch that. You can watch it either on hero.live, HEARO.live, or you can do audio chat in the Hero Live virtual theater. And you can also watch it in virtual reality on Oculus venues. So look for that particular information that we'll be sharing in Slack as well, and how to do that. So those are a couple of sort of things that are unique to the paid attendees here. I have other questions here, like how do I attend the roundtables? These ones start at 12:15 p.m. on day 1 and 12:30 p.m. on day 2. I think the attendance is going to be limited to about 20 per person. They're also going to be off the record by default, but please remember this is the internet and recording can happen. But yeah, how do we get to these roundtables?
You would just click Leave Meeting in the lower right corner of your Zoom window, and you'll be redirected to that one page that'll have all the different links. And on there, you'll see roundtable ones. We won't open them up until 12:15 on day 1 and 12:30 on day 2, and you will need to be admitted in. So just be patient as we approve people into the roundtables. But yeah, it's as simple as clicking on a link.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So perhaps it's worth repeating. How can I contact other attendees or speakers or do one-on-one meetings?
That's a great question, Dean. Let me show you my screen again. So here in Slack is the main place you're going to be interacting. And remember, if you have someone's phone number or email, obviously you can connect with them already. But if you don't know somebody and you're interested in having that networking effect here in GamesBeat Summit, you can just use direct messages right here. Just press the plus and reach out to someone. You'll be able to have a direct conversation with them. If you want to take it to audio or video, kind of set up a meeting, you can do that right here inside Slack. So Slack has that kind of audio and video capability for those one-on-ones. that you're looking for. And again, if you're in a private group, those will already be set up for you, so you can find people within that private group. And here at VentureBeat, we're going to be helping to connect some people. So don't be too surprised if you see a message from us kind of saying, hey, you should meet somebody else, and introducing the two of you. Keep in mind that Slack is an asynchronous channel. So someone isn't always going to be there, even if they look like they're active. They might be doing something else on their computer. If you're reaching out to a speaker, understand they've given us a limited amount of time. They're probably busy with several other things, so they may not get back to you. People aren't necessarily going to get back to you that day. It might take a couple days. So just be understanding and respectful that everyone here is a busy professional. And though you can reach out with direct messages, that doesn't guarantee that someone's going to get back to you that day.
Good. Anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, there's one thing that was mentioned earlier, Dean, when you were talking about some of those receptions. I'm super excited about the Oculus one, so I'll be there with my headset on. There is a link. You're going to get a link if you're invited to those, if you're at that membership level, to Oculus reception or the Hero Live reception. The Oculus reception is right here. This is the URL, but you'll see this in your email communications. You'll also see these types of things messaged often in Slack as well as we get closer to the receptions. You'll just go to this page and you can sign up with your Oculus account so that it shows up in your headset when you jump into that experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's worth noting they're going to turn that on a little bit early during the conference and record a couple of sessions starting at 4:30 and on Tuesday, and they're going to start with recording one of the VR sessions. So, but good, very good. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to GamesBeat Summit 2020 Online. I'm Alex Olshansky, VP of Sales at VentureBeat. We're excited to have over 1,300 attendees registered and joining from home, and even more tuning in across Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. This year, we're welcoming executives from across the world to tune in over the next 2 days as we discuss this year's theme, the dawn of a new generation in gaming, along with some of the most important and relevant changes the industry is facing today. First of all, we cannot be holding this incredible digital event without our event sponsors. We'd like to thank our partners, Niantic, our platinum sponsor, Adjust, Galaxy Interactive, 2at Security, GenVid, Jam City, Consumer Acquisition, Greycroft, Amber Studios, Nutanix, Singtel, Scopely, Tencent Games, Pink Lion and AI, Dolby, and Oculus. This event was also supported by a great group of media partners. And one of the greatest things about GamesBeat is the real sense of community we have within our games world. We have a tremendous group of advisors who made this event possible, and many of whom you'll be hearing from. Please join us in the conversation using hashtag GamesBeatSummit. You'll find the live Twitter feed with hashtag GamesBeatSummit in your tweets today and tomorrow. We have 2 great event stages for you over the next 2 days, the Boss Stage and the Hero Stage. The Boss Stage features CEO interviews, keynotes, and fireside chats from some of the biggest names in the gaming industry. Our Hero Stage is focused on consumers and AAA developers, featuring discussions that will shape the future pipeline of games to come. You can choose which stage you'd like to view by using the links we've sent via email, Slack, or you can always go to the GamesBeatSummit.com homepage for the full agenda. For those registered for online access and VIP passes, we encourage you to take advantage of the many networking opportunities available, such as breakout sessions for speaker Q&A and discussion groups. Additionally, during the lunch hour, we have virtual roundtable conversations where you can meet in small groups to discuss the specific topics. Many of our speakers will also be hosting breakout rooms for more intimate Q&A, accessible to our online access and VIP passes holders. You can easily pop in and out of our stages or Q&A rooms. Just click Leave Meeting for the room you want to leave, and you'll always be brought back to a homepage for a complete selection of stages and rooms to go back to. If you're signed up for the Women in Games Breakfast presented by Niantic, You should have a separate confirmation email for that event taking place tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. For those with access, we encourage you to take part in Slack conversations. We have channels dedicated to both stages, business development, investors, startups, developers, and our partners. We also have private Slack channels for our VIP registrants, women in games participants, and more. It's an awesome connection forum for our games community. We've already seen several deals go down in the GamesBeat event Slack. Hope to see you there. Lastly, GamesBeat Summit 2020 is excited to support Stack Up, Take This, and Girls Who Code with donation links across the event. These charitable causes are important to our team, and we wanted to share them with you. If you're watching on our social channels, you'll see links to donate on the stream. If you're part of our online access or VIP community, we'll Slack you these links throughout the conference. And without further ado, next up, I have the honor and privilege of introducing the host of GamesBeat Summit. I've never met anyone in my career who's more widely respected than this man. Lead writer for GamesBeat, the GamesBeat event organizer, and my friend and yours, Dean Takahashi.
Welcome to the dawn of a new generation. I sincerely hope that you are all well. Thank you so much for tuning in. I am very grateful that you are here to preserve and foster our community around the ideas of inspiring the game industry to be the best it can be. We would not be doing this digital event at all if it weren't for our speakers and sponsors. Most of these we booked before the physical event, was still on schedule, but they stayed and supported us. So thank you all for doing that. We are honored to have your support. The coronavirus is coloring every conversation we have about games now. Before it hit, our theme was the dawn of a new generation. The situation we are in today is not what we meant by that. We are adapting. Gaming by and large has benefited. We have had this shift in our available personal time. We can't go out, like we're stuck. But we are able to entertain or distract ourselves with games. And the value of that can't be underestimated. As we are isolated in our homes, our mental wellness matters. Gaming is a lifeline. And this moment means that gaming will climb up a notch in the world of arts and entertainment when it comes to awareness and pervasiveness. Reed Hastings, the CEO of Netflix, famously remarked that Fortnite was his biggest competition for users' time. Well, he hasn't really seen anything yet. As one of our speakers, Andrea and Ash, said, everyone has hit pause except for gaming. Esports companies have pivoted to be entirely digital. Online gaming has surged while traditional sports is on hold. VR and AR companies are repurposing themselves to be immersive remote technologies. Google Stadia is even making its cloud gaming service available for free. Mobile games keep growing and launching every day. Riot's fans are raising millions of dollars for charity. Gaming is stepping up. Games have had this chance to further eclipse all other media in terms of numbers, engagement, and overall business. Games are winning this battle for time. And they are winning over non-gamers who have nothing else to do. So this is not to say that we are happy about this. We have that survivor's guilt of having dodged a bullet. No one wants to win the competition this way. It's not a time to be lording over those less fortunate. The silver lining is that games are pulling us together, giving us relief from reality and even sharing important information for us to stay safe. The fundamental advantage of games and the fundamental mission is creating happiness. So we have some rare things in this emergency, like the Play Apart Together campaign that game companies have created to reinforce the World Health Organization's plea for social distancing. Bernard Kim of Zynga will talk about that effort during our event, which has been a rare moment of cooperation in a very competitive industry. We have a chance for prosperity amid the ruins. Cowen and Company said that the game business held up strong in previous recessions in 2001 and 2008. And so far, so good. Nielsen said 29% of gamers in the US are playing with their friends more often. Roblox has a lot of kids playing because they're not in school anymore. The cost of acquiring new users has suddenly dropped as people are more willing to try out new games now that they don't have other things competing for their attention. In mid-March, Verizon said gaming was up 75% during peak hours since the quarantine started. Comcast said that games such as Call of Duty Warzone pushed game downloads up 50% to 80% recently, even as overall traffic was up just 32%. So I was one of 50 million people who downloaded Warzone in the past month, and I'm still struggling to get my first win, but I've placed second twice, and I am praying to the internet gods that my bandwidth holds up. Doron Neer, CEO of Stream Elements and one of our solo talk speakers, has been tracking Twitch, which grew 20% in March in hours watched compared to February. All of these gains are just not going to evaporate overnight as the world eventually goes back to normal. It may take a long time for that normality to return, and even then, the world will be tilted in a digital way. This is gaming's opportunity to make permanent gains. But gaming should earn this. We should deserve this opportunity. Think back to ancient history, just 10 weeks ago, at the time when the risks of the coronavirus were becoming evident. Back at the DICE Summit in mid-February, Tim Sweeney, CEO of Epic Games, gave us a warning. He criticized the game industry's fake open systems, which put artificial barriers in front of users. That was the last gaming event I attended, and we should remember Tim's message. He called out players such as Google, Facebook, and Apple. Because of the success of Fortnite and the design of Unreal, Sweeney was able to force platform owners to support cross-platform play. He called out rival stores for failing to earn their 30% takes from developer sales. And more recently, he has created deals for developers that allow them to keep more of the rewards for what they create. This is part of the revolution, but it's only part done. It is one thing to use Epic's power to enforce better deals for itself, but it's another thing to create a better structure and business model for the whole industry. As our talk with Jesse Houston of Phoenix Labs will show, small developers cannot just check a box and enable crossplay. It's a lot of hard work driven by the idea of the common benefit of letting gamers play with their friends. We have the chance to follow through on the execution here, forcing our way through a door that Epic has opened. We may have forgotten Tim's words among all of the changes that hit us in the last 10 weeks. The one thing I wished for at the time was the chance to quiz Tim. So we're making sure as many of our speakers as can engage in Q&A or just hang out in the speaker Q&A rooms. Answering and asking questions without fear is what we mean by taking part in a community. Many of our talks have been pre-recorded by necessity, but we want to make sure that this is interactive. So we can all experience some of those serendipitous exchanges that we once enjoyed at physical events. I encourage all of you to take advantage of the moments where we can talk. So we are at this moment of profound change. The game industry has an enormous opportunity to become further ingrained as the best form of entertainment, as in-person sports and movie production come to a stall. We have learned that the world presents us with complex risks, and we have to use complex strategies to survive. This is a great time for online games, but so many startups are shutting down. Strategic investors who have big war chests will consolidate the market, and they must do this wisely, not like vultures swooping in. How do you build your business for resilience? At VentureBeat, we've had a tough couple of months. We had about 10 weeks to convert our in-person event into a completely digital one. Fortunately, we did not have to do this alone. Jason Wilson, Mike Minotti, and Jeff Grubb have been on the watchtower, keeping our game journalism strong. Our other VB writers, our speakers and sponsors, and our excellent advisory board, our production company Evergreen, and our own VentureBeat staff have held us together. And here's why we feel our conference is more relevant than ever. In this time, historical data doesn't tell you anything. We are in a time and place that hasn't happened before. We are all learning on the fly, and we're all teaching each other in real time. In our time of isolation, it's easy to forget about community, to fall back on survival mode. In our moments of weakness, we may all rush out the door to buy toilet paper. But that's not us. That's not who we are. That's not the way the game industry is. From all that I've seen over the decades, we're always hungry to learn from each other and help. It is a time to step up. Speaking of help, we are glad to have groups speaking here like the IGDA Foundation, Stack Up, Take This, Global Game Jam, the International Game Summit on Mental Health, the United Nations, Playing for the Planet, and Play a Part Together. I'm very proud that John Smedley of Amazon, Mark Chandler of TIGS, and Yves Crevochet of Take This are here to talk about mental wellness, a new topic for our executive conference. As small as we are, we like to be a megaphone for doing good, and that's what these organizations are doing. And this conference is all about sharing and learning and creating new connections. As we have learned with the coronavirus, if we act together, we are stronger. This battle for survival is not a zero-sum game. If my neighbor gets the sickness, that doesn't mean I can breathe a sigh of relief. If one game business fails, it does not mean that yours is more likely to survive. Global self-interest just doesn't solve problems. Like if we run away from a pandemic, we are maybe more likely to spread it. The solution is to strengthen our resilience, or our ability to bounce back after facing a huge amount of stress. I'm not going to sugarcoat our problems now. We have 20 million people newly out of work in the US alone. And the despair that comes from that is the headwind that gaming is fighting against. A lot of those people, even if they play, they will not be spending more money. You know, it's scary. And remember what Frank Herbert wrote, fear is the mind killer. The good fortune of the game industry is that it's going into this recession, or maybe depression, from a position of strength. We're not going into one of the worst disasters of our time, like the debt-ridden movie theaters or the leveraged entertainment companies that are on the verge of bankruptcy. The game companies could very well emerge from this stronger, and that's good, as we need somebody to create jobs and careers for the tough days ahead in our new economy. Last year, one of the great tragedies of the world was the burning of Notre Dame. After that happened, we were able to see the great cathedral only in games, such as Ubisoft's virtual rendering of it from Assassin's Creed Unity. But it was great to see the French people come together singing their songs in unison for the fallen cathedral. We saw people pledge money for reconstruction. We saw people able to see the virtual reality views as people aren't allowed to visit that site today. But what we learned was that resiliency was not in the strength of the walls that kept the structure from becoming a total loss. The resiliency was in a network of human beings who will not allow Notre Dame to be just a memory. So while disaster is before us everywhere, I want to see messages of hope. How are we building for a brighter future? Not every talk is about the coronavirus. Many issues are still unresolved, like climate change. We've got a panel on that. For our speakers, we want to assure you that you are in a safe space. You are not required to be solemn. You have license to be brilliant, innovative, funny, different, inspiring, amazing, uplifting. You'll see that many of our speakers are choosing their own virtual backgrounds to express their creativity. I'm very proud that we can host the Women in Gaming Virtual Breakfast on day 2 with a panel moderated by Andrea Renee of What's Good Games and featuring Kelly Santiago of Niantic, Nani de la Pena of Emblematic, and Elizabeth Howard of Aspire. If Niantic had not stepped up and backed this breakfast and backed our event, we would not be here today. It's important because as long as women occupy just 20% of the jobs in the industry, gaming's revolution will not be complete. Please join us in helping people see that the future is what matters, not keeping games shackled inside an old stereotype, trapped by borders that are like imaginary. So I come around again to what we are thankful for. I'm no longer going around the world. My schedule's a little better. I've had a little chance to slow down. I'm glad to be with the family, to go jogging every day in our nearby park. I'm glad my college kid is home so we can play Detroit Become Human together. And I view that as a good part of her education because a game about AI can teach us about what is important about being human. And I'm thankful that in our digital form, we can now reach more people in the world who haven't had a chance to come to a GamesBeat event. At VentureBeat and GamesBeat, we continue our role as curators. We serve our audience, we serve our readers. We present you with thought leadership. We are real journalists. We are not fake news. We're public servants, and this is the neutral zone of the industry. GamesBeat Summit is a place where you check your tribalism at the door. As journalists, we will still retain our critical judgment, but we check our cynicism at the door. What I want to believe is that through the fog of this coronavirus, we will catch a glimpse of something. And I'm not talking about which one of our speakers is actually wearing pajamas. I want to believe that there's a revolution in gaming happening right now. Why? Because there's always a revolution in gaming happening. So get yourself through the day, through the next month, but keep thinking here about what is going to change gaming forever. I don't want to put too much responsibility on you, but what you do matters. Not just at the GamesBeat Summit, but in your careers in gaming, which is all about spreading fun and love and not hate and fear. One day your kids will come to you and ask, what did you do during the worst crisis we ever had? And I can assure you that you will feel good when you say, I did something that mattered. We always like to kick off our event with a global view of the game industry. This year, that comes from longtime game analyst and now M&A advisor, Alina Soltis. I first met her at one of the early Casual Connect events where she showed a strong understanding of acquisitions and investments in games. She's now the founder of Quantum Tech Partners, an M&A advisory firm.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining. I'm excited to be kicking off the GamesBeat Summit, Dawn of the New Generation. My name is Alina Soltis. I'm a founder and partner at Quantum Tech Partners. And today we're going to be doing a deep dive on M&A and fundraising data in gaming and esports, plus what's building up for this impressive growth cycle that we're entering into in the gaming industry. So a quick summary, Quantum is a gaming-forward tech advisory firm. We partner with founders and management teams on strategic growth initiatives that drive value for your companies. We plan and execute exit strategies as well. Our team has been involved in over 65 M&A transactions closed around the world. So let's start with what's going on in the whole world, unfortunately. COVID-19. Any and all plans that we had for the beginning of this new decade had now been changed. Lives, families, communities, businesses, and even customs have been affected. It's hard to predict all the changes of this generational event, but we're starting to see a little bit of that already happening in gaming today. Gaming is the go-to source for entertainment. And now more than ever, with most of the world under social distancing and stay-at-home orders, it's also a refuge. It's a place to get away. And these numbers are incredible. Verizon is reporting a 75% increase in gaming data usage. Steam is reaching concurrent streaming records all the time and breaking them. We have all of the apps on live streaming and games that are starting to hit really high download numbers, time of usage in the app numbers that are increasing. And Nielsen is doing polls and asking people how they're viewing their game spending. And 39% are reporting that it's somewhat or higher increased. So amid all of this pandemic, gaming is still a very strong market, and we're seeing some very extraordinary numbers in the industry. So let's take a look at M&A. We at Quantum spent a lot of time digging into the numbers and into the trends. We've put together our own M&A and fundraising data, and all what you're going to be seeing here is Quantum's proprietary research. So taking a look at quarterly M&A data, we wanted to take a closer look and see how COVID has been affecting our numbers, or maybe it hasn't. And what we're seeing in Q1 is a really strong quarter. Over $1.5 billion of transaction value was recorded. And of course, there's some initial reports coming out around tech and the global M&A market's slowing down a little bit. We are monitoring that very closely, but so far that has not impacted gaming to the same extent as all the other industries. In the past, if we look at large transactions, a lot of them were done by Chinese and Asian buyers. Today, we have a new group. The top two are taken over by what I'll call European consolidators. So we have Embracer and Stillfront. They're publicly traded, have great access to capital. They also have very great access to debt, and they're using those funds to go out and buy companies and create almost like this umbrella organization that has a number of great studios. They're supporting their growth and also creating a bit of a diversification where the mass amount of studios that they have are balancing each other out. I also wanted to draw our attention to Scopely. So Scopely is also one of those tech-like companies in the United States that is staying private longer. They're having access to a lot of capital before their IPO, and they're using that capital for acquisitions such as Fox Next. So let's take a look at funding on a quarterly basis. Here too, we've had a very strong, consistent 3 quarters, 1.2 to 1.3 billion raised, 100 transactions per quarter. So it's been very steady. And more recently, what we've been seeing is a lot of teams from really great organizations are peeling away, working on their own ideas, starting new things, and they're getting funded by this group of folks plus others. So we've been seeing a lot of venture capitalists starting to raise funds with the specific focus of going after gaming and esports. This group alone has raised $380 million in 2019. And we also saw 2 more announcements of new firms just this month with Quest in Southeast Asia and Transcend in San Francisco. So switching gears to esports, we're following esports very closely. We're very excited about where the industry is heading, and there's a lot of new, interesting business models and a lot of new companies coming out. And a lot of them are getting funding. So in 2019, we saw about $1 billion come into esports. On a quarterly basis, the data is a little bit more bumpy because you really need those big deals to make certain quarters pop. In Q1, we didn't have any of those really big deals, but we did have about $130 million come into the esports space. And then if we're taking a look at M&A activity, this is actually one of the indicators of maturity of an industry. Once companies are starting to build good business models, they have some sort of strategic value, that usually raises interest levels for acquisitions. And so we look at it as we're in the earlier stages of M&A. We saw 33 deals recorded in 2019, totaling about $457 million worth of value. So let's take a look at the theme of our conference, Dawn of a New Generation. Let's take a closer look at what are those building blocks that are really helping gaming come on its own today and where we expect it to go in the future. So first of all, access. Access is going to be magnitudes higher for the next generation of gamers. We have cloud streaming coming for non-console owners. It's also making content so much more consumable on any device. 5G is in the early deployment stage in the United States. We have the promise of low latency networks, high reliability, all things that are super critical for gameplay to be enjoyable. And then also with this crisis and this pandemic, we're starting to realize that we can still interact socially and have the community engagement from an online persona perspective. And so building that type of engagement online and being able to then port it over to the metaverse is something that we're starting to learn how to do today. And it's only going to benefit gaming in the long run. If we look at the infrastructure side of things, the backbone of the internet, all of the infrastructure as a service vendors have officially turned their sights onto gaming. Amazon has finally confirmed Project Tempo, which is their streaming service. We have Facebook Gaming making 2 very significant announcements in the month of April. Stadia, of course, is in the early launch days. And then Microsoft xCloud has been really popular during this pandemic, and in fact, suffering some outages as a result. So where we are today is the foundation is here. But where we need to go next is really turn our attention to those unique dynamics that are found in gaming and fix some of the natural challenges around lobby matching, around discovery of games and content and live streams, just having a really smooth cross-platform play and being able to interact on all sorts of devices and all sorts of game settings. And then ultimately, if you think about the community aspect of gaming, how do you join friends? How do you find new friends? How do you jump into places directly where they're at in this metaverse and interact with thousands of people? Those are all very exciting challenges that are on the horizon here. If we look at the way and the fundamentals of building companies today and just the availability of financing, this continues to be one of the most exciting environments we've seen yet. Investors are recognizing the size, the global nature, the maturity of gaming, and they're also significantly underinvested as a general finance capital perspective. We talked about VCs. They're super active. They're focusing on gaming. What's interesting also is all of the alternative sources of financing that are starting to come up from hedge funds, from family offices. They're all starting to get a little bit curious about gaming. And private equity certainly is also showing up. We look at a deal like Vungle being acquired by Blackstone and think that that's just the beginning and it's just opening the door. UA is also something very interesting that we're keeping an eye on. We've learned so much over the last couple of years from all of the mobile engagement that has been had in the industry. And this new group of UA folks that we're seeing are kind of like a quasi publisher, agency, data scientist type of model that is meeting the developers where they are and really helping them grow and scale from a very new revenue model and from a new business model. So that's really interesting. And studios are also getting in on that. If you think about all the studios that have built up successful businesses, they have immense teams and infrastructure on the back end, looking at the ad campaign and marketing campaign dynamics, at monetizing their user bases. And these groups are starting to realize that they can go offer this as a service to third-party developers, and both as a way to continue to grow revenue, but also diversify some of their core assets and work with others and help them grow their businesses. And of course, a lot of successful studio owners and investors and teams are also coming back and reinvesting into the ecosystem. So the world looks very different today. There's a lot of really great options to navigate through. And I want to underscore the fact that there's a lot of them. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot to actively explore. And this is certainly a place where we can come in and be very helpful as folks start to think through all these options. So if you're not talking with companies like ByteDance, Embracer, Stillfront, Garena, then you're missing out on a big part of what's moving and shaking the industry today. These groups are driving the industry in very dynamic ways. The distribution abilities of ByteDance, the studio group approach of the consolidators that are offering small and medium-sized companies an avenue to exit and also be able to grow and take care of their teams. Publishers are adopting to these expanded distribution possibilities. Many of them are breaking down their offerings into customizable bite-sized chunks, again, meeting their business partners, their developers, where they need help and where they are looking to expand. And this is creating a ton of new opportunities for disruption in the industry, and also a whole new slate of very important partners to consider as you're growing your companies. So let's not lose sight of the demand side of the equation. This pandemic has brought gaming into the fold of a traditional entertainment option. Movie and TV shows are returning to gaming IP, and they're also having true gaming stewards on the creative and production side of things to really deliver on the stories and do them justice. If we look at traditional sports and the fact that they've been canceled for the foreseeable future, fans are searching for that entertainment kick, and they're coming to esports. NASCAR had some virtual races that attracted 1.3 million people per session. There's NBA players who are continuing to interact with fans and playing 2K and live streaming. So this acceleration in esports is critical to take advantage of. That mainstream audience that we've been talking about, that's years from now, they've come to us today. And it's not any longer a timeline that we're looking into the future. We need to now focus on how do we keep and retain all of these new participants and keep them engaged in the long run. So all this is to say is the audience is primed. The dramatic changes we've had in our everyday life have brought connectivity and tech usage to the forefront. People are playing games on their mobile phones. You see esports on cable television. Even those that have old consoles up in the attic are pulling them out or finding new ways to engage in some of those classic games. And we saw the record stats earlier. There's only so much Netflix you can be streaming before it gets a little bit stale. Gaming with its extensive storylines, its open world, the community aspect of playing with your friends and also finding new friends online is all making it super compelling and bringing a lot of people back into gaming and keeping them engaged for the long run. So if we look at all of the momentum that's been amplified from this pandemic, it's really bringing adoption and almost a cultural movement for our industry, and it's bringing us forward. Quantum is very excited to be partnering and supporting these fascinating game changers. Thank you.
Thank you, Alina. She will be available in the Boss Stage speaker Q&A room to answer questions. A reminder, we have two stages. Our separate simultaneous programming on the Hero stage is starting now with Andrea Renee of What's Good Gaming as the MC. I also wanted to introduce our first poll in Zoom. We'll have these periodically throughout the conference. The first poll is, are games recession-proof? We'll see what the results are pretty quickly here. So you should see, the poll on your screen right now. You can make your choice, and we'll get our results here in a moment. Let's see. Alrighty, well, 47% of our viewers believe that games are recession-proof, 28% say no, and 26% say maybe. So that's a pretty interesting result. I'd like to now go ahead and on our boss stage here, introduce Michael Rose, Executive Vice President, Corporate Development and Independent Publishing at Take-Two Interactive, and Michael Metzger, a partner at Drake Star Partners for a fireside chat. Michael's been on our stage a number of times, and we welcome him back.
Welcome to the rise of new independent publishers with Michael Morris, CVP Corporate Development and Independent Publishing at Take-Two, and I'm Michael Metzger. I'm a partner at Drake Star Partners, a global media and technology investment bank. Michael, what's your background and what's your role at Take-Two?
Good morning, Michael. It's nice to be here, everyone. I've been at Take-Two for a little over 9 years. I run corporate development, so the typical spate of M&A, investing, and new business development activities. I run a couple different businesses as well, including Private Division, which is a PC and console game publishing label that we launched about 5 years ago. On the Social Point, which is our mobile games free-to-play publishing label, reports into me. And then our direct-to-consumer initiative reports into me as well. So I've got my hand in a few pots, some games publishing and some new technology in the form of D2C.
Great. Glad to have you here. How has COVID-19 affected Take-Two?
I would say overall, like probably every other organization out there, there are a few weeks of getting to our feet, figuring out what our posture from work from home looked like. But I have to say that especially the development organizations that are working on new content, they've managed the transition incredibly well. And I think they're working really productively right now. I think for certain aspects of our game development, there was a little bit of scrambling for working with our different supply chain partners. So for example, with Private Division, we work with certain partners out there to help do ports for other platforms. We'll do the developer team that we're working with directly, we'll do the core SKU. And then for Switch SKUs, for example, there are experts out there to help bring titles to those platforms. And there was a special demand put on those partners rather, in the beginning of the crisis. And I think we've managed that transition, really well as well. But it took some time.
Great to hear. And talking to a good amount of gaming companies overall, their audience went up quite a bit, and a lot of them also even increased revenue and profits, which is nice. So going to the main topic of the session, how is the publishing landscape changing for PC, console, and mobile?
Well, I think when we first started, when we first wrote the business plan for Private Division in the later part of 2014 into 2015, the landscape looked from far away as two very different bookends. You had AAA, Quad A, along the lines of the content that Rockstar is famous for in GTA and Red Dead Redemption, and then a red ocean of small indie games, typically featuring budgets below $1 million, if not quite a bit less than that, most often found on Steam. And there wasn't anything in the middle, and yet these are two bookends separated by very large development tentpoles. And we said to ourselves, let's find opportunities in this space, particularly if we can obviate risk by working with proven creatives that have left the major studio systems and come into an independent shop. In many cases, they've hung their own shingle and wanted to work on their idea. And we started seeing developers that fit that thesis more and more. For example, Marcus Lato, who's building a game called Disintegration for us that ships later this spring. Marcus was a 20-year veteran of Bungie, helping create the Halo IP and the Master Chief as an iconic character. He wanted to go work on his own idea, and he set up his own shop to do just that. And so we saw that as an opportunity for us to hedge risk, get behind a proven creative who had been there, done that, and help bring a new IP to market. And then I think the other thing strategically for Take-Two, and I think this is true of any entertainment company, you have to always be planting the seeds for new intellectual property. Our industry really depends on sequels for the bigger economic opportunities. But if you're overly dependent upon sequels, I think you can wring the opportunity dry, and you have to plant the seeds to harvest tomorrow. And so we looked at it that way, where we're identifying new IPs, we can bring those to market, and hopefully there's greater opportunity as we do sequels for those titles. And so far that's worked out really well. We were, I think, alone in validating that new middle, some call it III, when we first began to ship games like Ancestors and most recently The Outer Worlds, which garnered several hundred awards last year and was named Best RPG of the Year by certain publications. And now others are coming in the space. Competition validates what we were doing, and Epic's recent foray into the independent space is an interesting development. Obviously, they've got great reach by virtue of their tool set and the breadth of Fortnite. And we're interested to see how they.
Epic coming in the market? With Epic coming in the market, how do you see the landscape changing with that?
Well, I think it's super interesting. Like I said, it validates what we're doing. It gives developers another publisher to turn to. I think people or developers that go with Epic might be constrained from publishing on the Epic Game Store, and I think that might limit the opportunity when there's titles available on. You want to reach a broader audience on Steam, but they're a tremendous partner, deep pockets. Impressive tool set with Unreal, of course, and really understand the gaming audience as being a developer over time.
Great, awesome. And within Take-Two, I mean, obviously you mentioned some of the other labels with major franchises like Grand Theft Auto that produce a lot of revenue. Where do you see Private Division grow at over the next years?
Well,
I think you see it to get to a similar level as like a Grand Theft Auto?
It's going to take some time. I mean, there's only one GTA, but we're super ambitious. We see lots of opportunities for other creatives coming in the space. I think we've all realized with kids now growing up with a smartphone, transitioning to console games and PC games, we broadened the audience considerably. I think that the onset of this next console generation is going to be exciting. And I think that all points to a growing market. And so, yeah, I think, we have ambitions to build our own billion-dollar business over time. There's lots of great ideas out there, and we want to partner with those developers to get behind them.
What are some of the newer titles we should expect this year? And what are kind of your ideal studio partners on the publishing side?
Well, we've announced, Take-Two's a public company. We've announced that this integration is coming this year. This integration will feature a robust multiplayer component with live services as well. Really excited for that. And then we're shipping Kerbal Space Program at the end of fiscal 21 for Take-Two. KSP is a beloved property, really iconic independent game that we were fortunate enough to acquire back in 2017. And now we've got a dedicated studio working on that IP directly. So there's I think a rich and vibrant future for KSP, and based on what we've shown the market so far for KSP2, I think it's an incredible opportunity. It's going to be a terrific game.
And new partners, what's an ideal partner for like new publishing relationships?
I think first off, it starts with the idea is an idea that needs to be made into a game, and then we ask ourselves, are we the team to best equipped to publish that idea? Do we have the production capacity and expertise, and can we talk about that game in a new light from a marketing standpoint? And when those things fit, we begin to assess the developer's track record. Are they a proven creative like Marcus and Patrice Desolé, who created Ancestors? Are they a team poised for breakout success, as we observe with Obsidian? Or are we trying to steer on the corner and find something wholly unique, where this is the team's first endeavor, and we want to get behind that idea? It's usually one of those different flavors, and then we'll do a title analysis to figure out the economic opportunity, and really look at the target audience to which we'd sell this game, and the analytics behind that. And when that overall equation pencils out, we're pretty excited to get behind an opportunity.
Great. The gaming business is migrating to a direct consumer model. I mean, Epic now has their own game store. What does it mean for Take-Two? And I think you recently, actually this week, launched your own game store as well.
We did. To be clear, we've had our stores online for some time, but the announcement that we made this week was really a complete reboot and overhaul of what was previously a pretty moribund effort. I think the direct to consumer trend came to video games last, not least because the size of the files and the fact that this is an interactive medium, of course, that involves engaging with the content in a way that linear video and online music doesn't. But I'd also say that consumers have been trained to consume video that way, consume their content that way, and they're increasingly demanding of publishers. And I think that Disney Plus and Netflix and Hulu have shown us that consumers want to have a relationship with a brand that can get them access to a broad array of content. And we look at it the same way, where consumers are beloved fans of Rockstar and their content, of 2K, of NBA 2K, and the games that Private Division publishes. And we see that as a way for us to build the technology infrastructure behind that to deliver that content directly to consumers. But we, to be clear, we'll still maintain a broad distribution strategy while we pursue our own D2C platform.
Great. So Fortnite has been a prime example for successful cross-play titles. How important is cross-play for Take-Two, and what should we expect in the future?
Well, no announcements at this time, but crossplay is an important phenomenon for us to observe. I think that Epic was able to go to the major platforms and demonstrate that consumers wanted to consume that content in a certain way and play with their friends and engage with Fortnite in a mobile context. We're going to see that in a lot more other IPs as well. I think the platforms have been acute to recognize that the consumer sentiment there is really important, and you should give them the tools that they need to continue to engage with IPs and franchises. And we're going to take advantage of that as well for our bigger IPs over time, I suspect.
Great. So as your role as EVP of corporate development, so you acquired Social Point, a mobile gaming studio out of Barcelona several years ago, and Kerbal Space Program you already mentioned. And it did a minority investment in Proletariat. what kind of, are you currently looking at additional M&A deals? If so, what is interesting? And also, how do you balance, when do you get involved in minority investments?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think we're always looking for accretive acquisitions in our space. And I think that the major criteria to look for are great teams, strong IPs with demonstrated success, ideally cash generative business that'll be accretive to our P&L. If there's a piece of technology or a method of gameplay that team has embraced that could be additive to the entire enterprise, we look at those teams really closely to see if there's a deal to be done. And I think we're well equipped from a balance sheet standpoint to continue to do compelling deals. I think the opportunity for us to do minority investments is a thing that we've done, I think, successfully. We invested in Twitch back in 2014, and really the investment thesis there was this is a new kind of marketing. Streamers, influencers who create a grassroots campaign where it's not tops down marketing, it's bubbling up sentiment and interest from really the end consumer in a way. And Twitch was a remarkable platform that captured all that. We wanted to learn more about that form of marketing and engage with the platform directly. And Twitch enabled us to do that. And by investing early, I think we got the utmost attention from that team. And it was obviously a really great financial return for us as well. But I think that was secondary to the fact of the strategic value that offered. And I think we look at our most recent deal with Proletariat the same way. It's a really great team building a battle royale that a video game genre that we haven't yet immersed ourselves in. It's an interesting way for consumers to play. I think that the team led by Seth Sivak is terrific, and any good VC gets behind talented entrepreneurs. I think we've done that. And, I think that the game speaks for itself. It has an art reminiscent of Zelda Breath of the Wild, that beautiful patina, and I think it's going to be a terrific success when it launches.
Great. And on the M&A side, is it, if you look at both mobile, PC, console, is there more of a focal to further expand kind of your reach and also revenue on the mobile side? Is that a priority, or how do you balance that?
Well, getting deals done in the mobile free-to-play space is difficult. We did it, I think, well with Social Point. It was a team that had multiple hits, and that's something we really look for. And other players out there have done it really well as well. Tip my hat to Zynga and the great work that Chris has done on the M&A side and the executive team there led by Frank. They've done a terrific job at buying well. I think we continue to be interested in mobile free-to-play deals, both standalone operations and studios that might plug into the great publishing infrastructure that we have at Social Point. And I'd say on the console and PC side, it's back to the similar kind of look at the landscape I offered with how Private Division sees things. There are really talented teams out there. You have to look a little bit more closely sometime. There aren't as many bigger operations and bigger targets, but there's some really compelling small and medium-sized teams that we'd love to be able to work with. And we identify those regularly.
And how important is that they have develop their own unique IP? Is that a key criteria?
Yeah, I think it's super important. An idea that ideally has been proven out with at least one iteration. But it also speaks to the creative capacity of the team and their passion. It's not unusual for creators really to want to work on their own idea when they have an IP and they're stable. It's emblematic of that.
Great. So the year started really strong with a fairly large number of sizable M&A deals in the gaming space. How do you see the rest of the year play out on the M&A side? I think notwithstanding the current challenges that the COVID-19 crisis has offered, I think M&A will continue at a strong pace. You can still conduct high-level diligence and do management team meetings over a Zoom forum, just like the one we're in now. It gets a little bit more difficult when you have to actually put boots on the ground and visit studios and see ideas and games in production to assess the trajectory of those projects and really an overall team's prospects. But I think that we're coming out the other side of this ideally, and all the major players have robust balance sheets to be able to pursue opportunities. So I don't see the pace slowing down any for 2020. Great. Should we expect some deals from Take-Two this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think if the criteria I offered earlier are met, we're well poised to do deals. So we're always on the lookout.
Great. Considering COVID-19, what's your thoughts on how that will affect the gaming industry overall? I mean, seems to be an immediate boost for some titles at least, and some companies. But how do you see that play out for the rest of this year going into next year?
Well, I mean, you mentioned it yourself. The engagement levels on the part of consumers are record highs. Kids are out of school. It's like in some ways we began summer early. So there's more disposable free time for people to engage with our content. We're seeing that across the board, and the industry seeing that. Record levels of peak concurrent users on Steam and Fortnite and other places. So that's all healthy for the industry. I think over time, certain teams have made the transition to working from home really well, but others that are new to it, they're not operating with the same efficiency. At Private Division, we work with teams that are dispersed remotely, as well as those that are embedded in an actual same physical location. And those the teams that have worked natively remotely from the beginning have, obviously this is no change in their current posture, but those that haven't, the free flow exchange of ideas isn't as ideal in a forum like this one, where you can walk around to your colleague's desk and really thrash an issue and get ahead of a problem. So hopefully it doesn't continue. We can get back to normal work.
Yeah, I also heard that some of the new titles might be a bit delayed, and so kind of the current titles are doing really well. Hopefully continue to do really well for the medium future, but the new ones might be pushed out a little bit.
Yeah, Sony moved Last of Us 2. It's going to be a terrific game when it ships. Looks like CD Projekt is still shipping Cyberpunk in late September, which is good news for the industry. So I think it's, developers, publishers are coming out on both sides of that.
Awesome. With that, thank you very much for doing this, and it was very
pleasure.
Insightful.
It's great to speak to you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So I'd like to thank Michael Rose and Michael Metzger, and they're going to come on live here to answer some questions as well. Michael and Michael, you can come on right now.
Hi, yeah.
Hey, Dean. Hi, Michael.
And be sure to turn your cameras on. Thank you.
It has been stopped by the host, the camera.
Yeah, I'm getting the same error.
Okay, now it's working. So Michael, how many people do you currently have in Private Division? How is the geographic reach, and how far can you is your territorial reach to get new potential content and new potential games within Private Division?
Well, we don't give out exact organizational numbers anywhere within the company, but we have a really robust and well-staffed team, both across QA, production, marketing, business development, and then the usual spate of finance and IT support. And then, like our other labels do in Rockstar and 2K, we lean into Take-Two's physical and digital distribution and sales infrastructure, which is globally dispersed. So we like to think we're definitely a smaller publishing operation than Rockstar or 2K, but we have the same reach as those two larger businesses. And I think that in terms of finding new ideas, in terms of geography, I think we're pretty well disposed. We're well plugged in across the industry. We attend conferences and forums like this one regularly, and people know how to get a hold of us. It's not to say we see every idea under the sun, but we evaluate hundreds of pitches a year with the prospect of trying to sign a handful to create the next wave of great games around.
Great. Travis Scott's Fortnite in-game concert drew more than 12 million concurrent viewers. Is Take-Two planning to do something similar?
No announcements at this time. That's a phenomenon that we've all closely observed, particularly when live music venues are unable to operate at this time. So I think more progressive artists are turning to a virtual context. And you can think, there's lots of IPs across Take-Two's portfolio that will lend themselves to an in-game concert. But I've got nothing to say on that topic specifically right now.
Okay. You mentioned the focus on new IP. Are there already some new IPs in early access or prototypes, or when should we expect some new IPs, either in early access or any other form?
Yeah, I think that the question is how far are we looking into to idea development. We've signed everything from a PowerPoint deck to actually a running build that runs on the Nintendo Switch for new game content. It's really up to the developer, and I think obviously when it's slideware and the idea doesn't exist yet as a playable, there's a lot more risk on that side of the equation versus something you can pick up and actually play that represents something emblematic of the overall idea. So we've done both sides of the spectrum, and we weigh the puts and calls with the greater risk that the latter assumes versus something that's a little bit more of a sure thing in the case of the latter.
Great. What do you think are the biggest challenges for indie studios and the publishers like yourself with new tech?
Well, I think from a studio standpoint, the landscape has never been more accessible for studios to be able to punch through. Both Unreal and Unity have business models that are friendlier to developers just getting started. So I think there's that. The fact that we have streaming platforms like Twitch and other places where good ideas can percolate to the surface and people learn about new ideas earlier than ever before. I think that's in the favor of developers. I think that the downside of that is, of course, it's with the success of the industry overall, industry gross more than probably $160 billion in 2021. A lot more developers. There's just a lot more competition out there, and it means it's good for the consumer because the best ideas will be able to see the light of day and be made into great games. But that doesn't mean everyone's going to be successful.
Great. What's your view on the gaming streaming ecosystem and Take-Two's involvement, whether it's a Google Stadia, there's a Play, NVIDIA, other emerging players? What's your position there, and how do you see interacting with all those different guys?
The entrance of Stadia in the last year has been an exciting one for the industry. Google's a stranger to the video games landscape, though I think the team is composed of lots of experienced industry veterans. I think Microsoft has made no they've made no hint. They haven't been trying to hide their ambitions with respect to xCloud, and I think that's a game that's a market in which they'll be incredibly competitive. Incredibly trusted brand in Xbox, a platform that works technologically. It's a native software company, and they have hyperscale data centers at scale around the world. And I think between those players and remains to be seen what Sony has in plans for their cloud ambitions, as well as Nintendo. But I think we can all assume that the next spate of game consoles will be here for a while before people start to transition to cloud gaming as their first choice for platform.
Great. I saw that WWE 2K was pushed into next year. Has that to do with COVID-19?
No, I think overall, the comment there was we want to put everything we can into the next version of that, and 2K and Visual Concepts will ship a new WWE game worthy of that brand and that license, and they want to take more time in development to make that happen.
Okay, awesome. I think that's all the questions we had, and thank you again for doing this talk with us, and was super
Thanks,
helpful.
Michael.
Thank you, Michael.
Good to see you. Take care.
Bye.
Thank you both. I did wonder if you were going to go into the offstage speaker Q&A room for both Michaels there. You can let us know if that's going to happen. But otherwise, yeah, thank you very much for a great session there. And I'd like to mention that if you're watching on Twitch, you can easily make donations to Take This and Stack Up, courtesy of our friends at Stream Elements and our own Jeff Grubb. Next, I would like to introduce Owen Mahoney, CEO of Nexon, and Michael Pachter of Wedbush Securities for a fireside chat. They actually did a similar fireside chat last year, but their topic has changed entirely for sure this time. So here they are talking now about the world has changed.
Hello, I'm Michael Pachter. I'm a research analyst at Wedbush Securities, and I am very, very happy to be at the GamesBeat 2020 conference, and I'm doing a fireside chat with my good friend Owen Mahoney, who is a jack of all trades, but currently CEO of Nexon Corporation. And Owen, welcome to GamesBeat.
Thanks. Glad to be here. I wish we were all in the same place.
I think we are. I think you're just in the next room, aren't you? Although I don't remember that white couch, maybe. I think I had bunk beds next door, actually.
Yeah.
So Owen, can you just give us a minute or so just about Nexon? What is Nexon? You know, what are you known for? What are you proudest of?
Sure. Well, Nexon is not well known in the West, but well known in the East, I would say. We are pioneers in the free-to-play online games business. We started in the mid-90s on PC. We came out with the first graphic MMORPG of all time. So long before World of Warcraft or any of those games in the genre, we came out with a game called Kingdom of the Winds, and that really bootstrapped us in the about 1994, 95. Later, we created the first free-to-play game called Quiz Quiz in the early 2000s. And today we generate about $2.5 billion or so on the revenue line and generate about 35% operating profits. Our largest market is China. Our second largest market is Korea, where we are founded. We're listed on the Tokyo Stock Exchange since 2011. And our center of gravity has been and continues to be Korea, Seoul, Korea. But recently we've been building out our development capability around the world. We recently purchased, or in 2019, we purchased a company called Embark Studios in Stockholm, Sweden. And we're very excited to be able to talk about them more later in the year and what they're working on. But our core business is about deep, immersive online games and virtual worlds. So traditionally that's online role-playing games. Sorry, my phone was ringing there. Online role-playing games and virtual worlds and first-person shooters, those sorts of things. And we continue to expand that area of our business.
And you said your core markets are China, South Korea. Can you just give us a broad distribution of revenue on geography?
Sure. It depends on the quarter. It fluctuates by the quarter, of course, because we have Lunar New Year, which is a little bit like the Christmas quarter would be in the US. So that would be Q1. But typically about 40 to 45% of our revenues come out of China, followed closely by Korea. Although Korea has been rising pretty rapidly recently. And then rest of world, which is in order, Japan, US, Europe, rest of world. We do a pretty big business in Southeast Asia as well.
Can we, without giving away any secrets, can we talk about the impact of the pandemic and stay at home and how that's impacted user behavior? What are you seeing in terms of user trends?
Yeah, we're in front of the quarter results. So about 3 or 4 weeks from now, we announce our earnings results for Q1. So I have to be a little careful about what we talk about. But I think we're experiencing the same thing that I've read other companies like us have been reading, which is a lot of people are staying at home. A lot of people are consuming a lot more online video games for all sorts of reasons. One, because we're all home more, but also I think we're looking for connection and ways to challenge together and communicate and cooperate together. So that's clearly impacting our business. I mean, we have a big PC cafe business as well, so that clearly is down because people are not collecting in PC cafes as they once were. But overall, I think our business, is minimally very resilient. Worst case, it's very resilient in times like this. We were started in the mid 1990s, as I said, and then soon after our founding, we got heavily tested, or our business got heavily tested by the financial crisis in Asia of 1998 and 1999. We were then tested again in 2008, and in each one of those cases, our business got stronger, not weaker. So, what's going on in the world is horrible for many, many industries, but knock on wood, I think the games business, and particularly online and particularly deep immersive worlds and highly connected online games are very minimally very robust and possibly quite anti-fragile, meaning they actually get better in times of stress like now.
Can you talk about the social construct in some of your top games? What exactly, what is the goal of the game? How do players play, single player versus play together? What type of alliance mechanics or group mechanics are there? And what keeps them coming back?
Yeah, well, our games are deeply immersive virtual worlds. So, and what that means is they're designed from the ground up to be online. There's, if you think about a lot of games are sort of 80% single player, and then they've got some sort of multiplayer aspect tacked on. We're probably exactly the opposite on average with our games. Our developers start with the online part, and they start with connecting people together and what's the online gameplay about. And then we may add on some areas where you can play by yourself for a while, particularly around the tutorial, sort of early tutorial and so on. So you learn the game mechanics. But take a game like Dungeon Fighter, which is one of the most popular games of all time. It came out originally in 2005. In terms of life-to-date revenue, we don't disclose the exact number, but I can tell you it's within the top 3 easily, based off of what we've read other companies like, or other games like Call of Duty and Grand Theft Auto have done. It's just very big in China. It's not well known in the West. But a game like that is an action role-playing game is the way to think about it. So you go in and you're playing against other players, you're playing with other players. Game like Maple Story, which is another very popular game of ours, popular in both Korea, China, as well as Southeast Asia. On the surface, it's a 2D side-scrolling, pixelated adventure that was created in originally 2003. Underneath the hood, it's a deeply immersive online role-playing game. And so it's got a very sophisticated economy. It's got tons of content, a lot of different ways to play. A lot of very heavy RPG game mechanics, online RPG game mechanics. So that's the way to think about our games. And of course, we have games like Kart Rider, which is a huge franchise. It's been played by nearly half the population of Korea. It's been played by half of the population of Taiwan. It's had 100 million more players play Kart Rider than have played Mario Kart, which is clearly the gold standard in the genre. We're going to be coming out with the next version of the game probably later this year. So we're very excited about that. But it's, again, we take the perspective that you really want to be playing this game online first and last. So it's free. It's going to, our next version is going to be multi-platform. So not just PC, but across consoles and other platforms. And it's built to be, we have sophisticated matchmaking tools built in it and so on. Matchmaking is a very big deal in that genre. So we focus on the online aspects of the game, sort of first and foremost.
So Dungeon Fighter, what's the maximum number of players that I can engage with them? Is it 1-on-1, 4-on-4, 300 on 300? Same with MapleStory and same with Cartwriter.
Yeah, well, it depends on the game, but it's going to be sharded for typically smaller groups in the direct action, but larger groups in the total virtual world. But you're going to have shards, so it gets split up. So it's not one world with millions of players, but the numbers that we're talking about are in the tens of millions of total players.
And how do I interact? Do I interact? Is everybody an opponent? Do I have teammates?
You've got alliance mates, clans, guilds, depending on the game. And you're going to have, friend and foe. You're going to have PvP. You're going to have PvE types of environments. So same types of a lot of the tropes that we started, in the early 2000s. Tropes is probably the wrong word, but a lot of the same sort of methodologies that we started in the early 2000s have been developed out in the West as well. So it would look familiar under the hood to a lot of people who are Western game players, particularly in online.
And you mentioned free. Can you talk about the correlation between engagement and in-game spending? And so, without revealing what delta you're seeing in engagement, I should presume that higher engagement equals higher spend, but can you kind of explain how that works?
Sure. So one way to think about free is I think the way that a lot of folks think about free is I'm gonna put up a paywall and I'm gonna monetize a lot, and I'm gonna look for the whales, and I'm gonna get the whales to come in. And when we think that's a mistake. And we think that's a mistake based off of our experience. So what we've done is focus on having a very broad base of players, and big spenders are not what we really search for. We look for a lot of people in the game, a lot of activity, and a lot of interaction within the virtual world. And then we look for, a reasonable to low amount of spend on any individual player. So less than 10%, roughly 10% of our players worldwide pay us something. And those players that do pay, monetize at a very reasonable rate. And there's not a massive disparity between sort of the rich and the poor, right? It's very much a middle layer. So when you look at our sort of monetization between the highest monetizers and the lowest monetizers, we're by design, we try to get it in the middle. We try not to have these huge whales as much. Now, what that means is, in times like this where, you're sort of being careful of every penny, you want to have that type, you want to have a broad base of monetization rather than having it be too high on any individual player.
Have you disclosed the number of active players you have, or do you disclose that regularly?
We haven't disclosed the active number, but it's in the tens of millions.
Okay, so tens of millions, meaning single-digit millions spend money, and they pay out $2.5 billion. So a couple $100 a player per year is kind of the number. Then it's not a crazy number.
It's gonna depend on what our partnerships and what our royalties are all about and those sorts of things. So it's not gonna be quite that simple math, but the idea is it's not a crazy number. Again, the whole idea of a whale is I actually think that came out of Las Vegas, right? Which is someone who runs into town and he's a high roller or she's a high roller, and then you really take care of them and you really want to focus on the whales. Problem is that makes your business kind of fragile. And if that whale leaves, then you're really in a tough position. So I don't think that's a very good way of going about it. And, we've sort of learned that over the years, or now over the decades, just by experience.
Then you mentioned that you were working on a new version of Cartwriter. You also mentioned your acquisition of a Swedish studio. That means that there's development going on, like new games coming. Can you talk about game development in the context of the pandemic and how you get games done working from home?
Well, that's a great question. I'm clearly, we're doing this from your home office, from my apartment. we're all working at home at Nexon. We're actually, as you and I are talking here, in Korea, we're working out of the office again. Korea has been sort of ahead of the curve a little bit in terms of the pandemic. But we've been on lockdown, depending on the region, for about 2.5 months now. So we've been dealing with this for a while. Obviously, a big part of our revenue comes from China. So we've been watching this since early January very, very closely. And we worked really hard to be able to do work from home. The good news, and I think this is a big and misunderstood part of the games business versus other parts of the entertainment businesses, we actually can develop content from home. So we've got lots of live games. They've got millions of players simultaneously accessing, and we're running events. These are live worlds. So it's, the way to think about a live virtual world like MapleStory, it's kind of like Disneyland, right? Except it's a virtual Disneyland. It ends up having a lot of similar aspects of it, but we're, doing customer support, we're operating the games, we're doing events within the games, we're doing promotions, and we're updating the content constantly. So these are virtual worlds. But we can operate these surprisingly well without having to do it from an office. So that's about operating the game. And then in new game development, you've got some complexities because you have to be very careful about VPNs and security and those sorts of things. You've got, game developer artists, for example, who have tablets and big screens and so on. But we've been able to weather through this, I think, quite well. One of the key things is our content production has not stopped at all. In fact, it's gone, in some cases, it's gone a little faster. Some of our employees will tell it. I was talking yesterday to one of our leaders, and he was saying, look, I think our productivity is going up now, just because people are able to focus and they don't have to deal with a commute and those sorts of things. But clearly, it's going to depend a lot on the individual, and it's going to depend a lot on the team. It's always better to be working as a team, but the key point is production doesn't stop. I feel I feel for our colleagues in Hollywood whose production has completely stopped. I mean, I don't know what people are going to be doing 6 months to a year from now when the content coming out of Netflix is, as far as I can tell, all production of linear content has stopped. And that's definitely not true in the games business. And it's not true for us at all.
And I know it's, I'm just asking for an opinion. I know you're not an economist, but can you talk about, how you see the looming recession? Obviously lots of joblessness and possibly persisting for the balance of the year or longer. How does that impact in-game spending? I mean, is this something that is, cut out first or cut out last, or how do you see the entertainment spend in the context of people losing their jobs?
Well, I'm, as you say, I'm not an expert on the larger economy. I have been shocked. I was in Japan until a week ago, and I've been watching. And I was in Korea right before they went into lockdown. I think we've all gotten a lesson on what we don't know in the economy, in science, and we're living in crazy times. And I think it's an important time to take stock of what we don't know. So it would be impossible for me to predict. But I think it's safe to say that we're not going to stop going to entertainment. We've seen this before in times of war and economic downturn. We still look to entertainment as a way to escape, to connect, to be told stories, to share. If I could think of one place in the entertainment business to be, online games would be the place. And in particular, free-to-play online games would be the place. And in particularly free-to-play games that don't rely on whales. So, by luck and happenstance, I feel like we in this industry are positioned as well as anybody could hope to be. But that's not to diminish, I think, the depth and the scariness of what this world is for all of us. So not to be a downer. I mean, the good news is we're in the games industry. All the people who are participating in this conference are very, very well positioned relative to the rest of the world right now.
Can you talk about the range of transactions in your games, just like least expensive to most expensive? I mean, can I buy something for as cheap as a penny? Can I spend $1,000? I mean, what is the range?
Well, it would be in that range. We sort of group and put together different items in different ways, but typically that's a few dollars for an item. We'll sometimes do season passes. We've been experimenting with that a lot, but it's typically in US dollar terms, it's a few dollars. And then we will sometimes package things together. We do have users who pay a lot. But we don't really focus on that part of the business. We typically focus on someone who's spending $10 to $30 a month.
Right.
So in that zip code.
Got it.
But it's interesting how it works. Someone might play a game for years on end without ever paying us anything. And then they'll buy something to trick out their character or to add a pet or something like that. And then typically they'll tend to buy a little bit more over time. So if you look at individual cohorts, they'll tend to spend a little bit more over time. And that's been a pattern that's continued through many years on many different games in different regions.
Right. And my experience is once you start spending, you learn how to spend. Get a little more used to it. Yeah, exactly. I asked you this last year, but I'd just like to get an update on your largest shareholder and your balance sheet and any plans for any kind of a corporate event. You updated me a year ago, but I'd like to hear an update this year.
Well, I think I updated you a year ago that I can't talk about that too much in terms of M&A. So since last year at this time, since we last talked, we have generated another $1 billion in cash. We used some of that to acquire or to make two major investments. We finished our acquisition of Embark Studios in Stockholm, Sweden. That's the group that's led by Patrick Soderlund, who he and his team created Battlefield franchise for EA. When I was at EA, I purchased DICE, which was the creator of Battlefield. We brought them in. Patrick ended up running their studios for several years. He ended up subsequently leaving in 2018, and we made an investment in the company that he started. And then we finished that acquisition last year. We also made an investment into a company called Wonder Holdings, which is a Korean company founded by a very talented leader named Min Her. And Min and his team originally created Dungeon and Fighter years back. And Dungeon Fighter came out in 2005. It has since generated as much revenue life to date as any game in the industry that we know of, save a couple. And worldwide, it's several $1 billion bigger life to date than Star Wars and several other the largest Hollywood franchises, if you take gross revenue to box office. So it's one of the biggest franchises of all time. He's got several other projects in the works that we're really interested in. So we bought a minority interest in his company. We did a roughly $300 million share buyback in the course of 2019, and we put the rest in our bank. We now have about $5 billion in the bank. That gives us a lot of strategic flexibility. We're not like an airline. We're not like a lot of companies. We didn't do massive buybacks. We certainly didn't borrow money in order to do buybacks. We've been very, very conservative with our balance sheet, because we never thought that, the world is always sunny. We want to live in a house that can work in any weather. We don't want to be in the weather prediction business. We certainly don't want to be in the economic prediction business. We want to have safety for our employees, for our business. We want to make sure we're living in a very solid house, in a very solid frame. So today we've got a lot of flexibility in case we were to do something strategic. So we're looking at a lot of stuff. Right now, we don't have any announcements to make. We'll see where it goes from here. I think, the Fed is clearly trying to inflate the markets. So I don't know what everybody's so excited about in the stock market, but it's clearly there's a disconnect between the stock market and the real economy. So we'll see where we go from here.
I personally am a huge Patrick Soderlund fan, so I understand why you would be, you find his company appealing. But can you talk strategically about a European acquisition? Because primarily, your development has been Asian, and your success has been Asian. What does this do for your company?
Well, as you say, our center of gravity for development is in Asia, and there's an aspect of games that's very much culturally oriented, of course. So you look at a game like MapleStory or Dungeon Fighter, and it looks very Asian. It looks like it was created in Korea, because it was, and that works well in China, and it works well in Southeast Asia and to some extent Japan, but it doesn't necessarily work well in the West. But the core concepts of an online virtual world that you are living in an alternate life. And that life has an economy, it's got politics, it's got adventure, it's got interaction and a sociology associated with it. That's universal. And I think this is the future of entertainment. What we have really wanted to do for some time is to work with a Western developer or Western developers who understand this core concept, who want to take the best of what we've learned in Asia and apply it in a way that really works in the West. And the team, Patrick and his team, have been through this for many years, since Battlefield, since the original Battlefield 1942 in the early 2000s. And they've learned a lot, and they've also learned what they don't know. And they are awesome. One of the great teams at making AAA content for the West. And Nexon has a lot of weaknesses, but it's got a massive strength, among some others, but its massive strength is the ability to make a game last and grow for a really long time. And if you look at the graph of what MapleStory has done, it's accelerating. And Dungeon Fighter has done phenomenally over the years. And these games have been going, they have their dips, they have their ups and downs, but they've been going up and to the right for many years. And again, it's a little bit like Disneyland, right? 65 years into Disneyland, it's still getting bigger. So, our concept with the Embark team is to combine the best of what they do, which is AAA online content in the West, and combine that with what we do, which is to make a game last and grow for a really long time. And they felt that they had a lot to learn from Nexon, and we felt like we had a lot to learn from them. So it's sort of the yin and the yang of those two worlds. And that's the core concept of the acquisition, the partnership. And we could not be more thrilled with how it's going. I wish I could talk to you about it today. I can't talk to you about it today, but we'll be doing that later this year.
Can't wait. Okay, we have about 3 minutes left, so I'm going to ask you a 10-minute question, and you got to do it in 3 minutes.
Okay.
With the pandemic, I think that a lot of commentators are talking about how we're going to emerge from this, in the near term. Where do you see the world going? Like, what do you think life is after the pandemic? Is this impact on gaming transitory? Is it lasting? How do you see the world evolving in the next year or two?
Well, I read probably the same stuff that you do, Michael, and I don't think that we're looking at a V-shaped recovery. I mean, again, I'm not an economist. The world economy is stopped, dead in its tracks. And I don't think we're just going to flip it back on overnight. But I think one of the things that this has done, and so when we emerge, we're going to be emerging into a world that is changed significantly. I mean, we're doing this over Zoom. My family members are now doing, like everybody else's family members, they're doing cocktail hour and birthdays over Zoom. We're communicating with our family members. We're living in a virtual world in a lot of ways. And I think this is really opening up. I think this is going to take, in 1917, we entered the 20th century. And I think this is the event that takes us into the 21st century. And a lot is going to change about trade. A lot is going to change about how we look at health and healthcare. And a lot is going to change about how we look at entertainment. And, I guess the short way I would think about it is we looked in the 20th century, we looked at entertainment, the center of gravity for the entertainment business being linear entertainment. We sit back on our couch, you, the entertainer, tell us a story. And in the games business, we've known that world has been changing rapidly. The games business is already much bigger than the linear entertainment business. It's growing at 3 times the rate. And oh, by the way, it's highly profitable, unlike linear entertainment. I mean, Netflix, you would know better than I, Michael, but I think Netflix burned, what, $5 billion in cash last year, somewhere in that zip code? A little over 3, yeah. Yeah, so we generated 1. Companies like EA and Activision generate a lot of cash. So we're bigger, we're growing faster, we're profitable. And as an entertainment form, it's just much more engaging to be leaning forward and to participating in the world, in a virtual world. I'm a firm believer that that's a highly important form of entertainment. Now with, I've got an iPhone 10 here, you can deliver an amazing game experience, a deep virtual world, a deep online role-playing game on an iPhone. And that means that instead of having a total addressable market of roughly 300 million game playable PCs around the world, we've now got a total addressable market of the low billions of mobile phones. So we're going by a total addressable market that's up by at least 10x. And so that world, we're now in the new world. And I think everybody's waking up to that right now, this week, this month, this quarter. And so we're going to be in a different world, a very, very different world in the next 5 years.
All right, I'm going to end it there. Thank you so much for your time. And thank you, GamesBeat, for having us. I'm Michael Pachter, signing off.
Thank you to Owen and Michael. As far as I know, they are not going to be available for Q&A. I know Owen isn't here. Michael is here, but I'm not sure whether he's going to make his way to the Q&A room or not. So just you might check that. But I see 530 people in the GamesBeat Summit Slack right now, and that's actually more than the number of people we had show up last year at our physical conference. So very glad to see that. We also have another pop-up poll here for you folks to answer. We're trying to make sure you're awake, just engage you a little bit. So before we introduce our next speaker, the poll is, what has been the most challenging during this time? And you have choices of development, sales, or homeschooling. Anyway, we'll take a second to get those results. In the meantime, I'm going to introduce our next talk. Here's the results. 31%, or 46% say that homeschooling is the most challenging right now, followed by 37% for sales and 18% for game development. So that's good to know. And now I'm going to introduce a talk that was quite a long time in the making, and I'm glad we can finally do it. I'd like to introduce Mike Morhaime, the co-founder and former president of Blizzard Entertainment, and Seth Chissell, a longtime game journalist for the New York Times and other publications. Afterward, they are going to be in the Zoom speaker Q&A room for the boss stage to answer questions offline from the video. And you can find out how to get into that boss stage room by looking at the announcements channel in Slack. So for now, here they are.
Hi there, and thanks to VentureBeat for having us. I'm Seth Chissell. I was a reporter and critic for the New York Times for many years, about 16 years, the last 7 writing about video games full-time. Took a little detour to have a little .com adventure, and now I'm back writing about video games for the Times and some other places. Mike Morhaime needs absolutely zero introduction. We all know exactly how influential and important Mike and the company he co-founded, Blizzard Entertainment, have been for the industry over many decades now as one of the real pillars of the video game industry. I first met Mike 15 years ago in 2005, just a few months after a little game called World of Warcraft was introduced. And Blizzard had not yet built its campus in Irvine, was in a pretty nondescript office park. Mike was 36 years old and was coping with the success of World of Warcraft. But Mike, it's great to see you. I haven't seen you since you left the company about a year ago. How are you? What have you been up to?
I'm doing good. It's great to see you, Seth. It's been a long time and it's great to have you back. I always enjoy reading your articles, so I hope to see many more of those. Geez, it seems like forever since I left Blizzard. The world has just gone through a lot. But I did leave last year and spent some time traveling with my family and just kind of taking a step back and thinking about what we wanted to do next. My wife also worked at Blizzard and left around the same time as I did. And so we're both sort of in a transition period thinking about what we want to do in the next chapter. So it's been a really interesting year, very different, from the last 28 years being at Blizzard, but also really, really exciting too.
Are you finding any time to actually play any video games?
Yeah, I've had some time to play video games. Since the stay-at-home orders, I've been spending a lot of time at home. We have a 5-year-old daughter, and so gotten to spend some time with her, playing some stuff. We've also been doing some virtual dinners with friends, and Jackbox games have been really awesome to play over Zoom, things like that. Slay the Spire, I put a bunch of time into.
Are you still as into StarCraft as you've been in the past?
I love StarCraft. Haven't had as much time to play StarCraft, although one of the cool things we got to do last year was to go to Germany to attend Home Story Cup 10 in person, or let's see, I think it was 10. Anyway, a significant Home Story Cup event in Germany, which was just awesome. And it's just amazing when you get a group of people that's really passionate about the same thing in the same place. And so look forward to doing more of that when all this coronavirus stuff gets resolved.
And we'll come back to that, and I'm sure they were thrilled to have you there. But before we dig into some more specifics, let me just ask you broadly, now with a little bit of perspective, having stepped back from the day-to-day, what do you think are the most important broad trends and really secular factors shaping the game industry right now?
Technology is always advancing. And so what is possible now is, there's a lot of doors being open with cloud computing, with competing platforms and stores, and also the environment for indie studios has really improved in the last few years. There's been a lot of interest in gaming from sort of non-endemic sources. A lot of venture capital funds are starting to pay attention to gaming. All the big media companies are paying a lot of attention. So I think just the amount of money that's available for indie studios that are starting up, there's never been a time like this. And so I think that's going to yield a lot of interesting things in the future, hopefully a lot of great innovative game ideas as well.
And in that vein, you've actually made some personal investments in a couple of game-related smaller companies in the last 6 or 9 months. Last fall, you invested personally in Ven, the video game entertainment and new network. And then just last month, you invested personally in a company called Rallycry. Why don't you tell us a little bit about those investments, why you made them, and how they fit into those trends that you just mentioned?
Yeah, well, one of the things that Amy and I, my wife and I, are very passionate about is the idea of how gaming can bring people together. We saw the power of community pretty clearly at Blizzard. BlizzCon was something we looked forward to every year, and so we're pretty big believers in the power of bringing people together around shared passion and shared experience. And so we think that we're very excited about what they're doing over at Ven. They're creating sort of lifestyle content. It's a broadcast channel. They're going to broadcast lifestyle content around gaming. Their first content's going live this summer, and so we're very excited about that. On Rallycry, they're focused on, you hear a lot, in esports, but it's really all about the pro scene and path to pro. Rallycry is taking a different approach. They're focusing on the amateur scene, kind of the esports, organized and competitive esports for the rest of us. A lot of us really have no chance of ever being anywhere on a path to pro, but we still want to play competitively and have fun, and that's what Rallycry is focused on. So I'm pretty excited about both of those.
And can you just dig down just a little bit on Rallycry in terms of what the monetization or business model is for them a little bit?
Yeah, I think that, they're looking at how it works in a lot of the traditional sports, like, your local D-League softball league and things like that. Another reason that we're really excited about Rallycry is we believe in the founders, Adam and Tyler Rosen, who are they were the co-founders of TESPA, who you might remember as creating a collegiate esports club, that started on one college campus, UT Austin, and then expanded to be on hundreds of campuses. So we're excited to see what they'll do. Yep.
And both of those companies, Rally Cry and Ven, are led by folks that had worked at least partly at Blizzard before. So that obviously sort of helped that you knew those folks and had confidence in them.
Yeah, Adam and Tyler worked at Blizzard. In the case of Ven, Ariel Horn, we worked with, he actually was, helped us out with production for the first BlizzCon that we had broadcasted. And then Riot ended up hiring him to handle production for LCS and really build that out. So, you know, there's definitely a history there, and these are people that that I have a lot of respect for.
And you just mentioned BlizzCon, and you'd mentioned our current Corona situation as well right now. So I wanted to ask you something about that. Obviously, we don't know if gatherings like BlizzCon can happen this year, when they'll next happen. That's obviously up to the public health authorities. But most broadly, I mean, we know how tight and collaborative most game teams are, most multidisciplinary. It's important to have people really working closely together. Obviously, most of us, those of us who can and have the luxury, are working from home now. And we've seen in the game industry, people are moving to distributed teams, obviously. And there's a couple of different intersecting forces at work. On the one hand, obviously, you have the disruption of people having to work in a new way with new processes, and that can make it difficult. And we've seen some prominent games already get pushed back and delayed this year. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, with most of the population of the world, billions of people stuck at home, we've seen this huge surge in popularity of gaming.
Yeah,
the game and people are just playing games because they're stuck at home. So we've seen other companies actually accelerate their plans and move some products and services forward to take advantage of the moment. As a team leader, as a producer, as an executive, what would be your advice to studio heads about how they keep their teams moving forward in this unprecedented time?
Yeah. Well, you know, first, I mean, it's so unprecedented, and I think we, you know, in the games industry, we're very fortunate to be in a position to be able to work from home, where there's a lot of other industries that just don't have that luxury. And you know, a lot of industries are completely shut down, and so I think, you know, our hearts go out to those people that are affected. You know, there was some amount of work from home happening before coronavirus, and I know there's some teams that operated remotely before that, but now really everybody who can is forced to do this. And what we're finding is that the tools are actually quite good to be able to communicate and work from home. There's definitely some things that you lose. So I'm probably not in the camp that it's a preferred way to work, but it's definitely workable. I'm probably not the best person to give advice to folks. You know, the folks who are, I know everybody's sort of in the same boat, figuring out how to do this. But the people that I've talked to, who it seems to be working very well for, are using a lot of persistent video and even persistent audio, so that they can kind of simulate a office environment where you feel close to the other people on your team that you're working with, and can sort of on demand have those conversations. And you know, and I just hope that we get out the other end of this soon, and as many people as possible stay safe.
Is the flip side that with so many people stuck at home, that it's actually an opportunity for the game industry to maybe change some of the popular narratives around gaming, that since people are seeing what a really powerful tool games can be to make communities and bring people together?
Yeah, you know, one of the things that's kind of interesting is gaming used to be sort of one of many options for entertainment. And we've sort of had to peel back a lot of the other options. So it's kind of interesting in this sort of dramatic changing environment that gaming has really been insulated and hasn't really been that affected. You can still pretty much game the same way that you've been gaming, aside from, you know, board gaming, where you really need people to be together. But even then, people are kind of figuring out ways to do some of that. I don't remember the question, Seth.
That's correct. It's basically, is this a moment for people to rediscover video games?
Oh, yeah. So, yeah. So I remember what I was going to say.
Being some socially adverse.
Yeah. So I think for the gaming community, I think that, you know, we kind of knew the magic and power of gaming, and for folks that maybe were outside of that community with some of their other pastimes not available to them, I do think you're seeing a lot of people kind of discover gaming, and you know, maybe we will reach more people that we wouldn't have reached before, and it is definitely sort of more on display for the wider world to see, because, you know, it still kind of is existing intact. And you're also seeing, you know, I think on the esports front, some of the professional sports, you know, play professional sort of the virtual versions of their games now, as on public display. And so that's been kind of novel for folks that don't really follow the games industry.
Let's take a look back a little bit in the sort of the lessons learned category. In two different fronts. First, on game content. Obviously, you still play games. You've got your finger on the pulse of what's going on, what people enjoy. And, you know, obviously designing great games is really about psychological reward systems and progression. And that's something you know more about than almost anybody in the world. What do you feel like you understand about actual game content, loops, player behavior now that maybe you didn't fully appreciate some time ago?
I think the power of being able to share those experiences with other people sort of has become, you know, something that we think is core to the experience that we try to make. So the meaning kind of comes from the being able to share those experiences. You know, I remember when we were working on World of Warcraft, one of the things I was amazed about was the initial popularity of that game. I thought that making a massively multiplayer MMORPG, that we were, at least in the beginning, going to reach sort of a smaller audience and maybe have to grow from there. And right off the bat, like the curve just was a lot steeper than I ever imagined. And my takeaway from that was that World of Warcraft was actually the most social of all of our games to that point, because you had groups of people experiencing it together. You had, you especially in the beginning, you needed to join a guild to make, to experience some of that content. And that made it a more mass market experience than some of the previous games. So I think the social experience, the ability to share your entertainment with others, is core.
And actually, we could go take this a lot of different directions, whether it's raising the question, well, does that mean that a big narrative-based single-player experience doesn't have the same traction anymore? But the other question you could ask is, you talk about World of Warcraft really bringing that massively social experience to the market for the first time. For whatever reason, the traditional MMO is not as popular now, it doesn't seem, than it was 10, 15 years ago.
That is
Other
true.
kinds of online multiplayer games are, but that traditional, expansive, persistent world isn't that really a hot genre right now. Why do you think that is, and is there hope?
I think that's probably a question of accessibility and time investment, and maybe, you know, I wouldn't say that MMOs maybe wouldn't have a resurgence in the future, but you know, maybe there are other types of games that actually that are able to capture the social experience even more. And I would also just observe that as World of Warcraft evolved over the years, it actually kind of became less social, because in an effort to achieve more accessibility, we kind of removed some of the reasons why you needed to play with the same group of people over and over.
And how do you feel about that?
I think that it takes away some of the reasons for some people of why they play and why they might want to continue playing.
Certainly, and we could, obviously go really deep on this one. As someone, I've been playing World of Warcraft since the launch, and this is it's not just World of Warcraft. There's lots of games as well have this real question of accessibility versus aspirational qualities and content and so on. But that's probably a little bit beyond the scope of this conversation.
No, but I do think that the holy grail is to kind of capture that easy to learn, difficult to master, sort of shallow learning curve accessibility that gets people to a place where they have a deep engagement with content and an ability to share it with other people.
But it's interesting though, the hardest part for a lot of people isn't actually learning the games themselves, it's the social organization, right?
Right.
And that's what we've seen World of Warcraft go from 40-person raids to 25 and lower. I just wrote about a game coming from a company where they actually, in testing, they had 8-person teams, and they brought the game down to 3- and 4-person teams, not because the gameplay was necessarily better, because they were hearing from their testers, it's just a pain to organize 8 people as opposed to 2 people. And so now we feel a lot of games, aren't the social organization of having to organize dozens of people or lots of people to work together. It's sort of an out-of-game meta hurdle. How do we handle that?
I don't know if you need to handle it. I think it's a real thing that it's just a lot easier to get a smaller group of people together.
We talk about you talk about BlizzCon, we talk about World of Warcraft, and since leaving, obviously one of the most important assets that you built at Blizzard was your community, and not just the community on its own, but the relationship between the company and the community. And when we look, there's plenty of video game developers that gamers love to hate, and a much smaller number of video game companies that gamers love to love. And Blizzard was really always at the top of that list. And you built something really special in terms of that relationship between the company and the community, real credibility, if you will, and the values that you espouse that you lived. It does seem, though, it has to be pointed out that over the last few years, especially since you left and since your co-founder, Frank Pierce, left, that there's been a little bit of a shift just in terms of the community sentiment, whether it's fair or not. There have been a series of incidents and just episodes that have led some longtime Blizzard fans to wonder if the company is still living by the same values that it always had. Whether it was the Blitzchung Hearthstone incident, not really seeming to put the right amount of polish on Warcraft 3, not really understanding the desires of the core Diablo community when they announced a recent game in that franchise. And like I said, whether it's fair or not, from the outside, it always seemed like you, Mike, your most important job at Blizzard was always to be a bit of a buffer, an insulator between the teams that are actually making these incredible products and the corporate structures that were on top of you, different structures over many years. And you seem to do an incredible job of really being that intermediator between the business realities on the outside and then keeping those teams focused on the inside. And going back to this issue, there does seem to be a perception, fair or not, among some in the community, that buffer, that insulation has broken down, and that Blizzard maybe has lost a little bit of some of the things that made it special over the years, especially in terms of its relationship with its corporate owners, Activision. In general, what can you say about your feelings about what's going on at Blizzard now that you've left, and that sense of the community?
Well, first of all, thanks for the kind comments about sort of Blizzard of past as I was running it. I will say that we had our fair share of ups and downs along the way as well, and had our fair share of kind of missteps where our community let us know very directly and critically that they didn't necessarily agree with certain things that we were doing, and we tried our best to listen to that feedback and adjust course as necessary. I will say that I have a lot of friends that are still at Blizzard, and I know they're doing their best to try to navigate things in a way. I know they care about the games and the community a great deal, and I know they'll try to continue making good decisions that prioritize those things. And I also know we can count on the community to let them know very directly and critically when they think that they're not doing that well. And then, I hope that the folks there will continue listening to that feedback and continuing to course correct. I think that the games and the players, the games and the community, those are the most important things. And if they can continue prioritizing those things, then I think they'll continue doing right by the players. And the players need to let them know when they don't think they are.
Just looking forward a little bit in terms of some of the trends in the industry and how they affect that relationship between companies and players. Let's talk about monetization just briefly. So many of those models that used to be dominant have gone away or seem to be going away to a certain extent. The $60 package game hasn't going away, but is less prominent than it was. The $15 a month subscription game is less prominent than it used to be. Both of those models had something in common, though, which were that as a user, you paid a certain amount of money and you got access to all the content. Now that is not really that popular. Now we see all kinds of different live service models, microtransactions, and so forth. Do you wonder ever about how the monetization of games actually affects or perhaps even undermines the actual gameplay experience of them?
Well, yeah, that's something that we think about a lot, and I think all content creators, game developers really do and should think about a lot. So, I wouldn't say that sort of purchase once and get access to content or even subscription. I wouldn't characterize those things as going away, because I think I do see that represented, across the board, not just in gaming, but in other things as well. And I don't think they're going to go away. I think those are still viable models that are appropriate for certain types of experiences. But I think it's awesome that we have this sort of toolkit of other types of monetization options as well, with different types of microtransactions and different ways to sell the content. And what that does is it opens up viability of lots of different types of offerings that maybe wouldn't fit cleanly into a single purchase or a subscription. I think that when you're choosing a model to wrap around an experience, you have to think about whether that model serves the experience and the content that you want to create, because it does put different types of pressures on the designers and the creators in terms of what cadence of content they'll need to be creating, how you measure the success of your product. It pushes you in different directions. And so you want to make sure that what the game needs to be great is consistent with what types of pressures you're going to be under in serving a particular business model.
And that feeds into my last major question. The monetization feeds into the questions of distribution and the business models. You mentioned at the top of the talk how smaller developers now have different kinds of opportunities available in terms of their relationships with publishers and distribution. Just talk a little bit about what you see there in terms of what's important going forward.
Well, I think that right now you have a lot more options. If you're starting up a new project or a new company, you have a lot more options in terms of how you can get that funded. Where it used to be that really you had to go to one of the big publishers and get an advance on royalties or something like that. Nowadays, there's just a lot more interest from investors and venture funds and large strategic companies that may want to back your project. And so I think that that's just all around good for the industry and for the indie development scene. And I think it will spur more creativity and more innovation. If you think about it, like our industry is full of dreamers that want to focus on creating great, awesome content, and they're not necessarily that interested in focusing on all of the business side and logistical side of what it takes to actually fund and operate a big company. They just want to make great games. And I think that now they have more avenues to do that than they did before. And I think the industry kind of needs to evolve to give those folks a safe haven where they can, you know, focus on taking risks and doing things that haven't been done before, and then iterate in a safe way during their development to come up with great things. And that's ultimately, I think, going to be good for us gamers.
Mike, this has been wonderful. We're short on time. We're going to have to wrap it up here. I know that everyone watching is waiting with bated breath to find out what you're going to do next. And we're looking forward to finding out about that. And with that, thank you again.
So thank you very much to Mike and Seth, and very glad to see that talk happen. They will be available now in the Boss Stage Zoom Q&A room. You can find that room via the announcements channel in Slack. And after this next talk, by the way, you may notice that my long lost brother, Michael Chang of NCSoft, will be the substitute MC. I am going to be off to the hero stage for a talk with Edward Sachi shortly. And you know, some of these sessions are pre-recorded, but even I did not think it would be wise for me to appear on 2 stages at the same time. So Mr. Chang will do the MC work for the next introductions, so long as he's not too busy eating an early fried chicken lunch.
Oh, you caught me there, Dean.
All right. Well, finish up. You're going to be on stage soon.
Will do.
All right. And now I would like to introduce Stanley Pierre-Louis, CEO of the Entertainment Software Association, and Keisha Howard of Sugar Gamers for a fireside chat.
I am so excited to be here again with Stanley Pierre-Louis, head of the ESA. Thank you for joining us.
It's exciting to be here, and I'm glad we were able to do this, even if it's virtual.
Me too. Even though, like, right now it's snowing in Chicago, I would love to be in LA. But anywho's, I'm super excited to talk to you because last year when we spoke, we were talking about the state of video games and how video games impact us all, how it can affect, you know, our communities, our children, and now the world has changed drastically since then. And as head of the ESA, I know that you have a lot of insights about that.
Well, you're right that the world has changed. And first and foremost, our thoughts are with all the people who are being affected by this pandemic in a very direct way. And our hearts go out to all of the first responders who are making our lives better every day as they try to make their way through this incredible, surreal moment that we are living through. You know, as we think about where we are as a video game industry, what makes us gratified is that all the things we've been talking about the power of games to bring people together, to be inclusive, are being tested and are helping our community really come together, but beyond our community, being used in ways that we could have never imagined. Video games are now creating more communities than ever. They're something that everyone is leaning on, including government agencies and non-governmental organizations. And you're also seeing this interesting dynamic of video games not only being entertaining for those who like to play games, and for even the traditional audiences who like to watch people playing games, but you're seeing it rolled out in new ways. So on any given night on a sports channel, you'll see NBA stars, you know, now competing on NBA 2K because they can't play together. You'll see the same with the NHL and NASCAR. And so people are beginning to see the majesty of where video games have gone, like the artistry of it, the technological advancement. When they come to their TVs, they can't even tell that the people aren't real, that it's a video game. And so that's been an exciting development to see that, you know, video games are now being used as sport to help tie us over until we can all come together and watch it together in real life.
And one of the things that really exemplifies this, last year when we were talking about the World Health Organization and how they, you know, were designating screen time in video games as potentially addictive. And now they have come out to talk about how the benefits of video games are helping people stay home. So, like, exactly to your point, you know, the world has changed, but how have you seen people talk about video games differently now that we're kind of all focused in on this particular industry?
Well, more and more you are seeing people look to video games for a number of things. You know, when we talk to parents about their kids playing games, one of the things they realize is video games are, yes, about the fun and the entertainment, but they also sometimes are a digital playground. That's where kids are playing together and connecting on games like Fortnite. And when we're in a crisis like this, you know, there's a reason people will turn to video games. It's because it's a great way to maintain those connections while you're being entertained. And when we see governmental organizations talk about the impact video games can have in a positive way, and yes, when the World Health Organization, which for the past 2 years hasn't had many kind things to say about the industry, turn on a dime and see the value of it and partner with industry in so many ways, we find that gratifying. It's an effort that we not only applaud, but make sure that we support not only with World Health Organization, but a number of other organizations that are out there trying to get people to change behavior, to socially distance, to wash hands. One of the other things you're seeing from our industry is the ability to really coalesce around those messages. So you see video game companies sharing the messages with their audiences on a global basis. You see donations occurring from both large and small companies and working with the communities to raise those funds. And you're seeing other efforts to raise funds, not just through donations, but through gameplay or through other charitable events. And so we've really seen a galvanizing moment for our industry, both as industry and as fans, to help in this effort. And I'm excited about seeing that video games are playing such a positive role in helping flatten the curve.
I mean, it's been very validating to now see that video games are kind of not just seen as entertainment, but a solution to some of the problems that we have as far as like education, as far as connecting to one another, as far as like having something to escape to. With that being said, recently the ESA has rolled out an initiative called Game Generation. And I just wanted you to explain more about that. I've been seeing a lot of what Game Generation has been doing, and I'm loving it, but like, could you tell us more about it?
Absolutely. We were excited to take a moment and celebrate games. And we wanted to do that through this initiative called Game Generation, where we talk about the sense of community that video games help build, the sense of inclusivity of anyone can play with anyone and maybe even gain empathy by playing as other characters or against other characters. And to talk about the fact that video games are being used in so many different ways, not only as entertainment, but as education, in healthcare. And now we're seeing it being used in a global pandemic as a way to change social behavior for the good. We wanted to get that message out, but also have people share their stories, whether it's on gamegeneration.org, our platform, or on the platforms they love. What we wanted to do is encourage people to take hold of the narrative that so often defines us in a negative light and help us position us in a better way, because we know what games are. The most interesting thing to me about this initiative is that when I talk to people who are not from the industry, but we talk about the power of games, when we talk about the different stats about games that they're unaware of, they're excited and motivated about it. And then when I talk to people who are in the industry about it, they say, of course, that's why I love games. That's how it impacts me. So we're finding that the messages really resonate, and people have been waiting for this opportunity to talk about games. So we were really excited when it had a great launch, and a lot of people have engaged by sharing their stories, by participating in so many different ways. And now we're in a situation where games are being used as a way to help change social conduct for the better. It validates the fact that we thought this was not only a good idea, but the right time for this idea. And it really helps encapsulate it, just this moment in time where we live now.
I mean, we've been talking about video games in a very sort of general way, but is there any specific examples that have really stood out to you in the past several months of how video game developers or specific video game titles have truly impacted individuals in a positive way?
Well, just thinking about the last few weeks and how video games have been used, there's just a myriad of ways. So there was an article in the Washington Post this month about a classroom in Quebec that had trouble getting access to some of its textbooks and materials, and they were learning ancient Egypt. And the teacher said, what if I used Assassin's Creed Origin, which is one of these games by Ubisoft where they hire the best experts, the best academics to really go through and find these amazing kernels of knowledge. And so much of the game is fact and not fiction, that it's being able to be used as an educational tool. And so Ubisoft provided a license to that class and a few others to be able to use it royalty free and learn about ancient Egypt while we're in this situation. You also have video game companies working with each other and with their audiences to help raise funds. And it's amazing to see how the impact that it's had. So everyone from Sony to Xbox to smaller companies are all working to not only donate money, but to raise funds. You know, Bungie announced an effort to raise funds for local first responders. And in the first 24 hours, raised more than $350,000. And that's power. That's just a powerful thing to happen. And it just makes you feel good about how our industry comes together. And that's a collaboration, not just of companies, but of the fans. That just shows that the ecosystem just has a genuinely good heart and they're passionate about making sure we contribute in a positive way to the larger swath of society.
I am so glad that you touched on Assassin's Creed being used for education, because a lot of times when I've personally spoken to educators and teachers, they think of like, well, what sort of educational games can I use to impact students? And you just mentioned Assassin's Creed, which is looked at as an entertaining, fun experience, but if framed properly can be immensely educational. And now that we're in a situation where we're forced to like sort of take a different perspective on the tools that we have available to us, like that's super, validating to hear, like having been in this industry and talking about the intellectual merits beyond entertainment. And look, Assassin's Creed is making an impact. So what do you see next as far as how after the pandemic, obviously, like this is definitely kind of made us slow down and made us focus in on this industry a little bit more. But like moving forward, what sorts of things are you expecting to come from this?
Well, with so many more people engaging in games, I think it's going to open up new avenues for people to think about how they can be a part of this industry. One of the great things about this industry is that there are so many different ways in. You can be great at coding, you can be great at art, but every company, whether large or small, also needs other kinds of talents. And as people engage, I think it'll make them want to be a part of it more. Girls who play video games are 3 times as likely to want to get a STEM degree. And women and girls who go through college, starting having played video games, matriculate at a higher rate than other tech industries. And so you may see a boom of people who are inspired by the games they're playing now to carry that on into STEM degrees. And whether they land in the video game industry or they make simulation tools for the aerospace industry, that energy around learning what's going on behind the screen and under the hood is what is exciting about playing games the way that we're playing them and seeing the amazing quality of these games. So I think it's going to inspire a lot of people to want to participate. I think the general public is going to come out with a very different view of video games than they may have before, because they're seeing how it engages their friends, their colleagues, their children. And I think that's exciting to see how people connect. I've got a 13-year-old and he's doing virtual school, but in between his classes and between his studies, he's able to connect with friends who want to play Minecraft together, or they want to play Magic the Gathering online together. And so there's a lot of conversation happening. And I think parents are seeing that kids are actually connecting with their friends and having meaningful conversations, and they're learning problem-solving skills and resilience. And I think the more people who get to see that up close and personal, the better it is for our industry, and we should encourage that.
Well, you as a parent, how do you encourage other parents, not just like, all right, my child needs to be educated, that this is the tool I'm going to use, but how do you encourage parents to like play games themselves and become more engaged with video games, even if they didn't grow up with them, or even if it seems daunting to the parent? How do we get more parents to play video games for themselves and video games with their kids?
Sure. Well, a few things. One, when we talk about education, there are a number of companies that actually focus on the education module as opposed to entertaining games that have an educational component. So whether you're looking at Minecraft, which has an education edition, there's a company called Legends of Learning that teaches lots of subjects through learning. There's a company called iCivics that currently has a free program that parents can use and educators can use while they're home, but they also offer it to middle schools all around the country. I think the biggest thing is to make sure that parents are engaging, and the ESRB, the Entertainment Software Rating Board, actually did a blog that's fantastic on how to deal with the COVID virus and kids who want to play games. I think first and foremost is to learn about the games by understanding the ratings and understanding, is that an appropriate game for your child in that age range? There's also information related to how you can manage what's being played and how it's being played. So on most devices, you can limit not only the games that get played, but how much time is spent playing the games, how much money is spent playing the games. And you can even limit access to the internet, meaning can you connect with other people and interact with others or not? So if you don't want your child interacting with others, you can limit that on so many of these devices. And then there's talking and creating guidelines around the games so that there's an understanding within the family of what's appropriate and not. And then the best thing of all is to play the game, to understand what's happening in the game, to see the gameplay, to see the skill that your child is developing, but also to understand what do these ratings really mean in real time. I think the other two things I would stress for people is, one, make time for breaks. So I make sure that my 13-year-old gets up and around, and we change things up, because particularly in these days where you're doing virtual learning, usually from your bedroom, you're not going to move that much. And I think the second is to model good behavior. If you're going to the dinner table with your mobile phone or your mobile device, you're modeling behavior that someone else is going to track in the house. And so it's about making sure you demonstrate that balance. And this has been an interesting time for all of us who are used to scurrying around traffic and commuting and from meeting to meeting. We now have this moment where we can actually use more of our time to be a little bit more focused on our work, but also, because we're all working from home, to see what all the other dynamics are. So it's to take time to really understand and appreciate all that's around you and to participate in it while you're still going through this surreal moment in global history.
So with you personally, now that you are working from home more, do you find yourself working more or less? And if you work any less, do you have time to play video games for yourself?
Well, what's great about it is I do have a 13-year-old who wants to play some games, and so we definitely get more games in than I normally might. I would say I'm probably working the same amount, but at different trenches. So my hours are now different because I've got to make up different times of day. So, we've got a dog, so you've got to walk the dog certain times of the day. So you take the commute out and you take some of the other interruptions out, you're actually probably working in a more concentrated way. And then you've got to peel yourself out to participate in the other things that are going on in life around you. But I would say just more focused work and more intense. And actually, I find that I try to vary between video conference and phone call, because with the video conference, you're usually in one spot staring at a camera. And I sometimes have 3 back-to-back meetings, and if they're all staring into a screen, you can't move around the same way. So I try to vary that. But I would say it's more intense, but probably the same amount of work.
All right. So what games are you playing, like, for yourself and with your kid?
Well, we've been doing a lot of Super Smash Brothers Ultimate tournaments. He just got turned on to Persona 5, which we went through together before I let him play it. And then I think we're about to start our Animal Crossings. We hadn't, we downloaded it, but he wanted to get through some other games, and so we're going to join that enormous success that's going on right now. And that's what's been exciting also for me coming into this crisis and trying to figure out how our game's going to fit in. You are seeing stories in mainstream papers every day around the country about what games to play with your kids, what are cool ones for adults, how to connect, the sort of magical qualities of these games. So whether you're reading the Washington Post here in DC or the New York Times, the LA Times, the Tribune, more and more reporters are focusing on the new games that are coming out on the consoles that will be coming out later this year, and about gameplay as a family and with friends. So it's exciting to see that there's a steady diet of video game reporting in Main Street papers. And I think that that bodes well for where we are going as a country and as an industry.
Well, I mean, we all know that all the large conferences and events have been canceled, but with the time that we are taking to re-examine the video game industry, is there any insights that you have that will be added for E3 2021, perhaps?
I think that we're going to be taking the time we need to see how we shape it to what's going to be the way that people want to connect. Obviously, digital has become a critical way that all companies try to reach audiences. And so you want to think about how do you expand that digital footprint to make sure that you're reaching everyone. But we're also, open to, how do you make a floor experience more dynamic for people who are there. And we'll just keep monitoring where we are in terms of the health situation and what we do. But we're really excited about revamping that experience, both for those who attend live and also for those who in the global audiences who can't make it but want to be a part of that exciting moment, because E3 really is the premier industry event, and we want to make sure we live up to the high standard that our audiences expect.
Well, I am extremely grateful I got to have this conversation with you. Every time we talk, I feel like this is the right path I chose to be in the video game industry. There's so much that's happening, and it appears to only be getting better. So I appreciate your time. Thank you for talking to me, and I can't wait to share our conversation.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks.
Hello.
Awesome. So it looks like we'll have 10 minutes of live Q&A. Stanley and Keisha are here. Let's get to it. All right. Well, actually, let's ask this. Stanley, you're about to celebrate your 1-year anniversary as the full-time CEO of ESA. Come a long ways, and you've now come to this very interesting point. What do you think about all of this?
Well, it's been quite a journey. I think the most important thing I've seen is how much more dynamic our industry has become in the national conversation, in the national economy, and now looking at how health and safety have changed, how much we've become part of a global conversation. So I think that's been the most dramatic thing that I've seen. It's been quite a sea change to see organizations like the World Health Organization lean on us, but it's also been quite heartwarming just to see all the stories that have come out about people who are playing more with their kids, who are creating their adaptable devices and the like for kids who need more accessibility. So just seeing the growth, not only of the industry, but the stories around it, I think has been really meaningful.
Okay, great. Some questions rolling in here. Maybe the first one, can you speak to the culture and gaming communities and their power in a game?
Sure. I think that we've seen growth in a number of specters related to community and gaming. I think you've got core gamers who've really stood this industry up and been the mainstay of what video gaming is. But now you've seen lots of other groups. I mentioned my 13-year-old, he has a cadre of friends for each game. And so they've got a series of communities. And I think as we're seeing on these sports channels that are begging for content, you're actually seeing how much video games have had an impact on sports figures and on other leading entertainment figures, where video games are part of their culture. I think even it's funny seeing things like Saturday Night Live, which probably once or twice a month will have a video game sketch. It just speaks to the pervasive quality that video games have had. And now people who grew up playing and speak video games are speaking it to a natural and national audience.
Keisha, are you able to see these questions?
I am not.
Ah.
Oh.
I see one says.
No, I do. No, I do. I was just looking for them on Slack. So.
Great. We're going to let you ask these then if you want.
All right, then. Let's see. I am not seeing the next question.
I see one that says, how do parents currently identify what games are right for their kids and which not? Is that the one?
Yes.
Okay.
Terrific. That's a great question. I mentioned in the talk that the Entertainment Software Rating Board, ESRB, provides detailed information about the games. There's a rating as well as content descriptor, and that's available both online as well as on its mobile app, and you can learn a lot about the games. You can also visit the company websites to learn more about gameplay. But I think most important is having those conversations and using that toolkit to ensure that you're understanding what the house rules are, what the time limits are if you set those in your home, and what kinds of outcomes you want in that conversation. So I think nothing beats playing a game with your kid. If you're a parent, for example, who's not played a lot of games, you will just feel demoralized because kids are so much more adaptable at playing these games, and even in new games that they're playing. But I think it's critically important to make that connection because, even now, even if my son is better than me at some games, he will still want to play from time to time just to change it up and to have a different conversation. And it's also a great opportunity to have a connection and to learn what else is going on in their lives.
All right. Another question coming in. What is the industry's relationship with Washington like at the moment? And what's the industry's relationship with Washington like at the moment, specifically following the FEVR regarding loot boxes?
Sure. So first and foremost, we've seen a big change in how Washington views the video game industry. Recall that we've had, litigations for years about harmful to minor games and the like, harmful to minor legislation with respect to some games that have come out. And we've seen the video game industry blamed from time to time, including this past summer after those horrific shootings in Dayton, Ohio and El Paso, Texas. But the reaction you've seen to that blame has also changed significantly, meaning that they now understand that video games are an important part of our culture, of our economy, of society. And you saw a big backlash against the blame. So I think that's the overriding view of where Washington sees us. I think that the loot box issue still comes up quite a bit in different conversations. But when we outline the fact that, number one, these tools are perfectly legitimate to have in games, but more importantly, that there are tools around it that parents can use to limit spend and the like, a lot of regulators are very satisfied with the fact that we provide tools. Self-regulation's really been an important mainstay for our industry. And I think a lot of regulators view that as an important part of responsible industry conduct.
All right. And with regards to educational games, how can we bridge the gap between addressing advanced academic concepts, such as those in physics, while keeping the games enjoyable, accessible, and social?
That's a great question. I think one of the things that I've seen in remote learning, just from my personal experience and talking to some of the educators behind it, is that there's going to need to be some time for ramp up. I don't think anyone right now who is starting off with an online educational program for the first time can claim that they're 100% of where they were in the school day. It's just not the case. I think places that have done it for a while understand their market. They understand how to teach and do that. I think for video games to really play a role in that is to really try to find different levels of skill that they can adapt to. And for that kind of specificity on physics and the like, you'd probably have to look to specific companies that specialize in education as opposed to entertainment, because some of the games have a dual purpose, and there are some smaller companies that focus on education. So I think that's probably the place to look, is to see what are the video game companies doing who focus on education as opposed to who can do that dual program.
All right. And how do you see the effect of COVID-19 specifically on indies and smaller game developers, especially competing with the larger developers for space and visibility?
Yeah, I think that we've been hearing a lot of positive reports about how the industry is doing generally in the COVID crisis. And we heard some reports earlier today in some of the panel discussions about where the industry is going. I think overall that's the case. I think that from company to company or sector to sector, there may be different challenges that we're just learning about. I think scale is going to be important to resolving some of this. But I think we're going to have to see how the general public reacts and how gamers react. There are large and small companies that create games that people love. And if you're able to achieve that level of success that's fantastic. Some who didn't really have large marketing budgets probably have an opportunity now to really reach people while they're paying more attention to what's new. So I think there are going to be some challenges in different parts of the industry, but I think overall we're better positioned than most to make a way through COVID-19.
Awesome. All right. And can remote learning even compete with video games for students who are studying at home? With so many students dropping out of school now, where do you think the video game industry can help with this?
Well, one of the things I've observed is seeing how video games are a good outlet, and they're a great opportunity to supplement what we're doing. There are a lot of soft skills you learn in video games, resilience, and just really learning how to have a quick reaction in terms of problem solving. But I think if you're talking about pure education, either it's a game that's targeted towards learning, or it's an online course. I think trying to substitute video games as the online course probably isn't what the intention is there for, because primarily most of these games are really there to entertain and to take us different places to create that sense of community. It's got a different emphasis than the educational focus of some of the other companies.
Great. Thanks, Stanley and Keisha, for coming back a second year to share these interesting ideas on how to champion our industry. And we'll look forward to greater efforts with regards to the ESA in general and revamping E3 specifically in the years to come.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Now I'd like to introduce John Goldman of Greycroft and Andrea Enake of Blind Squirrel Entertainment for a fireside chat. This one is pre-recorded with no Q&A, though we do note that Andrea is here for questions later.
Hi, everyone. My name is Andrea Enake. I am the head of Global Business Development and Strategy at Blind Squirrel Games and the moderator of today's session, Gaming's Future is the Best Form of Entertainment. And it is my distinct pleasure and honor to welcome our guest, John Goldman, an old friend that I met, I think, John, we met maybe 15 or so years ago on your boat in Marina del Rey. Why don't we start with that fond memory that I have of our friendship over the years, and then we'll dive into the topic today.
Sure. So, as you remember, I had a big game development company with, developers all over the world. I had 1,000 developers, and I was looking at getting an office in Santa Monica, but it was during one of those, bubble periods. And as it turned out, it was a better deal to get a slip in the marina and get a boat. And then I tore everything out of the inside and made it into an office, and I had an assistant in there with me. And, it was a thing. Like, people would show up on the boat and might take it out, go get, have some beers, come back, do the barbecue, whatnot. Now, I can't remember what were you at Sony then? Was that where you were?
Yes, I was at Sony.
Yeah.
And you were at Foundation 9.
That's right. Yeah.
Wow, a lot has changed since then. What an amazing background. Let's talk a little bit about that. Tell us about yourself. What's happened since Foundation 9? Now, fast forward 15 years later, you're a board partner, right, at Greycroft, and a managing director at Skybound.
So I've got three
things.
hats right now. Yeah, so I'm a partner at Skybound, which is an entertainment company that we're most famous for The Walking Dead. I'm sure lots of people in the games industry know Dan Murray and now Ian Howe, who are part of the team. But we do comic books, film, TV, regular books, board games, action figures, apparel, and I'm probably missing a few things, but we're a pretty multifaceted entertainment company. And then, as you say, I'm a board partner in what we call the core funds at Greycroft. And so companies I'm involved with there are Wondery, which is a big podcast company. So I really look at, entertainment technology. And then the third thing is I run a seed fund in partnership with Greycroft called GC Tracker. And I'm the general partner of that fund. So I run that fund. And I have a young colleague who joined the team named Joe Ewan, who some people may know, but he's a great guy to contact. And then I do early stage investments principally in video game companies, but in the past I've invested in VR and esports related companies as well. And some of them have actually done pretty well in spite of the slow uptick in VR. So that's kind of the full background. And after I sold Foundation 9, I got involved in venture, and that's as well as some personal projects. And that's kind of how I got from there to here. And there's a whole other story about how I got involved in Skybound.
Amazing track record, and just an amazing path to look back at. As you know, we're supposed to talk about the future of gaming today, primarily from your perspective and through the lens of your experience over the years. The title of our session is "Gaming's Future is the Best Form of Entertainment." Is gaming the best form of entertainment, and if so, why?
Well, we're probably all biased because we're in the games industry, but I think that we've seen right now during this very difficult pandemic that the gaming industry has, really grown. People have time on their hands, and increasingly younger people play games in preference to television, but also there are people in their 30s, 40s, and 50s who are part of the gaming generation, and they continue to play as well. So it's a much larger player base than a lot of people think. But most importantly, gaming offers flexibility in payment. You can pay $0 if you're a free-to-play gamer, and you can still spend $60 or $80 if you're really passionate. So it allows fans to scale their commitment financially to stuff they really love. And what that means is it's a really vibrant industry where we're doing bigger and better things all the time. And the dominant model, for example, in television right now is this all-you-can-eat model where you pay the same price for more and more and more and more. And so I know this is going to be broadcast later, but today, as we record this, Netflix surpassed Disney in market value, which is just stunning. And I think they've got at base a very difficult model to sustain indefinitely when you compare it to the game industry, where you've got all these different ways to make money, support developers, support great careers, and build big businesses.
So, very interesting point, and let's talk a little bit about that. As you know, the video game usage and live streaming have spiked, right? As people have been self-isolating, as in response to the coronavirus pandemic. And in fact, about a month ago, and I'm sure these numbers are changing daily, we've seen a rise in the global viewership that has increased to by 10% on Twitch and about 15% on YouTube gaming. So how do you see the future of gaming changing, right, in response to this COVID-19 pandemic? And how about the business models, right, that you were talking about earlier? We're so flexible with offering various different business models, but obviously we're living in very unprecedented times that may dictate a change in our future.
So I think you actually bring up a really good point. Is 15 years ago, there weren't any ancillary revenues, and that was a huge difference between video gaming and other media. So if you made a TV show, you could sell it to, you could release the show, you could then sell it on reruns to a cable provider, you had, DVD sales, you had all sorts of things. And we didn't have that in the gaming industry. There was just box software, and you put it in a store, GameStop or whatever, and then you had a couple weekends to make your money. Now there's actually spectating on Twitch, as you mentioned, and that lends itself, and to different, there's advertising, there's live events, or at least there was before this pandemic. There's a tip jar, which nobody could imagine in other forms of media that people would just voluntarily pay. So now we've got all these different ways of making money. And the other thing that's different is that every platform is viable. So back in the day, some platforms would lose. You might, let's say you're a developer and you're only a one-team company and you decide to do a game with 3DO. And if you made that bet and 3DO didn't survive, well, it may be too late for you to get on PlayStation or Xbox, if it was past the first generation of those platforms. Whereas today, almost every platform is viable. And if you do a good game, you can't make a wrong pick. And you can always migrate your game to different platforms, you know, with the exception of like, you know, sort of casual free play games, which you can't, you know, but you can be so successful on that platform by itself if you're, you know, with lots of money to invest in user acquisition and that sort of thing. But anyway, so it is a very different world in probably less than a decade.
So do you see, we're talking about this increase in viewership, increase of time spent playing video games. How do you think this habit, this behavior change translate relative to the business models that we've been successfully employing so far? So, you know, subscription-based or, you know, the free-to-play gaming model. Are we going to be able to sustain these business models, or are we looking at a transition towards something new or something rather old that may be resurfacing now? We're talking earlier in the week, right, about the old advertising model, right? That may make a comeback.
Right. Yeah. So I was going to hit that. I mean, I don't know if it will. Like, you know, at the previous venture capital firm I was involved in, one of my portfolio companies that I inherited was an in-game advertising company. And as somebody from the game industry, I didn't really love in-game advertising. Like, so I resented having to be responsible for this company. I thought it was very distracting to the game. For hyper-casual games, that is the main revenue model. And one thing we were talking about earlier in the week is I'm very concerned about, you know, the high unemployment numbers. So the games industry has been counter-cyclical. It's done very well and even grown in downturns because as people, you know, faced recessions, they had more time on their hands and they play games. I don't know what happens when you see 5 and 10 million people being put out of, you know, work, and if that may necessitate exploring new approaches to the advertising model. That is historically, in other forms of media, that's historically been the mass market form of monetization. And, you know, people with good paying jobs and, you know, sort of white collar salaries are typically very irritated by advertising, but for the rest of the world, it's their main sort of way to access media. So I don't know if that's going to evolve, but that's something that I will, you know, as an investor, I'll be paying more attention to than I did before, regardless of how I feel about advertising personally. We're just seeing a major shift in the economy, the likes of which we haven't seen before, and probably we'll start to feel the effects more by the time this conference is broadcast and then in the summer months that come ahead. And we'll likely, the video game industry will be buffered from it a little bit. So, because people are playing games, they're spending on games, it's very vibrant right now, but we have to make sure and pay attention to, you know, the trends that are affecting consumers and their pocketbook and their ability to access games.
Yeah, it's a great point you made earlier, and it kind of stuck with me because I wasn't thinking about it that way. And I think most of us look at how much time most of us have on our hands these days, and that's how we that's how we think of some of the benefits of the situation we're in right now. But oftentimes we overlook things that are very, very important and will affect everyone in every single industry, such as the increasingly rising unemployment rates and things of that nature. So. Yeah. Well, let's go back a little bit to your background, which I continue to find fascinating. So I'll keep at it. I always thought that, you know, especially in the past few years, that you find yourself at this incredibly prolific intersection of content creation, IP, and funding. So just by virtue of wearing so many different hats, how did you make the transition into the VC world? Which job do you find more fun, more challenging, and then to, you know, let's spend a little bit of time on your job as a VC, because that's the most recent, I think, hat that you've been wearing. I think it's interesting for people to hear more about that, and then.
So, I mean, I don't know if I've ever told you this, but you know who sort of got me into venture capital stuff was Yair Landau, who you probably know from Sony, right?
We certainly do. Yes.
So
amazing. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so Yair invited me over to Israel to meet a firm called Jerusalem Venture Partners, which is a very successful firm, not only there, but in Europe as well. And so I met a bunch of folks. I thought I was just gonna, maybe snag some easy board seats and, some sort of stipend. But in the way that things happen in Israel, like they had a different plan and sort of pulled me in. And then the next thing I knew, I was working with an Israeli venture firm from Los Angeles and looking at a lot of different companies and helping different portfolio companies there. And so that's how I first got involved. And then along the way, I became friends with either the first or one of the earliest investors in Machinima. He was at a small firm then. And I was a guy that people would reach out to diligence companies. So
Philippe de Beauvoir or his brother?
Well, yeah. So that was Alan de Beauvoir's company. So, but the investor friend was looking at investing in that, and then he eventually ended up at Greycroft, and we worked on some stuff together around Scopely. And then I got to meet the other folks at Greycroft, and they invited me to spend more time, and then. And then we built this separate gaming fund together. And meanwhile, I was, busy sort of getting re-involved with Skybound, which was from an old relationship, like an old friend that I'd invested in when I was at Foundation 9. So in both cases, I haven't been terribly strategic. It's just, friendships and people I've known for a long time, and then you have no idea where they're going to end up. And one of the fun things about being older now is that you can just ride along with the young folks. They're coming up with stuff, and I can get involved, and I don't have to sweat the details in the same way that I did at Foundation 9.
Well, given your background in dev and content creation and your current roles, right, as part of the VC community, do you think you're more empathetic and objective when you're evaluating opportunities, having been on the other side of the table?
Yeah, so I definitely think I'm often nicer in talking to entrepreneurs because I know how hard it is to make stuff and do creative work. And, I suppose everybody has a grumpy meeting, but in general, I try and be, supportive and warm, even if I can't get involved, because the reality is you say no most of the time. Like you only say yes a few of the time. So you're often letting people down. And then, but on the flip side, venture is very, very different than pursuing a publishing deal. And so I've seen from the other, I sit around investment committee at Greycroft and look at all the companies we do. It's fintech and health tech and e-commerce and a bunch of stuff. And there really are some patterns in CEOs that you can see and who are successful CEOs. And so that's a really hard thing to find sometimes in the game industry, is somebody who both has a vision for the product, but can also really focus on scaling a company, because that's really important in venture is do you believe this team can not only make a good game? Like if I'm a publisher, I just need to make money on the game. If you're a venture investor, you need the company to scale and really grow in valuation. So they're slightly different skill sets, and it's hard to find together all the time.
So would you say that as a VC, you'd invest in people more so than ideas, more so than creativity?
Certainly at the seed stage where I invest. So at later stages, like even the A, B, and C round, you have facts. There's data. So like investors really look at facts. You can't. It's hard to have a discussion of, well, the facts aren't so great, but this game is really awesome because we're going to really connect with the Super Smash Brothers community or whatever it is. And to give you an example of where it's difficult for traditional VCs, like a typical, A round in a VC. So you've done a seed round, you've done some work, let's say, And by the time you go for your first, official round, the A round, we're looking for people who are doing about 100K of recurring revenue, not service revenue, not like a one-time deal. And what's challenging is that you might burn through, in the games industry, you may need to burn through your seed, your A, your B, who knows what, before you're actually making real money. So you have to have other signs of traction or risk mitigation that make it of interest to sort of a broader group of VCs. Otherwise, you really can only talk to the much smaller group of investors who focus on games, or, you can augment it with, publishing deals or, platform deals with support from Epic or elsewhere. But, being able to sort of make progress with each round of funding, as opposed to saying, hey, I've done some more stuff. I've got more backgrounds and I've got, look at this explosion or whatnot. Those are that's the difference between pitching a publisher and pitching an investor.
So just to bring this back to today's situation and circumstances, what would you advise entrepreneurs and developers to focus on when approaching VCs, and what do you think the future holds for them? We know that this pandemic has, as resilient as an industry as we are, right? It has affected us, no doubt, right? With so many conference cancellations, and which were really the conduit to small independent developers securing FaceTime with people such as yourselves, right? So what's in the store for them? What would you advise them to do, to focus on, and how would you recommend that they continue to move forward?
So for the seed stage, team formation and hypothesis are the most important things. And I'll look at almost everything that crosses my desk. It's, you really need a warm introduction. Like, you don't want to just send something cold. But when I talk about team formation and hypothesis, almost all of us are looking for a seasoned team, not newbies, doing something they've done before with a slight twist. So, it's unannounced, but I just committed to a real-time strategy company, and the team had led a very famous real-time strategy game. They're bringing some of their other team members together, so they're people who've worked well together. So, for example, one thing I almost always pass on is, hey, we're bringing the band together. We've got a whole group of people. They don't know each other, but they come from Zynga and Facebook and this and that. It all sounds great on paper. If they haven't worked with each other, that's like a quick pass for me. Yes, it's all about risk mitigation. You think that VCs are gunslingers in general. It's risky enough starting a company. You want to take as much risk out of it as possible. And so the hypothesis should play into their experience as people in the games industry and their experience as players. It typically is some version of, I've always played real-time strategy games. I love them. This is what has annoyed me forever. I can't believe nobody's ever done this. It drives me crazy, and I'm going to fix this. And because of this fix, the game is going to be more accessible. It's going to make more money. It's going to whatever it is. And that, that hypothesis will fit their experience base, and their team will fit this genre and whatnot. And so, for example, we're a console team and we really think we can apply our skills to free-to-play games. It's that's not for me, because free-to-play is really hard. And, there are a bunch of skills that they don't have or don't know that they don't have. So there are a bunch of things that, I'll look at. And because actually what people don't realize is the skill set in venture is figuring out how to say no quickly. You don't want to string people along. You can't make an unlimited amount of investment. So you're always looking to triage and figure out, is there any reason to say no to this? And it's brutal to say, because when I was on the other side, that would drive me nuts. But everything really has to be pretty right pretty quickly. And so it's important as a team that's looking for money to have enough self-knowledge and whatnot to know if they don't have a perfect picture, it makes it really hard. And it is just a matter of, thinking through stuff and recruiting really great people that you've worked with before. There is money out there, but it's not for experimentation. It's really for, okay, this sounds really solid, and I understand how they're going to go to market and mitigate as many risks as possible. Is that too much blather?
No. It's great. And I was going to say that it's really great advice, even for other VCs, right, in the business, because a quick no is more helpful to developers, to studios, to entrepreneurs than a prolonged maybe that eventually turns into a no 9 months later. It's not helping anyone.
In any creative endeavor, like, yes is the best answer. A quick no is second best. And you have to be careful with, investors who aren't really familiar with games. Like, you can find somebody who seems somewhat interested, or maybe they're the young associate at a firm who likes games personally, but the firm has never invested in games. You don't want to be the team that they use to smarten up on the field, or, you're their diligence experiment. Like, when somebody's interested, they lean in, and they typically lean in pretty quickly. And if that's not happening, we talked about this, the other day, is your job as an entrepreneur is to move on. It's not to combat all their objections and prove that you're the smartest person in the room. You are looking for people who share your hypothesis and enthusiasm for your thing. And the quicker you move on from the naysayers and the quibblers, the better.
Agreed. Good point. I think we're running out of time. We may have time for a very quick question, a very quick answer, and then for some closing remarks. I wanted to touch on the topic of Hollywood and games, which in my opinion have had this everlasting love-hate relationship, in the sense that we've always dreamt of the perfect movie turning into the perfect game, the best game turning into the best movie, and somehow we've been failing at executing that vision. Do you think that, again, to bring this to today's circumstances, there's an opportunity for games to step in, and for the gaming industry to step in and maybe make that dream happen with Hollywood?
I think it'd be much more successful if it started with the game industry. I think traditionally Hollywood has looked at games as licensing opportunities, or just as business opportunities, and they've cranked stuff out that's generally not great. The challenge with games is IP has typically been that games are mechanics driven first. And so, as much story as there might be, it's hard to develop all the story and character and whatnot out of it. So I think that really doing deep story development, but with the game company, and then perhaps distributing on platforms like Twitch or Epic or Steam or, Xbox or PlayStation, like those native platforms where the gamers already are, will be a fruitful thing to explore. And then, of course, Epic has been doing an amazing job in promoting their tools as a creation engine for movies. And then one final point, if we're running out of time, is that with the pandemic, it shut down all live filming. And so everybody's on the hunt for things that could be made in CG, whether animation or something that feels more like live action. And I think that's a huge opportunity for the game industry to make stuff in game engines that could be output to, linear media.
I like that we're ending our chat on a positive note. And I would say that if we were to learn anything from these incredibly unprecedented times, I would say that we should learn that the future is now, right? We keep thinking about the future. What are we going to do tomorrow? What are we going to do the day after tomorrow? What will our industry look like 5 years from now, 6 months from now, 3 months from now? Got to focus on the now.
Well, the world has changed pretty quickly, and we either need to, adapt to that. I think the other thing we've learned is that entertainment and recreation are really essential to people. They're not optional. It's one of the things that make people happy and in their life. And we should figure out how to respond to that. People love games, and we should do right by them by making great games for them.
100%. Well, thank you, John. Thanks everyone for joining us and for allowing me to indulge in my fun background. If you noticed it, it's the new original IP coming out of Blind Squirrel Games, and I'm very proud of it. So I'm plugging it a little selfless promotion here, but we're very excited about it. Very excited, John, to have reconnected with you and talked about the now, the yesterday, and the future. Amazing.
Awesome. Thank you, Andrea.
Stay
really
safe
appreciate it.
and healthy.
Yep. Thanks. You too. Bye-bye. Cheers.
Bye.
All right. Thank you, John and Andrea. There's the slide here, but we're going to skip that. Andrea is on Slack if you want to talk to her. Now, attendees, you have a few options available to you. If you would like to participate in one of the roundtables, they are starting now. These sessions had signups, and they were first come, first serve. If you signed up, you should have received a Zoom calendar invite, and the Zoom details are actually available as well on the Slack channel official or announcements official. Meanwhile, on the boss stage and the hero stage concurrently, we're going to have an interesting discussion on games and climate change. Let's talk about our upcoming speakers for a minute. We have Alan Gershenfeld of Eline Media. I had the chance to meet Alan for the first time at DICE Las Vegas, the last conference many of us may have attended in person. And he has some very interesting work ongoing. Matthias Norvig of Saibo. Many of you know Saibo because you've played their hit Subway Surfer game on your phone. Petri Päivänen, no explanation needed on what Supercell does. And lastly, Sam Barrett, who runs education and youth programs for United Nations Environment. The session will go for roughly 30 minutes, and then Alan will be available for Q&A.
Great, and welcome to a discussion that we're about to have about how the gaming industry can make a difference on the environment and make a difference on climate change. I think many of us have experienced a fairly tough lockdown over these past few weeks, with games being something that many of us have enjoyed as a way of passing the time and distracting us from the life that we live in right now. But this is a conversation about, can games really make a difference when it comes to themes such as climate change and the environment? And what is the industry doing on this agenda? And what are the ideas that are starting to come through? And I'm really delighted to be here with three really top-end practitioners on this agenda. And I'd like them to introduce themselves so we can begin this discussion. So Alan, if I could go to you first.
Sure, I'm Alan Gershenfeld. I'm the co-founder and president of Eline Media.
Super, thanks Alan, welcome. Matthias?
Matthias Gradel-Norvig. I'm the CEO of Saibo Games, the developer and publisher of Subway Surfers.
Cool, welcome Matthias. And Pietari?
Hey, my name is Pietari Päivänen. I'm lead of special projects at Supercell.
Great, thanks Pietari. And my name's Sam Barrett. I work for the UN at the UN Environment. I have the privilege of working with these three gentlemen on the Playing for the Planet initiative, which is what we've set up to try and really help the industry think about how it can have games that can talk about messages around climate change and the environment, and also start to decarbonize their platforms as well. So it's great to have you three with us on this discussion. I think we've got a really, hopefully interesting set of questions that we want to run through. And Alan, I'm going to come to you first. And I think we've seen how different entertainment genres have taken on these themes, such as whether it's films, whether it's books, you name it. But where is the gaming industry on this? Is it thinking about it but hasn't done anything about it? Or is it starting to move on this agenda?
Well, I actually think the Playing for the Planet Alliance is a great start to get the industry aware and thinking about the environment and climate change. But it's interesting you mention different media formats. When you look back in time at different media that has really moved the needle in terms of the environmental movement, I think it's worth calling a few things out, like the book Silent Spring by Rachel Carson in 1962 in some ways started the environmental movement, and you could draw a direct line to the creation of the EPA in America. I think when you look at even photographs like the Earthrise photograph, William Anders' photograph from space on Apollo 8, kind of raised awareness about a singular planet, an interconnected planet, possibly the most powerful environmental artifact. Then you get to film documentaries like Inconvenient Truth, or more recently, Blue Planet 2 from the BBC, which you can draw a direct line to single-use plastics legislation. So media has played a role for a long time in terms of moving the needle and behavior change in climate. With games, it's interesting. I go back to 1992 in the game industry, and in 91, Civ 1 and Sim Earth actually had climate as core themes. And games are unique. I mean, games are lean forward, not lean back. They're interactive. You get feedback. You have agency. You can explore complex systems. You can do it socially. But there hasn't been a ton. And interestingly, if you take Civilization as an amazing franchise, Civ 6 actually brought it back almost decades later. It was very prescient in Civ 1. You get a lot of post-apocalyptic games that may touch on why we're in a post-apocalyptic, but I wouldn't say the game industry has gone deep from a content level, and I think that's something worth exploring.
Okay, and just building on that, Matthias, Alan was talking about the Civilization franchise of games. What are you seeing that's coming through on this? Are there things that you're impressed with that's catching your attention?
Yeah, I think, Civ 6 is a great example because actually adding pollution as a factor means that all the choices are affected by your choices in the game. I think the games industry has a huge potential and a huge reach in that we can drive a narrative in different ways. I think actually Alan's company has done some games that are very story driven around these messages. I think it's important in the Playing for the Planet Alliance that every company should do what they can or where they are. We have some game makers that are very keen on doing fun and engaging stories, but then actually adding elements, whether it's a kind message in a story-driven game, whether it's a whole narrative, whether it's gameplay choice, whether it's hidden visuals in the background, or whether it's actually a whole game. I see a lot of good things coming. Also, both on social but also on green, we saw Pixelberry doing anti-bullying in one of their storylines. I think you can drive a lot of messages through games like this.
Great, and thanks, Matthias. And Pietari, are you seeing games that are catching your eye on this genre? I know Supercell have thought quite hard on this. So just in gameplay, what are you seeing that's impressing you right now?
I think those that will be really, really impressive ones are still about to come. I think that similarly to any other mainstream entertainment mediums, the environmental themes are rising up more and more, especially in the storytelling and action genres, probably in all others as well. We are, of course, still way younger form of entertainment compared to books and movies and others. So I guess we're still quite much in the starting phase, and I guess now it's more starting from the raising awareness side of things, I'd say.
Yeah. And just building on that, what's giving rise to that? Where is that demand or that new energy coming from? Is it from the people who work in games? Is it the audience that play them? Or is it the new reality that's surrounding us? So what do you think is pushing games to be maybe more conscious about this? Alan, what are you seeing?
Well, I actually think it's coming from all angles. So, the recent climate marches, there were over 4 million youth out on the streets globally. Those are some remarkable numbers, and they're growing. So there is an audience, and you can see it even in the modding community around city skylines or Minecraft or Roblox. You see environmental and climate themed mods, which is interesting, and our medium is kind of unique that way. You'll get fan fiction in some of the movie and TV franchises, but when people are creating mods, they have to immerse themselves in the subject of mod, and that's really powerful. And the tools for making games are becoming more and more democratized. You're seeing middle school kids, high school kids, college kids making games, and a lot of them are starting to have pretty provocative impact themes because an impact generation. I think 41%, Sam, you would probably know, of the global population is under 24, and an incredible number of them are playing games on diverse platforms. So I do think we're seeing it from the audience, but I see it from the developers and publishers as well. Not all of them, but some of them.
Okay, well, thanks, Alan. And Pietari, if I can just come back to you, which is about how Supercell thinks about this. When you are in the studio talking to colleagues and you're thinking about the carbon footprint of your company, where do you see your responsibility stopping and starting? Is it just on your servers, or does it go all the way to your players?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think our sort of like the whole process of becoming carbon neutral first and carbon negative at the end basically started from the employees and their wishes. There started to be more and more questions about sort of like our constant flights to other offices and whether we are actually compensating those and things like that. And then we started the whole process of actually calculating our CO2 footprint. So of course, all the server side and everything we do directly. But then of course, sort of like the 95% of the sort of like a bigger mobile gaming company's footprint, probably at least in our case and in Rovio's and Space Apes case that I know have done the same, actually comes from the player side. So the energy consumption caused by our players playing our games for billions of hours or billions of days yearly. So of course we wanted to take those into consideration as well and compensate those ones as well. But it's pretty hard to draw the line what should be included. Of course, some of those things are already compensated by device manufacturers or operators or other platforms.
And I mean, just two quick questions wrapped into one, which is, I mean, how hard was it for you to calculate the carbon of your players and the use of the games? And for those that might be watching this who have their own studio, how could you help them?
It's not actually that complicated as it might seem in the beginning. I guess the first thing that you should be aware of is that like the whole CO2 emissions calculation, it's not an exact science. You need to realize that there will always be people that can claim that, well, you didn't take this into account, or did you actually consider that these many players are having Android devices in this country and which servers are running there and these kind of things. So I guess my advice to anyone would be that just do it and get started. And I'm sure that all, including Supercell, will be willing to help you guys there, and all the alliance members at least will be happy to help to get you started.
Great, thanks, Pietari. And just to build on that, Pietari's leading some thinking within the Alliance on some best practice and some guidelines about how to do this. So those who want to know more, Pietari is kind of cracking through a bit of a template for folks to think on. Alan, if I can just come back to you, and just about expectations. I mean, people play games because they love the game and they want to just jump out from the lives that they live and have some escapism. Do people want to have this kind of content in a game? And how do you best present it in a way that people engage with it rather than just reject it?
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't think there's one answer. I think in some cases you're making games to make people who are already committed go deeper or learn more or connect to real world behavior change and activism or activity or legislation or personal behavior change. In other cases, you're making broader entertainment that is creating an awareness around an issue and perhaps a stepping stone to future change. So for example, we did a game with an Alaska Native tribe called Never Alone that really explores the Idupiaq community inclusively with the community. People didn't wake up one day and say, I want to learn about the Alaska Native community, but we made an entertaining game. We have close to 4 million players, and that created an awareness of a culture that had been often misrepresented in popular media, and also interestingly and introspecting into people's own cultures. We have a game coming out shortly called Beyond Blue. I mentioned Blue Planet 2, the remarkable BBC documentary. We've inspired by that documentary and partnering with them, we're creating a similar game to really get folks engaged in the ocean. I mean, the ocean is the beating heart of the planet. You look at that Earthrise photo and we are a blue planet. And the ocean's incredibly remarkable. We spend a fortune going to space, but we've barely discovered this incredible world. So our goal with that game is to make it a fun game that people choose to do with their discretionary time, but to get them engaged in just how incredible the ocean is and these explorers, to inspire people to become explorers of this planet. And we have great partners, and you can get engaged with the partners and you can go deeper, but it's more an awareness of the power of the ocean than a deep behavior change focused game. We hope it'll lead to behavior change, but you have to, to care, to act, you have to fall in love with it and care about the ocean. And that's what we're focused on with Beyond Blue.
Thanks, Alan. And I mean, I know, Matthias, you're trying different things in Subway Surfers. I think you've got an axis of different games taking different approaches. One is a deep dive into a certain experience where you can just learn and immerse in a certain environment. Then there are other playables that millions and millions of people love, where integrating such themes might be a bit more challenging. But what have you started to try and do at Cyber?
I think we have a lot of passionate colleagues that all are very, just echoing what Alan Pietari said, that are keen on doing things. It really means a lot for them purpose-wise, that they can do stuff. The challenge then is if you have a game with 100 million MAU, that small changes can be both impactful in a good way, but it can also take away the game experience from players that just liked what it was. So the first change we did was actually to put in environmental messaging in the environment, so the game environment. When you run, currently we're in Iceland for Easter. On our world tour, you have windmills in the background, or you pass windmills. When we were in Austin a couple of months ago, we had solar panels on the rooftops. Those might not seem significant to the deeper story-driven games, but that actually means that 100 million players are seeing windmills and solar panels, and that we hope that will also encourage conversations in families and regions that haven't had that conversation before. We want to do more in terms of both engaging with the player on gameplay modes or having aspects of the game touch upon more deeper narratives. But I think for Subway Surfers specifically, the best we can do is just to bring awareness and start conversations. What we're then doing on the side, we've had green game jams internally, and we've also helped co-lead the partnership, the alliance, on doing a mobile green jam, where 11 companies are now pitching, actually submitted yesterday, a lot of good ideas for what they could do in their already big titles, some of the biggest titles on mobile. Supercell included, and Rovio, Space Ape, and others. Of course, mentioning 3 is not doing justice to the rest of the 8. But basically having a lot of good ideas coming together, where every company, every team has challenged themselves to say, what could we do if we wanted to up it in terms of messaging? What could we do to have an increased green and social impact with our games, even if it's existing and even if it's already hugely successful?
Okay, thanks, Matthias. And just in terms of the green game jams, I think they've shown a lot of promise and a lot of energy from within the studios that people are keen to do. And I just wanted to get a sense, Pietari talked about the energy that you have from colleagues in Finland and other studios, I'm sure. Alan, are you seeing the same in the US, or is this a European thing? Is it a global thing? Do you think the industry is coming to a collective mindset on this, or are you in the alliance more of a fringe bunch of renegades that are pushing an agenda that everyone is saying is somebody else's business?
You know, we're a publisher of commercial social impact games. So folks often reach out to us, and it's global. I mean, we've heard from folks in China and Russia, in the US, and these are developers and publishers. I think on the commercial side, you know, folks are saying, where is there an organic alignment of either game mechanics or things that are fun that can not only not inhibit, but accelerate commercial returns by exploring these issues. And obviously that's the biggest win, when it is organic to the play pattern, to the game mechanics and the business model. And that's hard. I mean, that's what we focus on, is finding that alignment. There are also projects that are not necessarily commercial. They may have very specific goals with very specific people working in, say, refugee camps or in different parts. It's almost games as aid or games as behavior change. And those have a different design methodology. And there are developers and publishers working on that. It's probably a little less relevant to this audience, but some of those are very impactful. And in some of those projects, you get the clues as the play patterns and the sort of where there's fun that can actually then go into the commercial space. But there's definitely interest. But you know, the game industry is hard. It's hard to make games. It's hard to make games that are commercial. So the folks that are really leaning in, I would say, are the early wave. And I think when we get some proof points that it can be commercially successful and that it can also attract talent. A lot of folks at this generation wants to work for companies and wants to work on projects that they feel good about and that are changing the world for the positive. And we are a talent-driven business.
Thanks, Alan. And I mean, Pietari, I'm going to come back to you again, just about the alliance, and just be interested from a Supercell perspective about what have you got from being part of it, and where you'd like it to see it go next.
To grow, of course, that's what I would like to see. No, honestly, I think it's we're talking a lot within Supercell always about impact. What kind of impact like any decision might have, and I guess the same goes to the alliance. It's obvious that with sort of like all the members on board, and we're talking about over 1 billion players globally. So what kind of impact can we actually reach through those players and through this alliance? So it's definitely something where we're way bigger as a group than we would be like each individually working like separately in our own silos doing something that anyone or anyone else would actually know what we're doing. So knowledge sharing and getting the support from others is definitely important. And of course, sort of like us in all the game development, it's all about the creativity, and it all comes down to the designers and developers themselves. And I think the alliance has been like internally for us like a great way and possibility to promote this like important theme internally and get people excited.
That's good. And just about the trade bodies, I'm just curious just to get your take about what do you think the role of the likes of ESA and those kind of groups on this? I mean, should they be supporting this with their members, or is that a different type of representation? I mean, maybe I'll talk to you on that one, Alan.
Yeah, I mean, we've worked very closely with the ESA and the ESA Foundation on a number of different projects. I mean, as a trade group, as a lobby, they represent the game industry, but they also want to highlight where games are improving people's lives, like during the pandemic. But it goes much deeper. In fact, one of the projects we worked on for many years with the ESA was a youth game design competition. And the game design competition, a lot of kids want to make games, and often they want to make games, as we've talked about environmental themes. And the ESA has been a great anchor partner for that. We're actually going to launch soon an international competition, youth game competition, and there's going to be a theme around environment, exploration, and equity. And I expect to get submissions from around the world. And the trade groups have been great partners on programs like that.
Great, thanks, Alan. Okay, and I think as we start to move to the end of this chat, I just wanted to maybe just get your collective wisdom for those that are watching this and just thinking about what does this mean for them. So maybe just put your feet in their shoes and just think about what is a practical and useful piece of advice you could give them about how to begin this journey if they don't know where to begin. And maybe Matthias, we start with you.
Yeah, I think I'm having two thoughts to that question. I think the first one is exactly as we do in the Alliance, is to have the conversation. I think calling for a team meeting or just having an open town hall saying how can we actually have impact? What platform do we have access to? What projects do we have in the pipeline? What can we do as a company? What can we do as a team? I think that conversation and sharing knowledge and even drawing upon the experience of the Alliance already within the first sort of 8 months of operations, I think there's a lot of learnings just from having conversations. What can we do as a team? I think the other point that springs to mind is that when we hire at Cyber, we want diversity. If I have the choice between two equally good, I choose minority. I don't care if it's sex, gender, background, whatever, but I want the ones that we don't have any of already. Likewise, when you make game design choices, if you have the choice between two, choose the social or choose the green version. I'm not saying that you cannot make a game where an aspect of the game is burning down a forest or killing an animal, but if it doesn't drive the story, then perhaps choose the kinder, more social, more green aspect of the game.
Thanks, Matthias. Maybe I'll come to you, Pietari. What would your piece of advice be? You've already given one, so you've got a chance for another one.
Yeah, so if you're still sort of like really in the thinking of the first steps phase, then of course I guess compensating at least your own footprint would be the bare minimal way to start the whole process, and probably that's something that will also get others involved in discussion about the whole thing and communicating about these themes internally. So yeah, that would be definitely the first step. I consider that myself as more as a tax basically nowadays that everyone, just any company should be doing anyways. So.
Great, thanks, Pietari. And Alan, you started with Rachel Carson as like a frame for this discussion. Where do you see, I mean, what piece of worldly advice would you give the sector that are listening and thinking? What's in your mind, Alan?
games are a craft, they're not a commodity, and making great games is an art form. I mean, the individuals and teams that make these games that reach tens, hundreds of millions of people with billions of hours of lean forward interactive entertainment, they're special folks. And, you know, as a former studio head at a game company, finding those folks and retaining them is a great challenge. I think if game companies talk, like Matthias, having a team meeting and seeing who's interested, because you got to be interested, you got to be passionate about it. But I believe that passion is there. It's not everybody, but it's there. And that passion exists within some very talented folks that are either at the top of their craft or emerging to become at the top of their craft. And I think if they and the teams that they put together lean into some of these ideas, we could have a game that is as impactful or more impactful than Silent Spring. I mean, these games reach tens, hundreds of millions of people with immersive game mechanics. And a lot of the game mechanics, like I've been really fascinated by the blend of ancient practices, you know, the farming, the fishing, the collaborative community things that are the essence of lots of games, whether it's Stardew Valley or all of the sort of farming, fishing, crafting games, as well as advanced technology. The most advanced technology blended with the ancient practices, I believe is a powerful alchemy for how we deal with climate change. Games do that really well. There's verbs in all of that. There's game mechanics in all of that. Somebody is going to figure out a game that explores this stuff that reaches tens and hundreds of millions of people. And I'll go even one step further, building in game loops where real world behavior change and mobile check-ins, advancing your virtual characters and worlds is actually building real world behavior change into the game loops. I mean, there's ideas here that can be explored in game jams with talented developers. I believe it's going to happen within the next 10 or 20 years. And I think the game industry can potentially be more impactful than any other medium. And I think we're just trying to build the building blocks and just inspire what's possible right now.
Brilliant. Thanks, Alan. Well, I think that brings us to an end of this. It's been great to listen to all three of your opinions. I think from the UN's perspective, we see the video gaming industry as a transformative platform that can do really remarkable things. And I think there's already people doing truly incredible work in the sector. But we need more people like Alan, like Pietari, and like Matthias in this kind of group so you can learn from each other and bring your best every day. So you're not just making brilliant games that entertain, give fun, new perspectives and ideas, but also think about what legacy they can leave in terms of impact and outcomes as well. So thank you very much for joining this discussion. And for those that do want to join the Playing for the Planet Alliance, do drop me a line and we'd be happy to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Sam, for pulling this all together.
Pleasure.
All right. Well, thank you for the panelists. We actually have Alan here to answer some questions. Let's see if there we go. The miracles of modern technology. Coincidentally, Alan is available to answer questions. Coincidentally, Alan's panelists may all be in Europe, so they possibly might be a little more tired right now. Alan, I first and last met you at DICE Las Vegas in mid-February, courtesy of Bill Anker. Gosh, it's crazy to think it's been more than 2 months have gone by here, much of it operating in the shelter-in-place mode. I'd gone into the meeting a bit blind. All I knew about you is that you were a big heavy hitter from Activision for 7 years as SVP. Can I ask you what led you to move from more commercial endeavors into this very important but very different world of social impact?
Yeah, so when I was running the studio in LA at Activision, Bobby Kotick hired me from the film industry. And when I started to get into games, I realized just how incredibly powerful they were. The things we talked about in this panel, the fact that you have agency, the fact that you make decisions, that you go into problem spaces, you solve challenges individually and collaboratively, you get feedback, you get constant feedback, you level up at whatever the game goals are. That's learning and behavior change. I mean, it's astounding how it aligns with it. And the more that I saw our games just grow and reach the millions and the tens of millions, I realized how unbelievably powerful this medium is. And it's just a given with novels and with movies. And this was back in the 90s, and there was a slight edutainment bubble back then, but I thought it was even deeper than just education and learning. And so I ended up becoming chairman of a nonprofit called Games for Change. And I had a chance to track literally tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars coming from government agencies, foundations, philanthropists, social entrepreneurs, university, actually studying and remarkable projects, many that you've never heard of. And I was starting to see the early signs of the potential, but coming from the Activision side, I realized how hard games are and that it's a craft and you need incredibly talented folks. So with Eline, what we're trying to do is bring the rigor of an Activision as a developer and publisher, but to the impact game space.
Very interesting. And obviously something that we're hoping a good success for. We actually have a question from the audience about AR and VR. And it was actually, does AR and VR have a better chance of delivering climate change awareness and action? Have you thought about the medium by which you would present this information and try and drive change or change in thought?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, every platform, whether it's AR, VR, console, PC, mobile, has affordances and weaknesses when it comes to not just entertainment, but to impact. Yeah. So obviously scale matters. So with VR, you're going to be a little bit limited in scale, but the immersion offer you certain affordances that can be deeply emotional and impactful. A little bit less social and a little bit, with VR, you sort of go inward. And in some ways, that can reduce some impact opportunities, but increase some emotion and immersion activities that can be unbelievably powerful. AR has enormous potential, but totally different. I mean, you look at Pokemon Go and you imagine that type of scale, that type of engagement with impact-focused themes, whatever they may be. And I think they both offer great opportunities for impact, but I think they're very different opportunities. And I think it takes thought to say, what is the right medium, what is the right platform, and not necessarily just jump in without doing that thought. And also, when people do impact projects, rarely do they do landscape and opportunity analysis, where they look at all the other people who've attempted this. And like I say, lots of universities, lots of philanthropies are funding this stuff. And even if they're not high profile, there's clues with all of these platforms and mediums as to what's working and what's not.
Speaking of Pokemon Go, Niantic definitely put together an event in Oakland to try and create some sort of social impact. So certainly groups are doing this individually, but perhaps tied to the Alliance. Is the Alliance limited only to game developers and publishers? What about service providers, ad companies, and others who want to be interested, want to be involved in something like this?
Yeah, it's a great question. I defer that to Sam, who is probably asleep in Kenya right now. I wouldn't, we've discussed that. Initially, it's developers and publishers. We've talked about expanding it out. I think Sam's doing a great job of curating folks that really are passionate about the mission and passionate and open to sharing all their best practices. I would say there's an openness to anybody actively involved in the game industry, and I encourage them to reach out to Sam directly and engage.
Great. Well, Alan will be available here. He's in the different channels. I think what we're going to do is move to a bit of a sponsor loop, but also let you guys grab some food if you haven't had a chance to do so. I've been being messaged by a few folks that they're trying to shovel down some food very quickly before the 1 o'clock. Again, thank you very much for this, and we're going to move to a bit of a break here.
Thanks, Michael.
Thanks so much.
Jam City is the creative powerhouse behind some of the most popular, top-grossing games in the world.
We have a track record of delivering big IPs into this really accessible mobile format.
Being in a gaming company really gives you the opportunity to grow in directions that you probably never foresaw. Let's say you are a computer scientist, but you could very well sit next to a graphic designer.
I think what I love about Jam City is it's a perfect balance between creativity and technology, and it's currently just in its infancy.
Every once in a while, a teammate will send me a post from someone who was playing our game during a tough time, and it's our game that got them through.
It comes down to always thinking about the player experience, to focus on the magic and the measure. Our product next week has to always be better than the week before.
The world will be revolutionized more over the next 10 years than any in modern history. The whole mobile gaming space is growing. A mobile game can generate more revenue than the biggest blockbuster movie that's out there.
I play Cookie Jam.
My apologies.
Very different.
Hello, Cookie Jam people. I'm the king of Cookie Jam. I play Cookie Jam everywhere.
The term begins soon.
The gratification in this, anyone can be an interior designer in this game.
Baby Pandas. Hand Pop is my favorite game to play in my downtime.
This game was actually built off of love. Oh.
Disney Emoji Blitz.
It's a wonderful social game. It is very fun. We're out here giving out jewels and gems to the fans.
Jam City is the creative powerhouse behind some of the most popular, top-grossing games in the world. Gaming is the most interactive form of storytelling. It's at the cutting edge of entertainment. We're home to the most talented artists and creators in the world. They create universes with art, design, and storytelling that are fun for everyone. It comes down to always thinking about the player experience, to focus on the magic and the measure. At Jam City, our product next week has to always be better than the week before. Jam City is the creative powerhouse behind some of the most popular, top-grossing games in the world.
We have a track record of delivering big IPs into this really accessible mobile format.
Being in a gaming company really gives you the opportunity to grow in directions that you probably never foresaw. Let's say you are a computer scientist, but you could very well sit next to a graphic designer.
I think what I love about Jam City is it's a perfect balance between creativity and technology, and it's currently just in its infancy.
Every once in a while, a teammate will send me a post from someone who was playing our game during a tough time, and it's our game that got them through.
It comes down to always thinking about the player experience, to focus on the magic and the measure. Our product next week has to always be better than the week before.
The world will be revolutionized more over the next 10 years than any in modern history. The whole mobile gaming space is growing. A mobile game can generate more revenue than the biggest blockbuster movie that's out there.
I play Cookie Jam.
My apologies.
Very different.
Hello, Cookie Jam people.
I'm the king of Cookie Jam. I play Cookie Jam everywhere.
The term begins soon.
The gratification in this, anyone can be an interior designer in this game.
Baby Pandas. Panda Pop is my favorite game to play in my downtime.
This game was actually built off of love. Oh.
Disney Emoji Blitz.
Wonderful social game.
It is very fun.
We're out here giving out jewels and gems to the fans.
Jam City is the creative powerhouse behind some of the most popular, top-grossing games in the world. Gaming is the most interactive form of storytelling. It's at the cutting edge of entertainment. We're home to the most talented artists and creators in the world. They create universes with art, design, and storytelling that are fun for everyone. It comes down to always thinking about the player experience, to focus on the magic and the measure. At Jam City, our product next week has to always be better than the week before. Jam City is the creative powerhouse behind some of the most popular, top-grossing games in the world.
We have a track record of delivering big IPs into this really accessible mobile format.
Being in a gaming company really gives you the opportunity to grow in directions that you probably never foresaw. Let's say you are a computer scientist, but you could very well sit next to a graphic designer.
I think what I love about Jam City is it's a perfect balance between creativity and technology, and it's currently just in its infancy.
Every once in a while, a teammate will send me a post from someone who was playing our game during a tough time, and it's our game that got them through.
It comes down to always thinking about the player experience, to focus on the magic and the measure. Our product next week has to always be better than the week before.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I'm Dean Takahashi, the lead writer for GamesBeat at VentureBeat. I'd like to mention that if you're watching us on Twitch, you can easily make donations to Take This, Girls Who Code, and Stack Up. We've fixed a little bug there, and this is courtesy of our friends at Stream Elements and Jeff Grimm. And also look in the announcements channel in Slack for instructions on watching our content from 4:30 p.m. onward in Oculus venues, and then for watching the reception in Hero Live from 5:30 onward. Now I would like to introduce Javier Ferreira, co-CEO of Scopely, and Michael Metzger of Drake Star Partners for Fireside Chat. I would note that Scopely announced this morning that it is acquiring Pure Play, the game studio that made Scrabble Go. So thank you.
Welcome to the session, How to Succeed in Free-to-Play, Compete with Yourself, with Scopely co-CEO Javier Ferreira, and I'm Michael Metzger. I'm a partner at Drake Star Partners, a global media and technology investment bank. Javier, what's your role at Scopely?
Well, as you said, I'm the kind of co-CEO, which means that I wear a lot of kind of different hats. Ultimately, I see my kind of core responsibility making the company kind of successful. So my focus is on making sure that we have the right strategy as a company, both at the kind of macro level and really understanding what's going on in the industry, but also at the kind of micro level, which for me means making sure that we have kind of good and intelligent kind of strategies on every single kind of project and every single thing that we are doing. We think of the company as a kind of collection of kind of game teams, each going after its own kind of set of goals, and ensuring that every single one of those game teams is set up for success is a key part of kind of my focus. I would also say that I'm very focused on talent, making sure that we have the best talent possible at the company, and that of course that talent kind of remains happy and kind of motivated. We believe free-to-play continues to be a very talent-driven ecosystem, and it's a key kind of focus for us as a leadership team and one of our kind of key cultural tenets. On top of that, certainly, also very focused on making, as we grow and as we scale, and as your ability to touch different or individual kind of products becomes kind of more constrained just by the scale of the whole organization. Very focused on what I call the kind of operating system, which is the collection of our processes, behaviors, culture, organization, and talent, and making sure that that's an operating system that is becoming smarter and more intelligent every day, and delivering bigger and better outcomes across our whole kind of global organization. So that's a kind of key area of investment for me. And I would say finally, making sure that the organization is, to use a kind of word, happier, which means that we are continuously, delivering not just kind of better business and kind of better player outcomes, but also better employee outcomes, and that this is an ecosystem, Scopely, that feels, like a really kind of great and happy place to work at. So I would say that those are the kind of main pillars of my focus.
That's awesome. Great. According to App Annie, Scopely is now a top 5 US mobile publisher. What does that mean in regard to scale, revenue, people, kind of a brief overview?
Yeah, I mean, we are over 800 people kind of now at Scopely. In terms of scale, we have grown tremendously over the last kind of 12 months. We think of kind of our growth as driven by 3 fundamental kind of drivers: our growth of our live services, then launching kind of new games, and also a kind of execution of our M&A strategy. And so on a kind of live services, we've seen tremendous and very successful growth over the last 12 months. Star Trek now is one of the kind of biggest games in the kind of strategy category, and very excited about where that product is today, but more importantly, where it's headed. We launched that game in December of 2018, and it has grown every quarter since then, and I think we'll have the biggest month ever in the history of the game this month. That's a game that is well over $150 million kind of run rate, and going into kind of $200 million run rate, $200 million a year kind of run rate. So very excited about where that product is going. We've also seen significant kind of growth on our Dice franchise, Yahtzee Dice. And that's a game that we launched in 2011. So it's kind of getting close to its 10-year anniversary. And again, it's a product that's going to have its kind of biggest year in 2020. It's off to a great start, and we're seeing also some kind of significant kind of growth both on the audience and on the kind of monetization side of things. So very excited about the state of our kind of live businesses. On top of that, we have a really exciting slate of products that we are kind of planning to launch over the next 12 to 24 months across multiple kind of genres and categories, and that we think is going to be a kind of significant driver of our future growth. We launched Scrabble very recently, about a month ago, beginning of March. And that game is off to a great start. We're very encouraged by what we're seeing. The game has over 2.5 million daily active users today, and continues to grow. And we think we can make that one of the kind of biggest games in terms of audience in the whole kind of ecosystem. And we're just seeing kind of
what do you expect for the game? What do you expect for the game for the rest of the year, and what do you think made that game successful so far?
For Scrabble?
Yeah, Scrabble Go.
Yeah, I think the game, the success of the game is built on kind of 2 fundamental kind of attributes. One is incredible kind of incredible retention. We're seeing a retention curve that is as I said, some kind of pretty crazy numbers in terms of day 1, but more importantly, kind of day 7, day 30. And that is allowing us to build a really kind of healthy audience. So that's the kind of first driver of the success of that business. And the second one is the social nature of the experience. We are seeing a lot of kind of players bringing in the kind of social network into the game, either through kind of Facebook social graph, also through kind of SMS and the address book. And those users that come into the game with that kind of with contacts and with friends already in the game are then on top of the kind of incredible retention that the game has, delivering even kind of higher kind of retention KPIs. And of course, that's also kind of organically increasing the audience of the game. So I would say that those are the kind of two biggest drivers of the success today. As we think about the rest of the year for Scrabble, as I said before, we think we can kind of meaningfully grow the audience over the next kind of 12 months, and that's going to be a key focus for us. We really want to build a thriving kind of ecosystem of players in the multiple millions of kind of daily active users. And then we have what I think is one of the most exciting kind of feature and product roadmaps in the company, and an incredible kind of set of people and set of studios working on that. that I think are going to evolve the experience pretty meaningfully over the next 12 months and grow the retention, but also the monetization, KPIs, and ultimately the LTV of the game. So we think we're going to be on the offensive on that game for the next kind of 12 months, and we expect significant growth.
That's great. So we named the session "How to Succeed in Free-to-Play Mobile." What's your recipe? How is Scopely different? And how can companies succeed?
Yeah. Look, I think first of all, I would say that I'm not sure we think of ourselves as a successful kind of games company. We are very happy with kind of what we've achieved, and I think we found incredible kind of market traction. But we are certainly very far from still kind of being the company that we want to become. We are on a kind of journey to hopefully become the leading free-to-play company in the West. I think we're still far from that, but I think on the right trajectory. So we are humble, very ambitious at the same time, but humble as to kind of where we are, and in a kind of constant kind of journey of growth and learning across the org, right? So that's the kind of first thing I would say in terms of how we think of ourselves today. In terms of being successful in free-to-play games, it's clear that there's not a kind of winner-takes-it-all kind of strategy. I think you see different kind of companies find different levels of success with very different strategies, from some companies that are really focused on one game to companies that are focused on kind of hyper-casual, on a kind of ecosystem and a network of games. So I would say that there's not a single kind of strategy. I can tell you that on our side, we've kind of built a company based on a number of kind of key pillars. First, I would start with a kind of studio ecosystem and how we've thought about developing games. And then the games industry, generally, there's been this kind of focus on internal studios and kind of owning your kind of development capabilities. On our side, we've been much more focused on talent and making sure that we could partner with the right talent to make the kind of games that we want to make. And that is, I would say, pretty similar, for example, to how the movie industry thinks about that. You never think about Disney or Warner or Sony just kind of working with their own kind of internal talent. They kind of look out for the best kind of people to go after the opportunities that they're interested in. And so we've always been kind of very talent oriented when it comes to our studio ecosystem. Of course, in many cases, that means that we are working with our own kind of internal studios, and we have a thriving kind of ecosystem of internal studios, building a lot of the, some of the most successful games. But we've always been oriented towards working with a diverse set of kind of talent that was kind of best suited to go after an RPG opportunity or a strategy opportunity or a kind of casual game opportunity, which requires kind of very different kind of DNA. So I think that's been one of the kind of biggest drivers for success, and that has allowed us to have a hit rate that is, I think, significantly higher than the rest of the industry, and has allowed us to become probably the one of the few, if not the only kind of company in the West that has organically kind of grown successful kind of products across casual, RPG, and strategy. So a strategy around kind of studios is certainly one of our kind of key pillars.
What's roughly the mix of your internal studio and the third-party studios you're working with?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we don't think of kind of first party and third party. I know that's a kind of typical industry nomenclature, but what we're really kind of focused on building game teams, whether that's the Star Trek game team or whether that's the WWE game team or the Looney Tunes game team, and that is kind of our focus, and that team operates in a kind of vertical manner, really focus on that outcome. And then, we bring in kind of talent that in some cases is fully, people that are employed by Scopely. In some other cases, by talent that's working at a different company. But ultimately, we want our teams to kind of operate as fully integrated, fully vertical, kind of one team type of kind of mentality. And so we have a lot of kind of teams that are fully staffed by Scopely employees, whether that's Scrabble or Dice franchise or Star Trek. And then we also have kind of games where a couple of companies are kind of partnering on delivering that outcome, whether that's Looney Tunes or WWE. I would say that today it's probably kind of 60% of our kind of ecosystem is internal studios, and about kind of 40 made up of game teams that are kind of made up of internal kind of Scopely employees, as well as kind of employees from other studios across the world.
Okay, that sounds great. So you recently closed a $400 million financing, I believe, in 2 tranches at a $1.9 billion valuation earmarked for M&A, and you recently acquired Fox Next.
Yeah.
Why did you acquire Fox Next? Which portions of Fox Next did you keep? Which one haven't you? And what was the rationale?
Yeah, I mean, Fox Next had a number of kind of studios in its kind of ecosystem. Some of those studios did not come with the kind of acquisition, and that's already kind of been reported. And of the kind of studios that came with the acquisition, we've said that we are going to kind of divest of kind of Call Iron, which is the studio based up in San Francisco, because we think there's potentially a kind of better home for that studio, given the kind of focus on more kind of AAA kind of console, PC, rather than the focus on mobile. And so our focus really has been on the kind of LA studio. Why were we really excited around the LA studio? I would say there were a number of things that were very attractive to us. First was obviously Marvel Strike Force, which is an incredible kind of business. It's done kind of over $180 million just in 2019, and it's grown, I think, now in 8 kind of consecutive quarters since its launch. And again, just like Star Trek, is on an amazing trajectory right now, and will have its kind of biggest month ever in April. And the thing about that business, those are kind of some kind of revenue numbers, but the most exciting thing about that business is that it is built around an incredible kind of long-term retention curve. And we're talking about not just the 30, by the way, not just 180 days, but really kind of the 365. You see the kind of behavior of the players that kind of join that game when it launched, and you see the behavior a year later, and it's just incredible how the level of kind of engagement and monetization has stayed incredibly kind of constant. And so, we believe that those are the kind of businesses that become extremely durable. We think of these businesses as kind of 10-year kind of opportunities, and when you have a retention curve like that, we believe that we can kind of really systematically kind of grow LTV. And build a phenomenal kind of business for the years to come. So that's the kind of first thing, the business of kind of Marvel Strike Force and the underlying kind of KPIs that drive that business. Second was, the talent. We have always kind of built the company around bringing in people into the company. And we have been very deliberate about bringing kind of different DNA from multiple kind of schools of gaming, if you want to call them that. We are a company that, as I said before, is trying to kind of, change every one of our ideas with better ones as quickly as possible. And we are trying to learn faster than competitors. I believe that if we learn faster than our competition, we will eventually always win. And key to that is kind of bringing in talent and DNA that can help us do that. And in kind of Fox Next, we saw a group of kind of game makers that have been working together for many, many years, that have a deep kind of passion for making AAA, deep kind of mobile free-to-play experiences. and we felt that they could bring a lot of interesting DNA to our company that we think could make us better, not just today, but for the kind of the years to come. So that was the kind of second kind of driver, and I would say for sure the third driver is also the kind of things that they are working on and they're going to be working on in the future. Obviously, it's kind of publicly known that it's an avatar game, and we are excited about where that product is headed, and we believe that's a kind of huge opportunity. Big IP focus for the Walt Disney Company for the many years to come. Strategic bet for them, and we think we can build a really exciting player base around that game, and do something kind of not just very creatively really ambitious, but also very large from a kind of business perspective. And we believe that that's also a studio that, given its kind of gaming talent and kind of DNA, it's going to build some kind of phenomenal games at Scopely in the many years to come. So those were the kind of main kind of things that attracted us to kind of Fox Next, and why we did the deal.
Great. So you still have a good amount of money, specifically with a second tranche earmarked for M&A. Yeah. What's on the M&A roadmap, and what kind of deals should we expect this year?
Yeah, I mean, we continue to kind of be very active in that space, and we are looking at many different types of kind of companies and many different types of partnerships. We have been kind of doing M&A prior to Fox Next through the acquisition of some of the studios that we work with, and we will continue to kind of do that at the kind of larger scale. I guess we are looking for companies that are kind of complementary to our culture and can enhance it, and that kind of really want to kind of be on this journey that we're on. So that's the kind of first thing that's kind of key for us. I think the second thing is, as I said before, we are really interested in long-term durable businesses. And so we have an affinity towards very strong kind of retention curves, long-term retention curves, and high kind of DAU games. Those are what we believe will kind of deliver kind of long-term upside. We're not trying to kind of buy companies for today. We're trying to kind of buy companies and teams that can kind of grow with us for the many years to come. So high audience, strong retention, kind of key for us. And I would say that as we think about our portfolio, right now we have an incredible kind of business on the kind of RPG strategy and what we call kind of social PvP side with kind of Scrabble and Yahtzee, and we probably, if not the biggest, one of the kind of biggest US based developer or studio publisher in each one of those categories. I think we are excited about kind of growing our business on the casual and kind of puzzle side of things. So we're certainly paying a lot of attention to that part of the business, and excited about kind of meeting teams who are doing kind of leading work in that space. So that's a little bit how we're thinking about it. And as I said, continue to be very active and continue to speak to a lot of companies.
Great. You mentioned high retention numbers several times. What would be what numbers for, I don't know, D70, D30, even D180 do you consider kind of good numbers?
Yeah, I think we think of kind of retention in a kind of number of ways. Traditionally, in the kind of free-play games industry, people have talked about D1 or D7 or D30, and certainly, for a game like Scrabble, we would be looking at a 60% kind of D1 and close to 20% kind of D30. But I think more and more kind of we are focused not so much on the kind of funnel kind of metrics, but on the durability of that kind of audience. I'll give you an example. On Walking Dead, that's a game that did not have on an aggregate basis an incredible kind of D30 retention, but what it did have was people that kind of made it to kind of D7 and certainly D30 had incredible kind of low kind of churn rates, and those were audiences that were engaged, with the game for many kind of months and years. So we are looking not just at the top of the funnel and how that kind of curve evolves, over the first kind of 30 or 180 days, but more importantly, at what is the level of kind of engagement, what we call kind of regularity, how many people are turning these games into the daily habits, and it is playing daily that we identify as the key driver of kind of long-term retention. And then what is the kind of churn rate of those players, and how do we operate our games both from a product, from a kind of marketing and kind of community and kind of customer support side of things to continuously increase that regularity, increase the number of kind of players that are kind of playing daily, and reduce the kind of churn rate of that kind of core user base. So that's really what we are focused on when we think about audience growth and retention.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to the phenomenal growth. Certainly very exciting to have, highly successful mobile gaming companies here in the LA ecosystem. So that's awesome. And thank you for joining us for the session.
Yeah, Michael, thank you. Thanks for your time. And I look forward to kind of catching up with the whole kind of GamesBeat community soon.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Javier.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, several questions here. Maybe we start with your peer play acquisition, the co-creator of Scrabble Go. I think it was announced very recently. What can you share about it?
Yeah, we announced today that we acquired Peer Play. This is a team that we have been working on for the last 3 years on Scrabble, and obviously we're having a kind of great outcome with that product so far. And it's basically a kind of continuation of our kind of deep partnership with them. It's the type of deals and deal structures that we're kind of putting in place with some of the studios that we work with, where as we kind of go to market and build a successful kind of business, we like to kind of integrate even further and bring them into the kind of Scopely ecosystem. So it's I think a great development for us on the Scopely side, a great development for the Peer Play team, and we'll be working with them on Scrabble and kind of new projects moving forward.
Great. We call the session Compete with Yourself. How do you have a balance between rewarding your teams for success and competing against each other, while at the same time you talked about a one-team perspective within the various teams?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I always say that particularly to kind of our leaders, including all the kind of game GMs, the kind of true product that we're all working on is called Scopely, and that's the kind of product that we all should be focused on, and that's obviously a kind of product and a vision that unifies us all. So that's, I think, on the kind of cultural side, keeping that orientation and that motivation for our teams. At the kind of operational side, we stay very, very far away from having teams compete with each other. These are very kind of long-term businesses, and there's nothing to be gained by having a kind of short-term focus or by looking across the side to see who's doing more or who's doing less at any one particular time. We empower teams to kind of own their P&Ls. We empower teams to own their resources. And to own the kind of marketing budgets so that there's no kind of inherent competition for any resources. And then we support them, as they go along this kind of long journey. So both have development and live operations. And assess each one of them individually, not just in the context of the kind of portfolio. We think that's the kind of healthy way of building a kind of portfolio business. Then different kind of people and different kind of teams, obviously achieving different levels of success, and there's nothing wrong with recognizing and celebrating that. But certainly in terms of how we operate and access to resources, each game team is very independent and controls their own destiny. And I think that's an important kind of cultural tenet for us. I think you're on mute, Michael.
Sorry. Can you share some specifics on a few of the critical activities? Do you learn faster than your competitors? How does rapid testing, is that a key component? Consumer insights, what is different?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the kind of advantages that I think we have, and increasingly so, is that we have a really kind of rich and varied ecosystem of product KPIs, kind of all the games that we have in the market, and a lot of kind of features going into market across multiple games, and not just multiple games, but multiple genres. And so when we think about understanding kind of the long-term drivers of the business, we can look at not just one game, but a kind of really rich kind of portfolio of games. And I think that has kind of allowed us to develop maybe kind of more sophisticated, and to your point, a faster kind of vision of how do you build long-term successful businesses. And by the way, that has, we've also kind of learned not just from our successes, but also from some of the hiccups and kind of challenges that we've had along the way. So I think that one of the kind of first things is the access to a lot of kind of product KPIs, a lot of consumer KPIs, as I said, across casual, strategy, and RPG. And I think that has made us learn faster than maybe other companies kind of out there. And as I said, I think the second one is we have now kind of 8 games that are kind of fully live, and with very kind of rich and aggressive roadmaps coming to market on a kind of monthly basis. A lot of features that we're releasing, and again, there we can learn very fast in terms of what is working, what sometimes is not, and then we can kind of make sure that what is working makes it into more of our games, and what is not doesn't, right? So I think that's another kind of area that has allowed us to optimize our product development kind of roadmaps, perhaps again faster than our competitors.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Javier and Michael. I appreciate the talk.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now I'm going to introduce Brian Bowman. He's the CEO of Consumer Acquisition. Brian is a veteran on the GamesBeat stage, and he's always got some incisive commentary when it comes to making very tough subjects understandable. He's going to talk for about 16, 17 minutes, and then go on with a live Q&A on stage. He's also going to appear in a Q&A speaker room. So here's Brian Bowman.
Hi, my name is Brian Bowman. I'm the founder and CEO of Consumer Acquisition. Today, we're going to talk about why the control video is so hard to beat with Facebook advertising. We hope you enjoy this session. We are a 7-year-old tech-enabled marketing services company with over $3 billion in paid social spend managed for both mobile apps, mobile games, and performance advertisers. We offer 3 standalone solutions. One is our creative studio, where we produce videos and images at scale. Second, we offer fully managed user acquisition services, where we'll do media buying on Facebook and Google. Last, we offer a platform for doing self-service buying on Facebook and Google. We believe what we're doing is very unique on the creative side, and we are both a Facebook and Google creative and ad tech partner. We're fortunate to have Mike Merrill as our creative director. He joined us from Disney Feature Animation. He has built a team of 2D and 3D storytellers. All of our editors are internal. We do not freelance any of the work that we're doing. We have seen that Facebook and Google are focused on driving the automation of user acquisition and simplifying and leveling the playing field between advertisers, big and small, through artificial intelligence. As UA is being automated, creative has become the unique differentiator for success. The challenge is it's really hard to beat the control video. Off to the right is a client with over 73 million in spend. The vertical axis is how much was spent per video. The horizontal axis is how many videos were tested for that client. As you can see, there's a vast majority of ads that fail. And fail means it did not outperform the best video in the portfolio. As a result, if you run it, you lose money. The math is roughly 1 out of 20 concepts, or about a 5% success rate or 95% failure rate. It's very difficult to beat the control video in Facebook creative testing. Just as a bit of context, we have done well over 10,000 A/B and multivariate tests. The insights we've drawn are specific to these scenarios and not a representation of how all Facebook testing performs on their platform. In cases, it's valuable to have old creative that retains learning to seamlessly A/B test without obstructing ad delivery. We have not tested this beyond the above verticals: gaming, e-commerce, entertainment, automotive, direct-to-consumer, and financial services. And we're sharing with you what we have found about our testing process and why we're doing it. To properly test creative on Facebook, the platform would like you to exit the learning phase. Off to the left is what it would require in the case of a game to reach statistical significance. If you assume you want to reach 95% stat sig, you have a 1% purchase rate, you will need at least 100 purchases. And if your cost per purchase is around $200, every piece of creative you run will cost you $20,000. Most of our clients can't afford that, so we've put together an inexpensive solution. We call it growth hacking creative testing using IPM, impressions per install. We can get to 95% stat sig, but we can do it for either $200 domestically or $20 internationally. Obviously, we didn't test hot dog dogs. We replaced the image here just to hide who the advertiser was. In November and December of 2019, we had produced 60 videos for our client. Now, statistically, we should have walked away with several winners. But in this example, all of the videos that we produced failed to outperform and beat the control video. Off to the right are the starting IPM values for this AA test. We decided to see if the way that we were testing had a flaw in it. We took the winning video, we cloned it 4 times, and we added a black pixel somewhere in the frame. The goal was to force Facebook to give it a new hash ID, and therefore we can compare the children and the primary video to see how they performed and were they similar. What you can see is the winning video, the dog in blue on the far right, lost to a child its exact clone by almost 150%. So that didn't make a bunch of sense to us, so we kept doing some testing. Again, off to the right, you see the initial starting IPM values. This was our aha moment after doing many tests. The dog in blue is a game, and off to the right are 5 gameplay videos that are visually very different from the control, the winning video. You'll notice on the right, the IPM, the initial starting value, is very low, 0 to 2%. However, the control had an IPM of 8. So why is that? What we came to realize is that in Facebook split testing, the creative always maintains its creative history. In essence, it's giving it an advantage with our IPM testing when you are not allowing all of the ads to get out of the learning phase and get into the optimized phase. It also appears, based on the tests that we have been doing, that Facebook can group together visually similar ideas that are close to the control, but a bit different. And it will give them a similar starting IPM value. That's the graph in the middle. However, when new creative is very different from the control, it doesn't share history, and the IPMs start much lower. That's the graph on the far right. It requires more time and more money to warm up these new ideas. So let's walk through some of the scenarios and how we test creative now. We currently break our testing into 3 unique phases. In the first phase, we do IPM testing, impressions per install. We create a split test on Facebook, usually using between 3 to 5 creatives, always running with mobile app install bidding. Because of this new process, we never put the control video inside of that split test. We want to make sure that the spend is evenly spread across the test creatives, so one doesn't have an advantage over the other. We normally put between $200 to $400 per ad if you are running in English-speaking countries, Tier 1, or if you're looking to save money, you can run $20 to $40 per ad in India. Now, the targeting, we try to really restrict things so that we can normalize what's going to come out of the IPM test. As you can imagine, Facebook Audience Network has a very different click-through rate than does the newsfeed. So, and iOS or Android have very different click-through rates. So normally we will choose either iOS or Android, run it only in the Facebook newsfeed using a 10% lookalike audience. We will choose a seed audience for that lookalike that is normally the past 90 days installers or the past 90-day payers. Point is to try and get some intent going. That'll give us an audience reach somewhere around the neighborhood of 20 million users. If you're using India, we highly recommend that you use broad targeting, but filter it for English speakers only. And we would encourage you to explore other countries with inexpensive CPMs. The goal here is to try and drive install volume to around 100 installs. If it's a very expensive, high CPM scenario, you can generate less, you will have less of a confidence at the end. And so below are a few of the number breakdowns. 100 installs for 70% confidence, 160 installs for 80% confidence, or 270 installs should give you roughly 90% confidence. What we like to do is run with a lifetime budget in the US or a Tier 1 country between $500 to $1,000 to get that 70% confidence. Or if you're in India, you can lower it pretty dramatically to $20 or $100, depending on the amount of confidence that you're looking for. What's fascinating is that we have found very little difference between the US and India in the relative separation of IPMs, meaning even with cultural sensitivities and humor being different, we have found that running tests, creative tests, in India produce valid results. The goal of this is to take the one or two winners from this phase, the IPM phase, out to the second phase and kill the rest. Basically, don't waste money prior to testing for ROAS. So this is the IPM phase. Next, we'll go into the initial ROAS. So we'll take those one or two winners from the phase 1 IPM test, and then we'll run them using Facebook's AEO or VO bidding methodology. So app event optimization or value optimization. The structure that we're using is we'll create a brand new campaign. We're going to keep that challenger away from the control until it has the ability to exit the learning phase. The goal is you don't want those two to compete when the challenger has not reached statistical significance. So we'll run one ad set with the IPM winners from phase 1. We'll keep a new campaign for the new IPM winners for other rounds of testing. Targeting, we'll use the US, bring that back to a 10% payer lookalike audience, run it with auto placement, either on Android or iOS. Again, feel free to explore other countries, for example, South Africa, if the cost of CPMs are lower, but the monetization rate is similar. You can reduce your overall testing budgets. So the lifetime budget, if you're running in the US, is between $1,000 and $3,000 to give you a valid test to determine not only can that high IPM ad produce good clicks, but will it also monetize? This will take you to the third and final phase. This is where you really want to see, will those ads scale and will they produce sustained long-term values? We use campaign budget optimization, CBO. We create a new ad set and we roll them out to target the audiences that have produced good results for the control video. The new ad set for creative winners from the different testing rounds, right? From test 1 to test 2, and now moving it into test 3, keeping them isolated so that the control and the champion don't mix. However, once the challenger has exited the learning phase and it has proven itself to be a good potential new champion, that's when you can start mixing the two. So with all of this hard work, we ran into a couple of challenges with some interesting results. Every time we failed, we would send the creative team in a different direction and had them running around trying to uncover new ideas. Oftentimes, we were producing poor results, telling them that things had failed when in fact they did win. When we went back and retested, 17% of the time, the creatives that we threw away actually did beat the control when the control was eliminated from the test. Financially, it produced a 29% lift in overall return on ad spend, and it helped the creative team pull back those new ideas to test them once more. In the case of new creatives, we are now seeing in the neighborhood of 10 to 15% success rate with this new testing methodology. So well above consistently the 5% success rate or 95% failure rate that we have seen in the past. The result of that is a blended net lift on average of 21% in ROAS. Well, now that you know our suggestions for how to test creative, we frequently get asked the question, how many creatives do you need based on the media spend? So we put together this chart. It ranges from $75,000 a month in Facebook or Google spend all the way up to $2 million. You'll see this name, we call it a creative point. All videos are not treated the same. Some videos are very difficult to do, like rigged 2D character animation, while others are simply just a headline change. So depending on the complexity of the work, you'll see that you'll need more or less creative to go through the system. The next question we're always asked is, how do we internal go about optimizing our creative? What is our process? So we always begin with a creative audit. We'd like to understand what's working for an advertiser, what's failing, and why. We certainly want to go into green fields and try new ideas. We don't want to repeat the same successes or the same failures. We always do a competitor audit, and we'll talk about that on the next screen. We then do a deep dive on the assets. What's new? What are new levels? What are themes? What's coming out that's important to the client? If player profiles or personas are available, we'll ingest them and we'll take all 4 of those elements and put together a creative strategy. From that creative strategy, individual creative briefs are written, and then once launched, we let the data drive the decision. Regardless of how you start doing your creative testing, it is important to know that your competitors are failing at 95% too. We like to think of using Sensor Tower's creative research capabilities along with Facebook ad library and look for new trends, things that are going on right now that's hot and different, like connect the dots or puzzles or influencer videos. We then take those themes and we put on top of them the assets from the advertiser. From there, we then take and try and create this portfolio of new ideas. And if you think of it this way, if you can take the best ideas from your competitors, it provides you with an endless supply of tested concepts. And the last thing is a show special. So we would like to help make working from home a little bit easier. Our ad rules, creative research, trends, and competitive benchmarks, along with our full Facebook and Google media buying platform, is now free until July 31st. Thank you very much for the time. We hope you've enjoyed the talk. If I can answer any questions, please feel free to email me, brian@consumeracquisition.com. Thank you very much.
All righty. Let's see, can you enable my camera again?
Can I?
No, I'm talking to our stage people. There we go. All righty. Well, thank you, Brian. Let's see, I think you guys should become an animation company instead. That was a pretty good video. Anyway, we got some questions here already loaded. What is your three-phase creative testing process? Is it working only for gaming apps or for more than that?
It's a good question. It works for games, certainly, but it also works with, let's see, financial services. We've done a bunch on the entertainment app side. It really doesn't matter what the app is, as long as you take into account how it monetizes and you factor in whether it's ads-based or purchase-based, the process will work.
Mm-hmm. And do you change your creative, do you change your testing process if your app monetizes with ads versus in-app purchases?
Yeah, we do. We cut out the second and third phase if it's an ad-based game, because you're not shooting for ROAS, you're kind of shooting for longevity in the app or time of someone getting engaged or the number of ads that they're viewing. So it's a slightly different criteria, which means you can further lower the creative testing cost. Again, think 85 to 95% of the time you're going to fail. So a vast majority of creative that you work on that you think is awesome gets thrown on the cutting room floor and tossed away. So you want to come up with a process that allows you to move as fast as you can, so you're not overly investing in ideas before the kind of wisdom of crowds have proven that to be successful.
And do you offer managed service in addition to creative services?
We do. So managed service, self-service, and creative service. And someone's typing in the Slack window there. The two services that are free, we have unlocked all creative research. So there's 500,000 competitor videos that are indexable and searchable based on genre. We've also tied that in with competitive benchmarks. So you have literally a full complement of CPI, CPM, ROAS, cost per subscriber, builds, all of those types of things. So it's fully broken down and it's free. And then the last thing is, because everyone's kind of stuck working from home, we've just unlocked the entire platform. So you have full Facebook and Google ad building for free through the end of July.
A familiar guy here, Mark Skaggs. Do you work only with apps, or do you work in other areas too? Services, products, sales?
Yeah, good question. So it's apps and lead gen. To carve out what we don't do, we're not doing the SKU-based kind of e-commerce world. It's things that are Facebook to an app install or Facebook to the web for the purposes of some transaction.
Mm-hmm. And another one, remind us of the free services until the end of July?
That's what I just went through.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I was looking at the other. On the self-serve UA buying side, what level of UA expertise is needed to really optimize it? Can it be used effectively by non-experts?
I think if he's asking about, Patrick, are you asking about the self-service tool, or are you talking about something else? Because if it's the self-service tool, it's immediate to an advanced person. Yeah, if you're looking for something that's simple, I think native tools for both Facebook and Google can more than service your needs. Until you crack about $50,000 a month in spend, you really don't need external help. When you get above that level, that's when the kind of nuances of advanced reporting and the ability to mix creative faster becomes much more important.
Okay, any more questions? I've got some more as well. So in your video, you mentioned that Facebook may be able to group similar looking ads. Can you explain a bit more what that means?
Yeah, it's a good question. And to be clear, it's opaque, right? We don't know what we don't know. We can't pierce inside of Facebook or Google's algorithm. So we can only run tests and infer what's going on. So our analysis shows that they're doing some form of machine learning on similar. So that's why we put hot dog dogs, right? Because dogs are similar to dogs. When you mix that against gameplay, the learning algorithm couldn't mix the visuals together. So it's quite fascinating. If it's similar, it inherits the starting value of what it is similar to. So if it's a good ad, it inherits a good value. If it's a poor ad, it inherits the poor value. Net, you're never really getting a true fresh read if the objective is to level the playing field and kind of take it on a pure A/B test.
And let's see, here's a fresh one. Does anything compare to Start or Poke Up compared to Facebook or Google as platforms to be active on for tested?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand that question, Sam. If you could ask it a little bit differently, I can try it.
And here's another one. In the meantime, does it inherit from your similar ads or any similar ads?
So, Mark, I think that is tied to whatever ad has exited the learning phase, i.e., it's reached statistical significance, and therefore Facebook is confident in its attributes. So it's kind of, it appears, right? I don't know, it appears that it's sharing those attributes with other ads. At least that's our experience. So there's a negative and a positive. Here's a positive. If you come up with variations of the current ad, it will be influenced based on the primary ad. If you come up with brand new concepts, you have to let those things bake longer so that the algorithm has time to give them more data so that it's confident what it's doing.
He's got another one there. You see that?
Does it inherit from your ads or any similar ads? So it's in your account, meaning yes, Mark. It's only ads that are in your account. And in fact, it's actually not just the account, it's tied to the app itself. So it levels up. So if you have 20 or 50 ad accounts running, it's smart enough to look across all of those accounts and find a similar hash ID for that video.
And Sam is asking again, keep testing on Google and Facebook only, or are you trying other platforms?
So, a lot of our clients are in the high 6, mid 7 figures per month in spend. About 85% of their spend, even when they're in the 7 to 10 million range per month, is Facebook and Google, with a small fraction of that going into things like Unity, AppLovin, Chartboost, Bungle, other kind of mobile ad networks. So our focus is on those two. We will branch out into Apple search ads just because it's easy, but it's a little outside of the kind of core creative work we're doing. We are also thinking about TikTok, just the demographic. One other thing I just wanted to push on a bit was this idea of creative trends. I think if you used App Annie or Sensor Tower or Facebook Ads Library, and you look across a broad array of genres, you're able to find out visually what trends are going on. You can then take those trends, pluck them out, and put them into your assets or current events to make them more interesting to be used by your team in particular. The challenge we have found is that on the creative side, to use the best ad of a competitor, it's not a UA function and it's not a design function. It feels like a sociology function. So the two teams really speak fundamentally different languages. So we're trying to come up with some tools and some processes to help them do what they do well without having to learn each other's vocabulary.
Another one from Mark. Some people think Reddit is a black hole for ad spend. Do you agree?
We're not spending on Reddit, so I don't know.
Here's one for me. So once you have an IPM winner, do you launch that winner in the campaign and ad set where the challenger lives immediately? If not, then why?
Yeah, that's a good question. What we have found happen, if you take an IPM winner against, we'll call it the gladiator, the champion, one of two things happen. The gladiator immediately kills the challenger, or the challenger immediately kills the champion, which could be the worst scenario if the challenger is weaker than the champion. Really, the best way of doing it is to keep them isolated, let them both build up enough, or the challenger to build up creative history. Then you can mix the two. But until it has enough history, they really should be kept separate.
And Sam said, you said India is a relative good comparable for testing creative for the US?
Yeah, I was super surprised by that. It was something that a client was doing. It turns out, we were testing between $200 to $1,000 an ad. You can take that down to about $20. I thought jokes in the US would be different than jokes in India. The specific thing that we figured out is if you do India with English targeting, it really behaves similarly, though the IPMs will be substantially higher, but the relative separation between IPMs will be consistent. So you can get away with 1/10 of the cost and speed up the testing by doing it that way.
I bet your creative team is a little relieved. I mean, at first they think they have a 5% success rate, and now it's 5 to 17%. So how are they coming up with new ideas?
Yeah, that was Mike, our creative director. He's the one that called BS on the results. He's like, it's not possible. Our ads are better. They're fantastic. Like, something you're doing wrong is in testing. Mm-hmm. So it really is a function of two things: not being wed to the creative, because vast majority is going to fail. And two, coming up with an inexpensive testing process so that you can iterate very rapidly with brand new concepts. The new concept part is hard, and that's where I encourage folks listening to check out Sensor Tower or App Annie or Facebook Ads Library. Look at what their competitors are doing in companies that they like, and try and leverage those trends and steal those good ideas, because you'll find them replicated very broadly across the Facebook ecosystem.
All right, well, thank you very much, Brian. Brian is now going to go into a speaker Q&A room in Zoom, and you can find the location for the boss stage in the announcements section in Slack. So thank you, Brian.
Thank you for the time, guys.
Yeah. And now I'd like to introduce Rob Dyer, the Chief Operating Officer at Capcom, and Mike Vorhaus of Vorhaus Advisors for a fireside chat. These gentlemen are veterans of many gaming wars, and they're intimately familiar with the business cycles of console introductions. And
Dean, that's just a very, very clever way of saying we're really old.
I didn't say that. You can't put that on me. All right.
And I was going to focus on that exact issue. So how's it been going, Dean?
You got me back. It's been going good.
Yeah. Well, let's make sure. Let's have everybody give Dean a round of applause. Go in the chat room.
Oh, thanks very much.
Dean and the whole team.
But I only hear 2 people clapping right now, so I don't know if I'm really doing a good job or not.
Go in the chat room, clap away, everybody. Dean deserves it. I mean, he's pulled off so much more than any other virtual conference.
Amazing.
All right, thank you. I'm going to get out of here for good.
Great group of attendees. I'm going to call out some names here and there. Mark Friedler, how are ya? Okay, so OG. I thought it was time to finally get to the dictionary. So this is what OG is: exceptional, authentic, old school.
Yes.
Now, I might add, in your case, Rob, you're also young looking, deeply experienced, and an old friend of mine. So tell us a little bit about your years in the game industry.
I could spend a lot of time on that alone. So I started back in 1994 with Crystal Dynamics. I was employee number 36. I had the opportunity to work with some amazing folks back then: Evan Wells, Glenn Schofield, Richard Lamarchon, Mark Cerny, Amy Hennig, to name a few. Stuck around there long enough to end up running the studio for a bit, and we sold Crystal to IDOS in 1998. And I stayed on there and ran North America for IDOS. And I think about early 1999, mid 1999, Mike, you and I met. We brought you on for your first project in video games when we were doing a brand study on Tomb Raider. It was the first time we'd been introduced.
And you introduced me to Laura Croft. Don't forget that.
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt about it.
Very nice. She was very nice.
Yes, she was a very nice lady. Girl. Stayed at IDOS, left there in 2004, and went to go work for Crave Interactive SVG Distribution. Basically, I've worked in just about every portion of this industry, from developer to publisher to distributor. Stayed at Crave. We sold Crave to another distributor. And I left there and went to go work for a platform and started working with Jack Tretton at PlayStation, where I headed up third party from 2008 to the end of 2011. So about 4 years. Worked with some great people there as well. Pete Dilley, Jack was an awesome guy to work with, learned a ton, and got to understand the insides of what it was like to work at a platform. Left there and went to go work for Zynga because I wanted to learn about this whole free-to-play deal and figure out what was happening in that world and see what Mr. Pincus was doing. And I went to work for John Schappert, was working with Steve Chang and a number of really, really good folks there that were running some very big properties. Learned a ton about free-to-play, learned a ton about what it meant to get games on Facebook. Started their third-party publishing business. Lasted for a couple of years when they decided to pivot hard, get out of canvas games and get very focused on mobile. Left there, went to become a contractor, tried to do a startup. For all of you out there that have done startups or are doing startups, I applaud you. I've realized how freaking hard it is to do, particularly raising money. It's not something that I was very good at. And then I had the opportunity to get back into mainstream gaming again. And now I'm working at Capcom as their chief operating officer here in North America. And it's a fantastic opportunity, working with some really, really good people there.
Outstanding. So focusing on the consoles and the upcoming transition, let's look backwards a little bit. And why don't you mention some of the really big IP? You mentioned Tomb Raider. Mention for us kind of over time through the various transitions, some of the bigger IP that you've worked on.
Sure. So all the way back in our Crystal Dynamics days, we had some really interesting stuff. Crash and Burn was for the original 3DO. Legacy of Kain was one of the first titles to come out on PlayStation, the original PlayStation. Moving on to IDOS, we had Tomb Raider, we had Deus Ex, we had Thief, we had, those of you that can remember, Daikatana from Ion Storm with John Romero. We had Hitman, we had Time Splitters, that was one of the original launch titles for PlayStation 2. It was actually a factory for original IP, which was a great way to learn, but also very, very difficult. So that was originally at IDOS. Even at Crave, we did the first poker game that came out on PS2 and eventually PS3 as well.
Now, wait a minute. I believe there was another game that you came out with around about the time poker game.
Are you referring to the Bible game, Mike?
The Bible game.
The Bible game. We also did a lot of interesting. We did Crayola crayons. We did some very lower tier IP that we were aiming for singles and doubles. But our poker game was a big home run for us. It did very, very well.
Well, I think in the case of the Bible game, you were shooting for the moon.
We were trying to go for that Walmart customer in a big way. That was something that we spent a lot of time on, and it was very successful at Walmart, I might add. Very successful.
No royalties.
Oh, no royalties, none whatsoever. It was my Sundays that we were able to give healthy amounts there at the box. When I went to PlayStation, I was able to work with the third parties and spent a lot of time with them on best how to launch Grand Theft Auto on PS3, what we were going to do with Madden and how to make it bigger, make EA Sports a bigger play, what we did with getting Activision teed up to become getting Call of Duty as one of the launch titles and a big title, getting the exclusivity for maps on PS4, which is a big, big play. But learn how to make those big deals and what it took to have longevity on a platform. We learned what we shouldn't do on PS3, and we're able to put that and get that ready for PS4. And now being at Capcom, working with Res Evil, Street Fighter, Monster Hunter, just some phenomenal IP. that we're looking at what we're going to be doing for the next gen as well.
So we're going to take a break here and look at a bunch of top secret video that you've smuggled out of Capcom. No, I think you'll have to wait for the virtual E3 for that to happen.
I think you will, sir.
Let's go back a couple of transitions, at least PlayStation 2 to 3 to 4. What are some of the key factors you would boil down, first of all, from a hardware point of view, that are really what drove their success in kind of each transition? And then we'll talk about software after hardware.
Sure. So look, everybody's well aware of the next best feature trend that you're going to have. Way back when we were going from PlayStation to PlayStation 2, it was what media you were on, can you stream, how easy was it going to be to develop, what kind of development environment, what were the engines you were going to have. It was really about making it easy for the developer to get the games done at the lowest possible price, knowing that you're going to have much bigger media, much more storage, and so to fill that up, you're going to be putting in a ton more assets in order to make the game more interesting. You are going to make it more lifelike, more photorealistic. It was going to be all these big worlds that were never-ending versus the games that we had when we were on 3DO or even PlayStation. They were very limited. Every cycle trend has had a new media that's come along. So that's one of the big things, the big selling point. What also was a big selling point is, look, when they launched PlayStation and Sony got it right away, was they had great content. They had the must-have games that said, look, I got to go play Toshinden. I got to go play Tekken. These were phenomenal opportunities to get games that you just couldn't play before on a SNES. You didn't have that opportunity to play on a Sega Saturn for that matter. It was a bigger deal with what PlayStation had, particularly with that content. And they understood that by having more games. And for instance, when Nintendo would launch, they would have a game or big game that you really wanted, but having a good cadence for the amount of content you were going to get. And that was a big deal for getting people fired up about owning that platform. And they've done that very consistently on both PlayStation, and you've seen Microsoft mirror that on what they've done, particularly once they got past the original Xbox, with each one of these having a very solid cadence of both original and games that people knew about, but they were going to have new features that were going to make them a bigger deal on that next-gen platform.
Okay, let's talk a little bit then about the upcoming transition to, I'm sure someone will get mad at me for this, to which I'm going to just call the PlayStation 5 cycle, just to make it, since they've created a nice, easy numerology for me, unlike Xbox. So hardware, and then I want to come back in all cases to software. What are going to be some potential, what will consumers really want? What's going to be important going to that next level of console from the point of view of people buying the hardware?
So a very wise man, Ken Kutaragi, said it, the first 1 million units is really easy to sell. It's the units after that, it gets very difficult. What he meant by that was, you're going to have price, you can price it at whatever in order to get that first 1 million units. But if you want to have something that's going to be effective into that transition, you have to have it priced so that you start getting into more of a mass and getting that consumer to buy into that. So price will be very important. And we saw how not to do it. Again, dating myself, going back to the 3DO, which became, for your alma mater, Mike, a Harvard Business study, where they talked about what they did wrong. Price was incorrect. They didn't have enough hardware. And that's another thing that's going to be very important. Are they going to have both PlayStation and Microsoft? Are they going to have enough hardware when they launch in order to sustain people going to the store? And assuming we're still going to be able to go to the stores, ordering online or however you want to put it, are you going to have enough not only for a North American launch, as we're talking about here, but a worldwide launch? And that's what both companies are going to be looking to do, is have content for that worldwide launch. That's going to be very, very important for them. So
I want to come back a little, go ahead.
Like I say, so price, key, quantity of hardware, very key. And then again, you're going to have that killer app or that killer game that's going to make you want to buy it, to own it, to have something. So whether it was Halo on the second Xbox, whether it was Grand Theft Auto on PlayStation 3, when that finally came out, it was a much bigger deal. Tomb Raider on PlayStation 2. Those were the things that really started to differentiate those exclusives. And look, that's what, if you look at both PlayStation, Microsoft, and Nintendo for that matter, they've done a great job of having internal studios that will provide them with exclusive content that you're only going to be able to get on that particular platform. As we know, for third parties, it's very difficult to do a game that's exclusive. You might have something that's a timed exclusive for a period of time, which is what Activision's done with their maps and how they've done that. They did it first on the Xbox 360, and then we were able to get it on PlayStation, on PS4. But again, those to me are the big three that you have to have: price, quantity of hardware, and meaningful killer app content.
You know, all the research that I've done over a couple of transition cycles, price is just so important, and I think the industry kind of forgets about it. But data release, low price early release. I mean, it's simple, but it's made a difference.
Well, look, and to your point, Mike, the day of release. Look, we don't know what the release dates are going to be yet for Series X or for PS5. But if we go back in history, those that were the first out tended to be much more successful. So it's going to be very interesting to see when both these guys announce, you know, is it going to be day and date? Are they going to be within a week? But if you get away from that, for instance, if you remember when PS2 was launched versus the Xbox, it was a very different, it was too much of a window between the two. And that really was something that Xbox could never make up for in that differentiation. So you're absolutely right. I think timing is of the essence, and you don't want to give the other guy too big of a window there.
You know, I think PlayStation was a little cocky because of PS2 when they came out with PS3.
No question.
If they had dropped the Blu-ray and therefore dropped the price by $50 to $100, it would have made things different. Xbox 3 against 360.
Oh, definitely. Look, a PS3, yes. Look, and they made a lot of mistakes. Price, quantity of hardware. They had a certain arrogance about them. I joined in. I can talk directly to that. We had, we were terrible about how we handled our third-party relations. It was, we had to revamp that, change how we were going to handle our publishers. The team there at Xbox did a great job of getting indie publishers to back them, to make sure that they had these exclusives with Activision on the map packs. They did a much better job of having their friend lists on there. So when you went to sign up to go play online, and you could find your friends much easier than when we had on PlayStation Network, which was at the time not very good. So yes, so we've seen these mistakes. And then when you look at what happened on PS4, Sony didn't repeat those. We were able to get out of our way. Price was right. Quantity of hardware was there. We treated indies with love and respect. And that's not something that happened with Microsoft. And it was a very different story there. So it's going to be very interesting. I think people are going to look, both platforms have very smart people there. They remember history. And I don't think they're going to make those mistakes. I think it's going to be more about who has the price, who has the content, and when is that content going to be hitting? That to me is what's going to help differentiate these platforms.
Yeah, and I think these management teams are not only experienced, but I think they've witnessed being cocky and being in denial. I think they're going into this one, you know, full open mind. I mean, some people would have predicted 5 years ago there wouldn't even be a console cycle at this point. Let's talk about the software going forward for this next cycle. I mean, how is it going to be? I mean, I know you can't tell me what are going to be the great games that you've heard under NDA that might be coming out for one or the other, but I'm interested. Do you think we're going to see, is there going to be genre differences? Will there be any games coming out with absolutely no disc? Will the download capability and discovery and organization and capacity, will that be a big deal because it'll all be download? Any change in software prices or pricing?
So D, all the above. I think you've hit on a lot of things that are going to be relevant for this next gen. I think look, what's always happened at transitions is that you have this is the best time to introduce new IP. This is a big deal for bringing something to market that is going to be new and different, that not only the publisher can get behind, but the platform can get behind. That's a big deal. And I think that if you're going to bet on a platform transition, a couple things, and I can speak a tremendous amount of experience. When we were at Crystal Dynamics, we spent a lot of time making that mistake of picking the wrong platform. We first bet on 3DO, really bad move. Next, we bet on Sega Saturn, another really bad move. And then we finally, oh, gee, this PlayStation thing might work. We finally bet on that. And by that time, we'd shot a lot of our bullets. We'd spent a ton of money on betting on the wrong pony. And we were doing ports. And it wasn't until we finally got Legacy of Kain out that we had an original that resonated with the PlayStation player. So whatever you're going to do, that you're going to make something different about your game, whether it's how it's delivery, whether it's a genre-defining opportunity, a different game mechanic, a revisit of a story, any game that you're going to be doing on this, and even if it's a known genre, a known IP, you're going to have to do something to put lipstick on it and make it stand out, particularly when it launches. Because there's going to be a lot of people coming out with a lot of money on this, particularly from the first parties, in order to get your games out there. But I would really make sure that you're going to have enough hardware out there to sustain. So one of the big mistakes we made at IDOS, we had a game called Time Splitters. This was from the team that did GoldenEye way back in the day. Ex-Rare guys, paid a lot of money. And we got the game out almost day and date when the hardware came out. Our biggest mistake, though, was that there wasn't enough hardware. So it took PS2, as successful as it was, quite a while to get an install base. And we're out there trying to get our attach rates up. And it was very, very difficult. It was really hard. So it's something you have to be very keenly aware of, that you need to have that install base to support what you're trying to do.
You made a lot of really important points there. I want to underscore when we were talking about pricing and availability of hardware, and you said it's a hard environment. It's even harder because the phone's only getting better.
Yep.
And the PC is having the time of its life.
No better time to be on PC.
Yeah, I mean,
no
PC games, again, who would have said that 5 or 10 years ago?
No kidding.
PC games are, other than Alex St. John, if he was listening, he'd appreciate that.
Yeah.
Now, of course, those are expensive rigs, but you want a brand new, gamer PC, and you want a brand new console. Now you're spending, $4,000 to $5,000. There's a lot of basic economic issues at play here. Do you see anything at all in this next transition of a non-gaming environment, or more of a Twitch-like environment? And how important do any of these things, other than AAA games, going to matter in what I'm calling the PS5 cycle?
Well, you hit something early before, Mike, when you're talking about how are we going to be set aside. It's going to be all about discovery. And the challenges that anybody has, whether you're a big publisher and you can spend a lot of money, or smaller guys that are just digital downloads, is how do they find me? And that's the hardest challenge you have, both on Steam. It's very difficult on the Switch right now. It's very difficult getting your game found. And so how are you going to incorporate Twitch? How are you going to incorporate having influencers working with you, getting your game noticed, getting your game played, found? And that, to me, it's not going to get any easier. It's not going to be cheaper, because Twitch is trying to figure out ways how to make money. YouTube's looking at ways to make more money. So that's, to me, is going to become even more relevant. It's already very relevant right now, but it's going to be even more relevant as people try to find your game.
You mentioned 3DO and one of the Sega platforms. Is it safe to assume that we are not going to see any more people trying to make a new specialized console. I mean, Julie Ehrman is a brilliant, wonderful person, and I would have loved for Ouya to be more successful. Sure. Andy Kleiman is a wonderful, brilliant person. I would have liked Wonder to be. I mean, that just is done, right? No one's going to try this again, right?
Man, I would think so. But, again, it's those that fail to look at history are doomed to repeat it. So look, what I learned, again, having worked at PlayStation, is just how freaking expensive it is to launch a platform. And this is not for the faint of heart. And I think that if you look at what Google's trying to do right now, they're learning that lesson. If you look at what other people are rumored to be doing stuff out there, whether it's Amazon or Facebook or whomever, this is not for this is for the rich. You're not going to have somebody that comes in there. And look, when we were with PlayStation 3 and the cost that we had because we were doing our own chip fabs at Sony, it nearly put them out of business. The cost of doing that, it was unbelievably expensive. It was a huge mistake. So you even see these big companies partnering with people because they can't do it all themselves. So I would like to say, yes, Mike, I agree with you, but you just never know, because somebody might come along and say, hey, you know what, I can do a better job. There's other bells and whistles I can do. But building the box is just the very first step. It's all the steps after that. And what you'll find with the big publishers is going back to one of the first things I said, is you have to make sure you're going to have an install base that's going to be worth me putting my time and effort, my resources in developing for that platform. And that's some of the challenge that you're having with right now with some of the streaming guys is, are you going to be getting everybody's content to come to Google, to come to, if Amazon does it, to come to Facebook, because are they going to have a big enough install base?
Cross-platform capability going to be a big deal this cycle?
Huge. And I'll toot my own horn for a second. When I was at PlayStation, we did a deal with Valve back in the day that allowed cross-play on, I'll never forget working with Mr. Lynch on getting the ability to play PC and PlayStation. It was a big, big deal. And then I left and Sony shut that down. And so I have questioned why, what the thinking was. They wanted to have a walled garden. That was a description that I always heard and fought against. But I'm in Phil Spencer's camp, and I'm with our friends at Epic, and I'm with the Steam guys. I want to see cross-play. And I think that the publishers that have had the wherewithal to go back to PlayStation and tell them, hey guys, let's have cross-play. We need to do that. I think it's going to build the ecosystem. It's not, forget the walled garden. Let's let everybody play across this, find our friends, and I think it helps everyone.
I feel like it's just you and me, but we've got well over 100 people. So, and Gregory Milliken's with us, Mark Friedler, Zach Ness, new friend of mine. Just a little hugging and pretending we're at a physical conference, right? Shanti,
exactly.
New,
high-fiving,
Shanti. Yeah, Mark Vella, esports. Great, Jamil's here. How does he do everything he does? Bernard, do you think Bernard's actually listening to us?
No, never.
He's at least multitasking.
No, of course he is. He's got 3 things going on in the background.
Brian Busquez, David Gardner. If David was here in person, he'd go home with more deals. He couldn't. He'd have to check an extra suitcase. How many people be giving him pitches?
This is true.
Hey, will there be a COVID impact on release dates?
So here's what I find interesting, and this is, again, when I was working at PlayStation, it was 08 to 2011, and it was during the financial downturn. It was just all kinds of headwinds. People were predicting doom and gloom for the industry, and that was just not the case. That was when I first started hearing the staycation, and people were not going on their trips to Disney World or whatever, but they were spending money on games and they were spending money on consoles. We didn't have a problem ever when I was there of selling enough hardware. That was never a problem, and it was $399. This is not an inexpensive box. So I don't see. I still say the challenge is going to be enough hardware to meet demand. And if I'm Nintendo, Katie barred the door. If they can get the hardware out there, this is going to be a big, big Christmas for them, because that is a sweet spot at the price, and if they can get enough hardware there. But that to me is where people are going to spend money versus going on vacation.
Christmas is still important, huh? And I don't mean that religiously. I mean, with all the post-Christmas spend. So they got to have these totally in the retail pipeline by November 1.
Yes.
They better not have any supply chain problems right now.
That is correct.
Okay, we got a couple of quick questions. I know where Dean's going to hook us. Any big issues one of our colleagues asks where the whole industry needs to rally around and speak clearly with one voice right now on the top of your mind today?
Like I said, I think cross-play and what you said before is a big deal. Look, I think there are still—
How about privacy?
Yes, let me tell you another thing that I think is a big thing to rally around is discovery. If I'm a smaller publisher right now, it's really hard to get my, I'm putting my heart and soul, my lifeblood into this thing. I want people to find my game, and it's a challenge. It's really hard.
AI, ML, VR discovery. I think I did that all with initials. Okay, so PS3, PS4, not different enough according to this colleague of ours. With this generation, I would imagine the differences would be even harder for a consumer to spot and see. Are these PS5 gen? I've started something. These PS5 gen consoles maybe less must-have.
No, look, I think what you're going to see is that—
And what makes them must-have, and then we're done.
Content. Content is what's going to sell these, and I think the game makers, and from what I've seen, these games are going to blow people's minds. And I'm excited for the announcements, and I'm excited to see what's coming up. I honestly don't know what's all out there, but believe me, there's going to be some great stuff, and that's what's going to make these must-have.
Well, we're really glad to have you, Rob. I suspect you're a great tennis player based on the large number of rackets, but apparently you're not doing too well at Capcom because it doesn't look like you bought a racket in 50 years.
No, it's not. This is true. This is all just for show.
Everyone send a new modern racket to Rob. Thanks for being part of Dean's racket.
Be good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Always entertaining there. Wow, we have a lot of people in our Slack racket right now. We have 593 people in there. Some of them causing trouble, like Mark Rain. Yeah, it's nice to see some people upgrading for that privilege. Anyway, thank you guys. We're gonna have this quick pop-up poll related to this talk here. So will PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series X be more popular? So let's see what people say here. Our instant poll. All right.
Oh, panelists can't vote.
We can't vote, darn.
Ian, you're going to put in multiple votes, I think.
I can see if I can slant this. Oh, here's the result. PlayStation 5 at 59%, Xbox Series X at 33%, and not sure at 7%. So 7% of the people are going to stick with their PCs, I guess. But very good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Dean. It's great.
All right.
Keep it up.
And now I'd like to introduce our next panel here. It's about early stage investing. It includes David Gardner of London Venture Partners, Gregory Milken of March Capital Partners, Shanti Burgell of Transcend Fund, and it's moderated by David Chang of Juno Capital Partners.
Hi, welcome to What to Expect in Early Stage Fundraising. I'm your moderator, David Chang. I just joined Juno Capital Partners. We are a strategic advisory business, and we are currently in the process of raising a 400 million growth stage fund. I'm joined by three panelists today who are very, very experienced in what they do, and I'd like to allow them to introduce themselves now.
Hi, I'm David Gardner. I'm a general partner at London Venture Partners, LVP. We have a games-focused fund. Some of you may be familiar with some of our early investments like Supercell, Unity, Playfish, Natural Motion, and we have about 33 investments across our 3 funds at the moment.
Gregory?
Hello, I'm Gregory Melkin, a managing partner at March Capital Partners. We focus on early stage and growth investing, and my focus area is on the gaming industry, particularly focused on seed and Series A's companies. I've been doing this for the last 6 years and have made over a dozen investments in the gaming space.
Great, and Shanti?
Hi, my name is Shanti Vergel. I've been in the games industry for about closing in on 30 years now, but I just started a brand new seed stage fund focusing on early stage investments, following up on some of the earlier work that I'd done as an angel investor. So it's a $50 million fund focused on seed stage companies. We have just started in March of 2020.
That's great. So look, let's address the elephant in the room, or the virtual elephant in the virtual room. How's the business going? I mean, we're not physically together, and I assume that the current situation has affected your businesses in some context. So I'd like to put it out there and say, like, has the COVID-19 situation slowed things down, changed things in your business? Maybe we'll start with David.
Sure. Look, I think the honest answer is it's too soon to tell. I can tell the story both ways. Hey, we do believe gaming has been positively impacted because there are more gamers now, more people playing games. A lot of public companies have reported that their revenues are up. In our portfolio, we've seen companies that have shipping products getting a lot more traction. People are online playing, and I think overall that's great. But I think there are kind of two sides of the story. I mean, we have to think about the life stage and life cycle of our investments. And new investments today, we're trying to think about, okay, what happens in 12 to 24 months when they might be needing to raise their next series of funding? Is that funding going to be out there? What will the conditions be? And a lot of the other investors are not specialty games investors. They are general funds. What's their situation going to be like? And I think that's when we're more cautious, more nervous. And so what we've been saying is that we're absolutely, of course, still investing. We've just announced some investments earlier this week. And what we're seeing, I think, is that deals we've been involved with and we've already started, we've followed through on the commitment, but the standard for new deals is higher. And so instead of maybe funding 1% to 2% of things that we see, I'd say it's 1% to 0.5%.
Okay, that makes sense. Gregory?
Very similar to what David said. In terms of looking at new investments, there are some things that were in the process before we went into lockdown. So definitely proceeding aggressively with those and finishing the diligence. Anything new that we're looking at, I agree there is a higher bar. And a lot of that is driven by the fact that we can't meet in person. A lot of what we do in venture, we evaluate teams, and not being able to meet a team in person and evaluate them and be in the same room, it's difficult to then make that investment decision. So we're still doing all the same diligence and looking at new deals, but there's sort of this higher bar, and how do we evaluate someone through a video call and come to that investment decision, which is making things more difficult.
I got it. Shanti, are you seeing changes in your operations?
Yeah, I mean, I think the world has changed, to be sure. I mean, for us, we're a brand new fund, and we just announced our first investment. We're going to be announcing more in the coming weeks. But sure, the climate has changed, and that changes the way that we operate. It hasn't dampened, my personal enthusiasm for the kind of the opportunity. I think games, as David said, have seen kind of an uplift, ironically, from kind of the situation. Kind of everybody being in lockdown creates more time for people to spend on entertainment, it turns out. And so, I think March, the numbers for both revenue and engagement were up. I think engagement will be up for as long as we're all kind of stuck like this. I think the question then becomes, the uncertainty in the world economy, I think, drives kind of the revenue potential into kind of questionable territory. And so we have to see what happens for the numbers for April and beyond. But I think the long-term prospects for games remain super solid. And so kind of, I think, as David mentioned, the view of the longer term, the later stage investors rather, has an impact on how we think. But like I'm hopeful that like kind of games will turn out to be the stars in some of their portfolios, and so they will kind of return to the space with newfound enthusiasm.
Yeah, let's stay with you, Ashanti, because I think Gregory brought up a really interesting point in that he, feels that the in-person meeting is super important, right? That physical aspect of it. What are your thoughts there? I've seen a lot of people sort of the opinions sort of in a broad spectrum here. So,
yeah, I think like new situations create new kind of challenges, new opportunities. I think there's been a lot written, particularly in Silicon Valley where I live, around kind of what makes for a good seed stage pitch, what makes for a good late stage pitch, like how to go in and like kind of win the day when it comes to like working with kind of big Sandhill Road funds, and a lot of that had to do with the in-person kind of chemistry of that kind of moment, and I think that's still true. On the other hand, like I think there will be, kind of people who are able to kind of rise to the current situation, and like they present well on Zoom calls. I don't know exactly, but like I don't think we're going to stop doing investments. I mean, I'm certainly not. And like I have the benefit of having been in the industry for a long time, and so I know a lot of the folks who are starting companies now, and so perhaps I don't need to meet with them in person for the first time because I already know them. That said, like we have kind of a commitment in place right now that hasn't been announced with some folks that we kind of didn't have that kind of long-term relationship with, and so I think it is totally possible, but it is, as some of the other panelists have mentioned, kind of a new bar and perhaps a higher bar. But I do think there are some folks who will be able to manage through this situation quite cleanly.
Yeah, look, I think it's actually really interesting in the fact that look, we're all in games. And games are, or we're in interactive video games essentially, right? And they're all virtual, but we all still find that there's still a human component to this that is important. And whether or not we discount that or not, I just think it's interesting that, like, if anybody should be able to close deals in a virtual environment, I think it should be the games industry. I don't know. David, do you have thoughts on that?
Look, we just signed a term sheet with a team in California, completely virtual. And what we did was far more reference checking than maybe we might have. You'd come out if you'd met them in person and spent time with them, you'd sort of already have your feeling inside that, okay, this is a trustworthy team, they know what they're doing, et cetera, et cetera. But now you have to, and maybe that's actually better because frankly, reference checking often is far better. So ironically, we may end up making better decisions by having to be virtual.
Yeah, I wonder if the situation is really going to cause a lot of people to rethink how they do business, and I think this is sort of one aspect of it where we're thinking about what has worked in the past, and we're being forced to try new things, and some things may stick, and some things may be an improvement, and then we'll have to see whether or not we kind of go back to the way that we used to do things when we're all allowed to meet in person again. It's be an interesting experiment. I wanted to follow up on something that you mentioned, David, in terms of not just looking at a company in the current context, but in the context of 12 to 24 months. Has your opinion changed fundamentally about what the business environment or the climate will look like in 12 to 24 months that is causing you to sort of reevaluate companies in that context?
Yeah, I think, look, it's a great question. Because my opinion's been changing since kind of the start of, maybe everyone's, because, you kind of, at first you're not sure how to seriously take it. And I was continuing to travel, and yes, then I started cleaning my airline seat. And then, now it's an hour, like at home, not going out. But then you start to swing back and you kind of react to the data. But specific to the game funding environment, I think the reality is massive unemployment is going to be hard to shake off for the first year. And as I like to say that over the history of games, roughly 30 years, game playing time, the game playing economy has always been a growth market, but different formats. So you might have the rise of console and it reaches a peak, and then things shifted and we've had to move to mobile, et cetera, et cetera. This is the first time where there's such a massive economic decline, and we don't have a technological upswing going on at the same time to compensate for that. So we may see a decline in gaming revenue overall, or more people playing free games. But that has a cost to the operating companies. They need cash to run that. They need advertising revenue. So if advertising revenue is down, so we may be in a difficult temporary, because there's no doubt that more people are playing more games in more countries on more devices than ever. And it is fundamentally a sound activity, but there could be some bumps.
Got it. Gregory, Shanti, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would say that, there are two main things that we're thinking about. One is definitely funding. Always when we do a venture investment, we anchor around what is your 18 months of runway, but I think we're being even more stringent and diligent on, do you really have 18 months that you're raising for? Should you be raising for 2 years? And constantly pushing companies we're talking to now to think about raising more rather than less. And then the other thing we're thinking about is if there's a lack of entertainment content in other areas. So if TV, film production is shut down and there's this hole in the market, what are some interesting ways that gaming can fill that hole? Is there something that's more akin to crossing the lines between TV and games, as has been happening, to draw on those audiences or appeal to them, and fill that hole that we think there's going to be in the entertainment content, particularly the second half of this year, maybe leading into next year.
I think that's a really cool comment, because game production, all of the teams that we've spoken to feel like actually productivity is pretty good, even though they kind of work from home. Of course, it's a very digital business, so new content will continue to flow. Whereas, as you mentioned, in kind of, I've been watching some of the evening kind of talk show things, all very virtual, and it does definitely feel very wooden and hollow. People on white background and John Oliver suddenly looking very sterile. But so
because they're not streamers.
They are not streamers.
They need to get some streaming coaching, not just like
we're getting our own back. But when they have to raise more money, and I completely agree with that, then it brings the bar up, because you meet a team and you realize, wow, you were going to raise a few million, but actually you need to be raising 6 million. And suddenly when that team asks for 6 million, you think, okay, well, are you a $6 million kind of team? And it just psychologically, it just puts a higher bar on, can that team raise money? And in the old days, you used to break it up and you would just say, hey, you're pretty good, take a little bit of money, prove yourself, then you'll have some credibility. But now you've got to be able to raise that bigger chunk, because you're going to need it. And then that kind of comes back to my earlier comment, I think, about the door is smaller to get through. The door is still open, but it's a tougher door.
Yeah, look, that's a great segue into selection criteria. Shanti, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I just I think it's true, and yet it's funny to me that we kind of already talk about the old days, despite the fact that it's only been a month or two. But I think it's reasonable. The point around runway and its focusing effect, I think, is well taken. I think we've already seen, to the other point, that kind of the absence of big kind of community activities like sports and concerts have also kind of led people to kind of spend more time in kind of online only ways of congregating and entertaining themselves. And so you see kind of video game sports kind of taking up the slack of real sports, and even some of the sports leagues relying on some of their gaming partners to try and kind of interact with their audience that way. And I think that kind of speaks to kind of some of the ways that like we all as people have to kind of maintain our connections with our communities and our hobbies over time, but it also speaks to the kind of the opportunity space that games, as kind of a unique group of kind of software driven entertainers can continue to kind of be at work. We can kind of deliver what we do virtually. Like we're all kind of I think able to kind of format well into remote teams organizational structures, and so you can continue to do kind of live team updates to free to play games and create new things kind of with a team that's all stuck at home, which isn't possible in sports and other forms of media and entertainment.
It's a great point, and I think the audience can sort of figure out where what we're interested in, but just to sort of ask the question, what are you guys looking to invest in at this particular point? And, what kind of criteria do you guys, are there, Shanti, you mentioned this sort of changing dynamic. Is that something that you're actively looking to make investments in, or is that just an observation?
I think it's an observation that, because one of many threads that goes into these kind of decisions. I mean, I don't think we've fundamentally restructured our criteria around this. I mean, I think as somebody who's been in this space for a long time, the one fundamental truth that I know is that, kind of great teams make great products that make great entertainment that, kind of are able to entertain a large group of people for a long time. And I think that's in and of itself a very hard challenge, and it doesn't really get affected too many degrees to the left or right by what's happening now. But that said, I think now does create very unique side opportunity spaces, some of which could be fundamentally disruptive. I don't know what they are yet. And so, I love to learn from the teams that we, kind of talk to and potentially invest in to try and kind of calibrate against that. But I mean, the one thing that I have always kind of fundamentally believed is that, a great team will figure it out. And so we do tend to filter pretty heavily on team, given that we're an early stage fund.
Got it. Gregory, selection criteria, what do you guys look for? And is it different in this particular environment?
I don't know that it's different. I mean, still looking at mobile PC game developers, and we've always had an interest around tech around the space in terms of broadcasting, streaming, audience engagement, back-end services for game developers. So I think all that stuff is still relevant today, and maybe even more relevant. And I think those are still the same things we're looking for. How can you reach mass audiences of people and entertain them with gaming?
Right.
Yeah, I would just pile onto that and say, look, I'm looking at any kind of esports stuff that actually has a business model that could make money, and not the kind of sponsorship will be the solution, because I'm not a big believer in that as beyond a lifestyle business. I mean, I think it's great for the industry, but as a VC investment, some of the things like esports, just haven't proven to have a long tail of value creation. But on a more serious note, I think the filter on the team is super critical. And I like to tell the story of, we invested in Supercell even though we didn't like their first game, which was a Facebook canvas game that was too hardcore and just wasn't going to work. But we thought this is an amazing team, and sure enough, they did that for a while, realized that was not going to work. Then they pivoted and went to mobile, and have knocked out so many amazing successes. So it is important to have your confidence with the team, to support them, and as was mentioned, they will eventually figure it out if they have the runway, if they have the discipline, if they it can attract the talent. And one of the things I don't know right now is, can startups attract the kind of talent they need? What's going to happen? Will you be able to pull the best talent out of an organization, or are people suddenly afraid of leaving the big companies to start the small companies? I don't know yet.
Yeah, that's a great point. Just to follow along that thread, everybody's really stressed the importance of the team, and in terms of approaching you guys, what's the best way for an entrepreneur or someone that is looking for funding to realistically have a shot at getting funding, right? This is what to expect in early stage funding, right? And there's a lot of material out there that says, like, oh, you need you need this deck, and then you need a 3-year plan, and you need this, but no one's actually even mentioned any of that. So what do you guys look for, if I could just go into a little bit more detail in terms of a team, and what's the best way? It sounds like all three of you guys really, really want to get to know the key members in that company. So what's the best way to do that? And maybe it's not a simple answer, but I thought at least I'd throw it out there for people to get their thoughts.
Network. I value introduction that comes from somebody I know. So if you know someone that I know and that I trust, and you're introduced to me through them, that's the best way to sort of get in the door and for me to evaluate you and really consider it as an investment that I would make. And then I would say, in this environment, also getting to know people, through video calls is going to be important. And I think one of the things we most value is asking tough questions and seeing how the team answers them. I don't think we're always looking for a 100% right answer, but we're looking for someone who's thoughtful and can adjust to tough situations. And we try to suss that out and reference checking and talking to them. So even in this environment, there's probably more bumps and, hurdles in the road. And so having a team that, can adjust to those and figuring that out is what's most important.
Right. I completely agree with that, because, what I was going to say is integrity, but integrity, it means to me more than, of course, telling the truth, but it's fine to say, like, we haven't figured that out. We're working on that. Here's how we're going to approach learning on that point, being honest with their status, on their failures, and feeling like they actually have a handle on the scale of what they're trying to do, then having the business sense to understand how to pay for it, how to resource against it. It's kind of competence. You want to feel like, yeah, I trust that person with my money, because part of it is my money, but an investor's money, and making sure that, the obvious basics are there. But you just, there are people that, they're going to work hard, make it work, and make a return. And then there are people that you're just not too sure about. And I definitely agree with the introduction, because that's all about pre-qualification. There's so much noise. I mean, it isn't so much that it's, oh, a friend has introduced you, so I'm going to listen. It is that, but that's because there's so much noise. I mean, we see 600 or 700 things a year, and if you just break that into how much you can look at in a day, it's just, and you get tired. And so you think, oh, what's worth looking at? So when somebody says, take a look at this, and that person is a thoughtful person, that just brings it way above the noise threshold. And a team and a team's reputation, they've been a superstar at an existing company. It's easy to reference check that, because we are from the industry, and you find out that, okay, that's a real star. That certainly helps. And then I'd like to say, feeling like there's some real innovation. All this kind of incremental stuff that comes through the door, it just doesn't move things far enough. We sort of feel like, well, you're going to spend 2 to 4 years building something, and then it's only going to be a little bit better. You might just get run over by the incumbents. So are you really taking an interesting new tack? That has some sensibility behind it, but is actually going to move things forward and be exciting. And we love investing in things that are moving the market into new areas. And so a lot of our recent investments have been targeting completely new audiences, because we've seen, like with mobile, massive expansion of the demographics, and girls are playing and older people are playing, and now the whole world's playing because there's nothing else to do. So we really love to see people that are also trying to push the barriers there, as well as, it's always great to meet people from Riot and Blizzard who are, going to build some incredible thing too. So
yeah.
Yeah, I would say, our view is definitely, we believe in credible teams that are focusing on categories and kind of sectors that matter. And then in terms of how we get introduced to those folks, I think it varies a lot. And, because we're new, we're actually just starting to track, in the database, like how that actually plays out. I mean, we suspect, as others have said, that, kind of introductions from people we know are going to be the place that, kind of we end up with our kind of biggest success stories, but we're not, kind of necessarily prejudicing the data, so to speak. So we get a lot of kind of inbound kind of interest from lots of different places. And I've seen that, kind of some people from the industry don't filter as well as we thought they might, and aren't the greatest source of kind of the leads to the next big thing. But I do think the founders that start now will be a pretty select group. I mean, it is a little bit of a scary time to leave a safe job if you have one. And so to do that right now, I think, is a real statement of confidence. And so, I really do think that, if you are kind of striking out on your own right now, that, that's already a bit of it marks you as a special person. And then, if you have that background, if you have that credibility for the task that you're kind of undertaking, that already becomes an interesting conversation.
Yeah, really great comments. In my experience, I've always found that entrepreneurs in general overemphasize the concept and sort of the prep, and then underemphasize the actual legwork it takes to get funding. I mean, at the end of the day, to Gregory's point, you need to get out there and network, and you really need to talk to a lot of people. And not everybody's going to like what you have or that you're bringing, right? And that's the process where you have to just meet so many different people, I think, over time and network. And I think I would say most people underemphasize that aspect of it. It is a lot of work to raise.
It is. Go ahead. All right. So I'd say, it is a hard process, a long process. It's full of rejection. And I think it's very hard to hear that rejection is okay, because I think we're all conditioned to kind of feel pretty negatively about it. But I think it's important for people on the other side to understand that, like has been said, this is a large volume of kind of inbound kind of conversations that hit a fund like ours and the other panelists. And so, it's okay to, kind of have, people who you, kind of respect and want to be your investor, say no. As long as you can get value out of that conversation that you take into the next one, I think that process can be accretive to your eventual destination. And so just because somebody that you had as your kind of dream investor maybe didn't engage right away, maybe didn't put money in that round, try and kind of remain positive, try and take that into your next conversation, having learned a lesson from it. And so I think the art of funding a company is balancing, kind of that emotional roller coaster of the raise itself with all of the considerations around runway and the current environment and the category you're going into, and how to, recruit a particular co-founder or, your first couple of hires. Those all go into it. But it's very important to remain positive and oriented correctly around building your, kind of personal confidence and story through that pitch part.
I think that's great advice. And I was going to add onto that, who you pitch is also important, because rejection from any one of us may not signal you have a bad idea. It just means it's a mismatch between the size of the fund or what our views on the future of the market is, et cetera. So if I take two extremes, we of course see lots of indies building really interesting products, but their goal is not to build a company that over 5 to 10 years is going to be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Their goal is to make a game they're passionate about. And I say, that's what we call a lifestyle business. Please go do that. Lots of people are going to love playing that game. You're going to make money and everyone's going to be happy. But the kind of money we represent needs an exit. So you're going to have to be sold, or, the usual routes, IPO, which is unlikely, but usually it's a sale to another games company. And some people don't want to be exposed to that, and I totally respect that, but they just need to understand what venture money represents. And at the other extreme, I've met teams, very impressive and powerful teams, and they've got an $80 million project. They can't, for most venture funds, that's just too big of a bet. You need to kind of a balance sheet of a large company, or a Netflix that might be trying to fund something like that, or a platform or something, a completely different business model to finance that. And so you have to be smart about the kind of source of your capital.
Sure. So moving on, when you find someone that in a team and a product or a vision that you are interested in and want to lean forward on, what happens next?
In the process of between kind of getting to know something and eventually money hitting the startup company's bank account?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, in our case, so I guess there's the process of kind of getting to a yes, we want to invest, which generally involves, and especially now, right, lots of video calls and reference checking, and usually somewhere, usually it starts with there'll be that introduction that Gregory mentioned, and usually then there's a one-on-one conversation, and it's maybe 30 minutes to an hour, and you kind of realize at the end of that, this is an interesting idea, an interesting person. Let's follow up. And I want to start exposing it. In my case, we're 3 partners, and our system is majority votes win the investment. So if 2 of the 3 partners say, let's put money into this, then we can move forward. So we expose the idea. If it's ready to be exposed to all the partners, we'll just have another call. Or if it's like, oh, we need to learn something more about a particular genre or some data, we might have one of the analysts help teach us something, or we might ask the entrepreneur to come back with more data, and you just kind of start the process. And then you start to think about, okay, how much money does this project need? And okay, should we syndicate with others? And who would be a good match? And where are they geographically? Like, we've invested with Gregory in California lots because he's local and we're not. So we'll maybe do a co-investment. You start, and then Gregory has to be convinced. If so then everyone's trying to synchronize their thinking, and then you put together a team of investors, and then a term sheet comes out with hopefully something that's been agreed, at least amongst the investors. That goes out then to the portfolio company, and then they have to decide if they're happy with it, and there's some back and forth, and then you go into creating the long form contracts. That's in a traditional kind of equity deal versus one of these notes or safe notes or things like that, which can get into that. And then then that takes a couple of maybe 4 to 8 weeks to go through the long form, and then money comes a couple of weeks after that, generally. So I like to tell people who are starting from a yes to cash in the bank, if you plan on 3 months, then you'll be able to do it slightly better than that. If you're just starting the fundraising process, wow, that can easily be 6 months, easily be 6 months. And depending on how much learning you have to incorporate, like Shanti mentioned, how many times you have to take your bicycle helmet and hit your head against the wall to make some learnings, that could take a long time.
So Gregory, Shanti, does that timeline and sequence of events resonate with you?
It's very similar to how we operate, pretty much. Yeah. I say, one of the things we try to be clear in is what the goalposts are in terms of those decisions, so that we can, if it ever gets to a no, at any of those sort of gates along the road, first meeting, partners coming in, thinking about our term sheet, diligence, reference checking, that we're clear and getting back to the entrepreneur that it's a no, so they're not hanging out there waiting. So I agree, it's pretty much a 3-month process, from meeting to funding. I don't think you can really accelerate that. But we also try to make sure that we're clear in our communication as the weeks go on, if we're ever getting to a no, so that they know to move on.
Shanti?
Yeah, I would say process-wise, quite similar. The point that Gregory brings up, I think, is an important one. Is that one of the ways that we kind of measure ourselves is definitely on how we are able to make the kind of the entrepreneur's life easier, and getting to yes or no in a kind of expeditious fashion in a way that is respectful is definitely something that kind of we hold ourselves to, and so we hope to be able to kind of improve our kind of timeline and our decision making speed and process over the years, but I don't expect it will look that much different from what's been described.
Sure. Look, that makes a lot of sense. I think, I definitely wanted to make sure that people understand the timeline that's involved here. Just there's a lot of legwork involved. And then once you even get somebody interested, there's a big timeline after that and a big process after that. Well, look, gentlemen, great panel. Thank you for your thoughts. We're going to take some questions from our participants, and let's get some feedback.
That's great. Thank you.
David is in.
Yeah, go ahead, David. You've got some questions there in the chat. You can read them.
Yeah, sure. Happy to get to them. So the first question comes from, I think, someone looking in Europe or in the Nordics. They're asking, are you guys looking for deals in Europe or Nordics? I guess to follow on to that, to make it a little bit more generally applicable, do you guys have particular geographies that you guys target or specialize in?
At LVP, we put about 2/3 of our capital in Europe, so therefore yes to the Nordics. and about a third in North America.
Gregory, Shanti?
I'd say at March Capital Partners, definitely the first focus is probably the US, but we also invest in Western Europe. Definitely look there. It's a little more difficult in the current climate, but we definitely consider it and probably look for partners on deals when we invest over there.
All right. Shanti, you got, Shanti maybe dropped? I don't see him. Okay, we'll move on. Another follow-up question is asking whether or not you guys fund at a company level, or are you also funding at a product level?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd say company level. We're not looking to fund at a product level. For us in venture investing, we're taking an equity stake in a company. So it could be, the company is initially focused on a single product, but we're definitely taking a piece of the company.
Got it.
Yeah,
Got
exactly the same for LVP. We specifically would be avoiding project level finance stuff. There are other kinds of funds that might do that sort of thing. That's not for us.
Definitely understand. Another question is that everyone mentions that team and ability to execute is important. How much weight do you put on the traction? Do you expect to see soft launch metrics, other metrics, or is this? I think this person is trying to figure out qualitative versus quantitative factors.
Well, at LVP, we typically are focused on seed, so there won't be any traction. I mean, we'll be working with the team before it's before product has any consumer exposure. So yeah, that's not our primary consideration at first. But it's important, but later on when you're raising larger later rounds.
Yeah, I moved from seed to Series A, so definitely it's seed. Not really looking for that traction.
So I don't know if it's going to
Series
happen.
A, yes.
I think we got Shanti back. You there?
Shanti, are you in the bar? Where are you?
Might be. Next question. Do you consider diversity in the teams that you invest in?
We are working on formalizing a more complete diversity plan. I would say that it's definitely a bonus, of course, and we think the reason, of course, is that as the market has expanded so greatly, we're seeing far more women, for example, playing games. Our last few investments have been female-led, and but I'd say our standards for their team and their execution quality are just as high, and they definitely exceed them. So that's great.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're looking for diversity across our portfolio. So I don't know that we would force diversity in a specific team, but we are thinking about diversity in terms of companies we invest in and being diverse across the portfolio. So that might reflect itself somewhere in a specific company being diverse in comparison to another company. But I don't think on an individual basis, we would feel like we're forcing diversity in one specific company.
I see. For us, I would say that we actively look to increase diversity in our own office and in investments. But at the end of the day, you have to evaluate these on a range of different factors. One last call out to Shanti if he's with us, because I see him. No, all right. Maybe he's still having some technical issues. Here's an interesting question. For companies that have existing cap tables pre-COVID, but are able to survive and find new ideas or to pivot, would you guys take a look at something like that? Or do you require something like a fresh start, new cap table, close old entity and sort of do a restart?
That one's sort of really depends on a lot of factors. I would say, it depends how complicated the old cap table is and how much there is to be cleaned up. In the early stages, I would imagine there isn't so much to clean up or pivot on. So, I think we're open to things that have pivoted, but it really depends on the situation and what is involved and whether the previous investors are involved or not. Because if they're not, then you're looking at a cleanup. But if they're looking for someone new to come in, but they're still involved, then that's an easier situation.
Yeah, I think this question is really trying to get at, whether or not it's easier to sort of pivot with the same sort of cap table and investors, or shut that company down, create a new co with the pivot idea instead. And I agree with you. It's a very difficult question to answer without a lot of context, but it sounds like you're willing to take a look at either situation. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think, even companies we fund pivot multiple times, over the first 2 years of their life, and don't exactly do the 100% thing they pitched us in the first place. So it's natural in the early stages.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. David, does that resonate with you too? I mean,
yeah, I would. Greg's got more experience on that than we do. It's messy, and generally, I would say it's better to start over and just wind down. You've got to exit with your existing investors properly, and every time we've looked at it, it's ended up becoming a full restart. But every situation's unique, so.
Yeah.
Have the conversation. It's worth having the conversation.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's worth having the conversation, but I also sort of lean in your direction, David, in the sense that, sometimes cleaning up stuff is it's just easier to restart with all that stuff. And I'm being told we got a minute left. I would also say that in my entrepreneurial experience when I was younger, when I look back on things, I wish I would have pivoted faster. I think,
speed is the asset that the startup has. Don't waste it by being slow like the big companies.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, when I was younger, I was like, oh, I got to have conviction. I'm going to make this work. And look, you have to stick with your thesis at times, but you also have to read the data and understand when it's right to pivot. And when you do, you just got to put everything behind that. I think I was, at least personally, I've learned that it's probably better to look at this stuff objectively. When you need to make a move, do it. All right. Great. Well, that's all the time we got. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Enjoyed it.
Take care, guys.
Bye.
Thank you guys for a great session. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's too bad Shanti was trying to get in, but he never quite made it. So sorry about that.
Yeah, it was crazy. He was on Slack the entire time too.
Yeah. David, you can turn your cameras off now. I'm gonna switch over to the next talk. We have another very good speaker here coming up next. It's Genova Chen. He's the co-founder of That Game Company. And he's going to talk about how that game company enabled a wholesome community in both Journey and Sky. And take it away.
Hi, everybody. This is Genova Chen from That Game Company. I'm the creative director behind Flow, Flower, Journey, and recently Sky Children of the Light. And my talk today is about From Journey to Sky, evoke positive social interactions through design. As I talk about emotion, I often like to look at this chart when people map colors to different kind of human emotions, from very intense to very mild. And when we think about the vibrance of the colors, it's just like how we have a market where each of the color represents a different craving from a human need. In the entertainment medium, like film, different emotions have a different size of the market. They change based on the month of the year, and they have a different kind of demographic for different genders and different age. When we use the same emotional chart to look at games, in the early days with arcade, and there's a lot of action games. And then as game become console, and many younger children have console at home, as they grow up, game also become more popular for the teenagers, and they have these adventure and thrillers and horrors, things that's very popular among younger audience. And even recently we have comedy. But what I want to point out is that many of these popular game genre in the past 30 years are much simpler, more pure emotions of kind of non-color. But there are more nuanced emotional market like comedy and drama that is more about a mix of emotion to achieve something together. They are rather less explored. I just want to show a different map. This is a map about what men and women at different age appreciate. So on the left side, we have these are the film genres, but they are still talking about emotion, right? Horror film, action film, adventure film, and sci-fi film are very, very affiliated to what men like. So the closer a genre is towards a particular demographic on this chart, that the more they like them. On the right side is movie genre that's more popular among female audience. And you can see in the middle is these comedy is actually liked by both men and women, and particularly to a younger audience. And then drama is much more popular for the more mature audience, and documentary is certainly more popular for the older audience. What I want to point out is if you look at these genres, even though it was defined by movie, many of the same genre can be found in novel, and in television. And if you look at these red areas, that's what I see as very, very saturated video game emotional market. Clearly, young men has lots of video game that they like emotionally. And there are certain level of game genre that is actually enjoyable for kind of 30 to 45-year-old women, particularly in the casual game category. But for the rest of the emotional chart, video game is still relatively new. Even with a comedy game, that recently happened with the Untitled Goose Game, that is very much a comedy game. Right, and we have very few game that is not just funny because of the dialogue, but also because of the interactions. And because of this lack of emotional content, today we're still asking, are you a gamer or not? Instead of saying, hey, honey, what kind of mood are you in? Let's watch a film. Let's listen to music. We are still saying, are you a gamer or not? And my passion is to see one day that game will be treated as equal to poetry, to novel, to film, and to any other form of art. But we're not there yet, and that's why I feel like to create, to push the boundary and to bring new emotions that appeal to a wider set of audience is a necessary step for video game as an industry, as a medium, to be accepted by everybody. So at that game company, we dedicated our effort to make games that evoke these what we are focusing on is to create high quality game that could sustain through the test of time, but also connects the player worldwide through a positive emotional experience. And we are very interested in making a game to appeal to all ages. We've made our first 3 games on the PlayStation, Flow, Flower, and Journey. And particularly with Flower and Journey, we really wanted to try a new type of emotions and hoping to attract new type of audience. And we have seen some success in galleries and in museums. We noticed a lot of people who are not necessarily PlayStation gamers would want to interact with our type of game. And we noticed that many of them were never gamers. And so one of the big challenges for making new emotional content is to make the game accessible. This is a video of a kid with Down syndrome enjoying our game because it's quite simple to play. You just need to use the 6-axis controller to apply a motion, and then that's enough to direct you through the game. And his older brother was pretty excited because his younger brother can't really play a normal game that involving text and learning and readings. But making games simple and accessible to non-gamer has been something we have been pushing really hard on. When we are working on Journey, this is the first online game that we ever made. Again, our focus is not to make a traditional action and adventure game, but our focus is to see if we can create a strong dramatic feeling. Kind of, if we look at the emotional chart, it's like the art house drama game, and see if this emotional impact can really influence the player. And some of our players who played our game had almost a therapeutic effect because they were really, really touched by the game that allowed them to actually get more value out of entertainment. And throughout the years, when we work with PlayStation, we always was told we were always told by the players that how our game has been the first game that they ever played with their daughter, or this is the first game their wife watched and finished and was emotionally touched. And so what we thought was, if we want to make games that could be emotionally relevant to a bigger audience, particularly to those areas that I showed earlier was not there, we should take our game to a platform where most of those audience actually owns. And so starting from 2012, we decided to go from console to mobile and to make cross-platform. And that comes with Sky. So from Journey to Sky, it was really kind of our journey to try to make emotional game from a single player to a kind of online society where multiple people are playing together. And what drives us is still through the emotion. And for me, the thing that really stayed core to my creative career has been this kind of duality of loneliness and wanting to connect with others. For a very long time, I've been playing World of Warcraft, and at the time, I just came to America, and I was studying in a graduate school. Work is pretty busy, so my social life is almost minimal. At the time, I have the opportunity to get into play World of Warcraft, and I was thinking maybe I would be able to find a real friend or a girlfriend in a virtual world. And so I've been focusing on seeing if I can build a relationship with somebody. But the problem with World of Warcraft is it's a dungeon looting game. It's all about raiding and looting. A lot of time when I wanted to have a social connection with someone, they would just say, hey, it's time to fight the boss, right? You got to go over there, stand over here. And when the boss battle is over, I finally felt like there's time to talk. People just busy looting, and then afterwards, everybody just disappeared. So for a very long time, I felt quite lonely as an immigrant in a country where, it's most of the time I'm just alone and have to work multiple jobs and pay for loans. And I was thinking about, why isn't there an online game where it's focusing on making me not lonely? It's focusing on creating a moment where I and another person can feel that at least at this very moment, at this very location, we share something. and we feel something in common. And I was pretty distraught by some of the online experience where I, will be judged because I don't speak good English on the voice chat, or they notice that whatever my grammar was a problem, right? Or if they know that I am a man, or I'm a student, or if they know I'm Asian, there's all kinds of prejudgment that I really don't see as necessary if we're playing in a virtual world. And so at the time I started to have this idea, can we create a game where your age and your gender and your race and your economic class is not being judged? Reality is already so tough. Like, we're playing a game. Can we treat each other equally? And as I start to make this concept art about my dream MMO game where people can actually focus on being connected and not being alone, I noticed that just having someone that I want to follow or I'm interested in connecting with doesn't necessarily solve the loneliness problem. It's like even if you have a crush on somebody, you still feel alone because there's no reciprocation. To feel not alone, you actually have to feel that there are other people who actually emotionally need you. And then you won't feel alone. So in this drawing, I discovered that just through visual, that I realized it's not only that you need to hold hand of someone, but you also need to hold hand to protect someone else. And so when I was working on Journey, it's a one-on-one multiplayer game. It's at any time you can only see one player that is playing online. One big problem with creating online games and creating new emotion is there's not much reference you can get, because most of the games, as I mentioned, was designed for a younger male audience. And those games tend to create emotion that really fulfill what young men like, which is freedom and empowerment, because that's what they're lacking the most in that particular age and this particular social background. And so when the game is focusing on making you feel powerful, when you are put into an online social situation, the first reaction is who's going to beat who is better, right? And even if we put players in a survival situation, we often see, like, after the player kills all the zombies, they start to prank at each other, like kill someone right before they arrive to the next destination because they have a powerful weapon in the hand. What I learned is that to make people want to socialize, to create emotion that people can connect with each other, we have to revert the power dynamics. In most of the games, the player are the superhero, the space marine. They are here to change the world, to annihilate the enemies. But if we change the dynamic, where players are small, and the environment and the enemies are overwhelming, then they actually more likely wanted to team up and to collaborate. A lot of the game had very strong goal-driven kind of feedback loop, right? It's all about looting and getting the next big stuff. When the game's core loop is about looting, just like I've talked about in the situation of World of Warcraft, the existence of another player might just be a mean to help you to finish the raid. But for a social emotion to happen, the game shouldn't be purely focusing on the raid and the rewards, and it should be more about each individual. In a social game, I wanted to see someone and have a emotional exchange. I care about how are you doing, right? But most of the video game focus on the action, so they don't even get a chance to even socialize. That opportunity is already removed. And so some people would say, well, maybe you can put a social situation in an action game. The problem with action game is the players are already so overwhelmed with sensory. They don't have the attention to, they don't have the bandwidth to pay attention to each other. We kind of have to remove all the noise and remove those powerful tools and weapons in their hand. And then they start to like, oh, okay, there's a bunch of players in this game. But having too many players is also kind of creating the same noise problem. It's like, you cannot focus on an individual. So what we were doing experiment, we noticed that if we actually put the player in an environment where they feel there is a sense of unknown, there's a sense of danger, and there isn't many people, then people become the focus. And only when we condition the player in that emotional state where they are in some kind of vulnerability, that when they run into another player, the emotional response is no longer, hey, how am I gonna shoot at this person in his head? But instead it's about, oh my God, there's another person. I gotta go check him out and say hi, or at least greet. And so that's kind of like the foundation we learned, just to simply emotionally making people connect. Is to creating this vulnerability in a sense of all. It's kind of a emotional state that you feel you're small and you feel like you're not quite familiar with, and you don't have answers of the environment. But once you create this emotion, we also noticed that many traditional game design would actually break these kind of immersion. So for example, this is the interface in Journey where we don't have any text to even say your name, because we noticed in a lot of online games, people like to make pranks about their names. They like to reference celebrities and be insulting sometimes. And as soon as you see them in the game, those names actually took you out of that immersion where you treat the other person as an equal human being. Immediately, if that person's name is, Donald Trump, you would have a lot of judgment, and that's the exact thing I wanted to avoid. And because of that, with text chat and voice chat, it will immediately make other players start to judge you. Well, all we really want is people to look at each other with no judgment, and at the very beginning to see each other as a human being. And in order to protect that pure connection, we actually have to delay to reveal our player's name tag all the way until the end credits. Otherwise, if people see this person's name is Funky Bottoms, they probably wouldn't have a wonderful experience. And another thing we noticed is typically when we want to make a game that is more fun, sometimes it makes it less social. It makes it almost negative. So what happened is many of the online games don't have collision because latency problem, right? But we were working on one-on-one player game, and we could afford low latency, and we could actually make the player to have real collisions. And so on paper, we think, oh, if the player can be more physical with each other, and they could push each other and pull, and they can do much more collaboration. We have very good wishful thinking here. And we even have artists to make concept art to create these situations where it's pretty cool if you can pull these things off with another person. But what happened is human psychology is very, very counterintuitive. When we created a collision where they can push each other around, instead of helping them to push them up to climb a wall or an obstacle, they like to push each other into dangerous situations. And people love to kill each other when they can, push them and have a maximum feedback. For quite a long time, I was quite disappointed about mankind and the human nature. I think humans are born evil and born a troll. But one day I talked to a child psychologist, and she told me, oh, those jerk behavior you described sounded like babies. And when you transform an adult from reality into a virtual game where everything is reset, everything is new, we are no different from a baby. And when we come to this kind of world, just like baby, in order to learn, we like to push the boundaries. We want to see what is the maximum feedback. If you push a person to climb an obstacle versus push a person to kill them, you see the blood, you see the scream, and you have the social, kind of suddenly the power to be able to revive someone. It's way more fun. So when we were learning from these mistakes, we realized that the only way to teach baby to not to do mean things, to not behave like a jerk, is to give baby zero feedback on jerky behaviors. So we actually removed the collision again, where a player can no longer push each other. Instead, we added one more thing, is when two players touch each other, they would both gain resources, and that allows them to fly high. And this actually makes the player really love to be next to each other. So we managed to change a game from, during the playtest, people were saying, I don't like to play this game with other people. They're just stealing my stuff, right? To, oh, I would love to stay with this person all the way through the journey because, I actually have a good time and good connection, and also I get to fly all the time. So that's kind of like a lesson we learned from Journey, but I think the biggest inspiration I got was that there is no jerks, good person or bad person in a virtual space when everything's, there is no moral value established. It's up to the designers to use the feedback to establish what is the moral value of the world. And so after we made Journey, many of the people told us wonderful stories of how they connected with a stranger online, and they formed a beautiful relationship across the ocean. And many of the players who we talked to asked us if we can kind of expand that social experience between two complete strangers into friends and family. And so that is something that we kind of feel that is our players asking us to do. And so we're looking into that. This is the same chart I showed earlier. To create a game that a whole family can play is actually not easy. Because if you think about the movies that men like and the movies that women like, they're very different. And to stay somewhere in the center where, a gamer and his wife can play together, or, a gaming parents and their children can play together, we have to kind of find the middle ground, right? We need to find emotion that is both interesting to men and to women, both sophisticated enough for adult and still entertaining for the kid. If you can think of any Disney or Pixar movies, and those movies that manage to capture a whole family, they always have, most of them are animated, certainly very appealing to children. They happen to happen in fantasy world setting, not sci-fi. Usually the sci-fi is very bleak, very depressing, and that's less attractive to the female audience, while fantasy tend to attract both. There's always some kind of funny sidekicks, because comedy is there to keep everybody engaged, regardless of your age, young or old, right? But then there's also these artistic moments, the art house moment, where even the parents can have a single tear in their eyes when they leave the theater. So they felt like they were spoken to. It's not a Saturday morning cartoon only for kids to watch. It's something that speaks humanity to even the parents. So art house and drama, they're all involved, sometimes involving suspense, but never horror for family-friendly content. And so that is a very interesting market that emotionally I felt video game is still quite lack of. It's essentially like the equivalent of a Pixar for interactive media. You might say, well, that's not true. There's many family-friendly games. We've seen parents playing with children, and there are online games that is designed for, multiple adults to play together and to keep them connected. And there are online games for children to play together to keep them connected. But I haven't seen a game that managed to connect multiple generations together, men and women together in an emotional level. This has been quite an inspiring thing, because I was looking into Disney, and Disney later in his year stopped making these movies. He started to make Disneyland. And the story of Disneyland is very similar to the video game industry. So when Disney was taking his daughter to local theme parks, before Disneyland was there, or Universal Studios, the theme park was mostly to appeal to younger audience, because that tend to make the quicker money. And what happened is, in those parks, the roller coaster ride seat is designed to be very small so they can fit in more kids. But Disney is pretty tall. He can't even sit on the train. And the food is all designed to attract children. So there's candy bars and junk food, but Disney himself is quite hungry. There's no food to buy. And people only cared about the kids who's on the roller coaster ride, but they didn't care about the parents who are waiting downstairs, in the sun. So they are sweating, they are hungry, they cannot leave the park because they don't feel it's safe. And so that gives Disney the inspiration. Why don't we make a park that both the adults and children can have a good time? And that's kind of like the story. And that kind of gives me the inspiration where, why don't we have a game that we can, instead of having the mobile devices to kind of separate family from each other, creating these invisible walls, we actually connect the family in this magical virtual world where they can interact with their family member, and they would also see other families from other part of the world to also be playing together. And so that becomes our inspiration behind the project of Sky, to connect players across gender and generation. And I will skip these slides. This is a painting by Andrew N.C. Wires. He's Andrew Wires' dad. He's known for being the painter, illustrator of the Treasure Island. He made this painting that was kind of in memory of his pupil, who is a very young and upcoming painter, but died at the early 20s. So he made this painting, and in his imagination that all his children, even though many of them are over 30 and 40s when he painted this painting, are staying as children. And his favorite student become the child with the white hat. And he dreamed of that's where everybody has gone, after they die. And I just thought that was such a compelling world, and I wish I could be there. And so we started to, based on that inspiration, to dream up Sky. And as a cross-generation game designed for family, we want to combine, mysterious mystery gameplay with family-friendly content, but we want to deeply connect the players, connect the family within the family, but also connect between the families. And also because it's a mobile game, this is the first time we have to create a monetization in a free-to-start kind of business model. A lot of the games have very aggressive monetization model. And I was simply looking at the feeling the game is evoking. And I noticed many of them actually give me a very kind of self-defeating emotions. Like I felt like I paid for something because I'm greedy. It's such a great deal. I would just buy it. Or sometimes I paid for something that because I'm angry, someone stole my resources, I wanted to revenge. And I just don't think these emotions belong to the social community of Sky. And so for a very long time, Sky was a long development process. We spent almost 2 years in the middle of the production to focus on what kind of monetization model can make the player feel positive and to feel good about the interactions that they just committed in the game. And what we found is when people are paying for others for altruistic reasons, for compassion, for appreciation, that is actually something that I can see that will fit in a virtual Disneyland and for a whole family to entertain. So Sky at its core is a game about humanity, community, and wonder. It's a game where regardless of your age and gender, you are all a child with no specific race or gender signs. And you're a child of light, and your goal is to come into this world and save and find the fallen stars and bring them back to the sky. Like Journey and Flower, we like to tell our story without words. We want to use the environment to let the player to discover what has happened in the past. And in this game, you will run into many characters. We want to use them as a metaphor of the different aspects of humanity. And there are 7 of them. And this is a multiplayer game at its core. Sky is not an action game. And in order to explore and to overcome the challenges, you have to collaborate with fellow players. Some of the land could be very difficult and scary, but this is the moment where you can count on your friend and your family to help you out. At maximum, because it's on the phone, we designed the game to allow up to 8 players to play. And because this is an online game, we have been constantly updating the game and adding new content and fixing problems. So we just passed our 5th season. So each season we have a completely new content, but many, many updates to the game. And through making Sky, there's many, many things I want to talk about. But today I just kind of want to focus on, how we use our design to foster a positive community. And many of the players have been telling us that by playing Sky, they have made friends who they have never spoken to. They made a friend that is across the continent, across the ocean. And this particular player wrote us a letter. She is from Hawaii. And she told us that how, she's not typically what we would consider as a gamer, but through playing Sky, she made real meaningful friends that made her have to experience the sense of love. And this is something that she was never expecting at, this older age, that she never thought that could be possible. And she wants to thank us for what this game have contributed to her. And we have, in order to connect with our player, we also wanted to not just let the player connect with each other, we wanted to be vulnerable to our player too. So many of the players always say they don't know what it's like to make games. They just heard the game industry, people work really hard, and they don't have much sleep. So we actually recreated our working environment, and we invite the player to come to our office to see what kind of concept art is on our wall, and to be able to check out a one-to-one space. We also created a story from our developers, and that's actually myself sitting on my desk, to share a moment of what our life is like with our player. And here, this is in Chinese, and actually was worry about what if we don't live up to our previous game, wouldn't we disappoint our players? And it seems like when the player discovered these kind of shared messages, they actually feel connected with us. Not only are we trying to let vulnerability to create connection between players across different generations, it also brings players within the same generation together. There are many friendships forming over Japan and Korea, even though politically they have always been having conflicts. These are players talking about how their best friend is now from the other side of the channel. These are two Filipino players. They started playing our games in soft launch, and throughout the game they find each other and they actually meet in real life. And now they are trying to get married as we talk. And they were probably the first married couple from Sky players. The other thing what we did is, because we shared our office, we also share what we post on our office wall. We put our favorite fan art on our wall, and it happened to be these couple find the photo I showed earlier on our wall. So it was kind of like a very breaking the fourth wall between us and them. Another big thing that we noticed is, once you create a game that is about, friendship, it's about connection, and it's about that childhood innocence, people like to play with their family. I've run into multiple families who play with each other. These people are typically a mom playing with the daughter, and usually if their siblings are playing, there will be an even bigger group. I noticed in Japan, some of them would drag their grandma into playing. I've actually met a family in America where the 3 generations do play Sky together. And when we actually create a game about compassion, sometimes terrible thing happen in the community where one of our players died during the play of Sky because he's already in stage 4 cancer. I don't usually know how other games deal with situation of one of the players suddenly died from the community, but because this is a game where people are here to help each other and to collaborate with each other, when the player has passed, he was deeply missed. Many people said that they felt like they've lost a family member. And as of today, I heard that the sister of the player who have passed away actually took over her brother's account, and she's now playing with the community. And what I want to say is that, we players, we human beings, are capable of many colors. And it's up to the designer and the game companies to, curate and to, carefully guard the game system. And we reward player for their positive behaviors, and we try to avoid giving strong feedback for player to do morally bad behaviors. And we could actually slowly influence how a player treat each other, even though maybe the last minute they are still teabagging in the shooting game. And thank you.
Thank you, Genova. Not many people can pull off a talk like that, but Genova definitely can. And so thank you very much for that speech. And now Genova is going to be available in a Zoom breakout room. And if you want to find out where to go, just go to announcements in Slack. You'll see, scroll up a little, you'll see that there's a breakout room for Zoom Q&A for the boss stage. And so Genova is going to take questions there. Meanwhile, I'd like to remind you that on Twitch, you can easily make donations. The GamesBeat channel on Twitch, you can make donations to Take This, Girls Who Code, and Stack Up, courtesy of our friends at the Stream Elements and Jeff Grubb. And also, I'd like to let you know that you should look for instructions in Slack as well for our reception. Our reception is going to get started at 5:30. It's going to start off with our Visionary Awards. This is our 3rd annual awards for someone who's a visionary. We're also adding a new category this year for our Up-and-Comer Award. So a couple of awards, and then we're going to go into a presentation by Josh Sway, the director of Insert Coin, and he's going to show, he's going to introduce and then show 13 minutes of an excerpt of his documentary about the history of Midway Games. And you're going to be able to watch that on Oculus venues in virtual reality, or you can also watch it in a virtual theater with audio turned on for audio speaking in Hero Live. You can also stay on the boss stage and watch there as well. So a few different ways to be able to participate in our reception. Once that film is over, the streaming, by the way, will be turned off before the film. And then once the film segment is over, we will continue with our reception until about 7 p.m. So that's what the program is going to look like. And then I would also now like to introduce our next talk, and that is from Stephen Machuga of Stack Up. And he's talking about building out charity in the game space. And here we go.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for coming out and welcome to GamesBeat Summit. My name is Stephen Machuga. I am the founder and CEO of StackUp.org. Military charity within the game space. Some of you might have heard of us before, and I'm here to do a little presentation on building out charity in the game space and what that looks like. I've got a couple of years of doing this under my belt, and I've learned a couple things along the way, and I'm here to share them with you today. So happy Friday, or as some people might say, happy Final Fantasy VII Remake Day out there. So let's get started here. A little bit about myself, where I'm coming from. Again, was in the military for 8 years, U.S. Army. Commissioned through Purdue University from 94 to 98, came out as a shiny 2nd lieutenant in the United States Infantry, and then at the 4-year mark transitioned over to military intelligence. I was at the 82nd Airborne, then transitioned over to 2nd Infantry Division up in Fort Lewis, Washington for my tour overseas. Did 2 tours, one in Kosovo as the liaison to the Russian military in Kosovo. And then my 2nd tour was combat patrols in Iraq for a year, which was, let me tell you, that was a blast. So, and so overall I got out in 2006. So 8 years total. That's where I'm coming from. These are some good pictures of me from combat camera while we were over there. But the big picture that tells you everything you need to know about me is right here. This is right before we were getting ready to deploy. November of 2003, and as you can see here in the absolutely essential article of gear is a Game Boy Advanced and of course Final Fantasy Tactics in my pocket, ready to go at a moment's notice. So that kind of tells you everything you need to know about who I am as a person, as a gamer, and as somebody running a gaming charity. So there you go. All right, so where am I coming from? What does this guy know about charity? All right, so I've been doing this for a couple of years now, and I literally did not expect to be doing charity for most of my adult life, but funny how life works out. I started way back in the day. I left the service in 2006, and then stumbled backwards into a writing gig over at a small place called Sarcastic Gamer, which was the place where I met Jeremy Doc Adams, who would go on to be the founder of a little group called Extra Life. And I was the editor-in-chief over there for a while, and ended up getting the seed planted in my head for charity. I did not have an attachment to sick children like Doc did. I didn't have that same drive, but I appreciated what they were trying to do over there, and I loved it. Opened up something in me that I didn't know I had. So started looking around, started trying to figure out how I could do something that meant more to me in my life. And it was about that time in 2010 when my gunner in Iraq redeployed to Afghanistan. And he ended up asking, he knew I had some connections to the games industry, and asked me if there was anything he could, hey, could you send us an Xbox? So that was how things started. That's how my original first charity, a little group called Operation Supply Drop, started back in November of 2010. And that was sending Xboxes and PlayStations to guys and gals overseas. Due to some, I don't want to say mismanagement, but trusting the wrong people, I lost control of that organization in 2015, and then went on to start my current organization, Stack Up, which is focused more about these mental health awareness and suicide prevention for veterans. So what is Stack Up? All right, so Stack Up, military charity in the game space. We're really we're a unique brand. We're really the only people in our space doing what we're doing. We have 4 main pillar platforms. We have our supply crate program, where we send games and gear to units deployed to combat zones, folks recovering in military hospitals, and folks struggling back home. You kind of forget that if you are a single dad or mom and you can't pay the bills, or you're in the middle of a COVID, global pandemic, one of the first things to go to the pawn shop is the Xbox. So a lot of, we want to make sure we're helping individuals stay gaming and stay in a good, positive mindset. And gaming helps with that. It's a big piece of, what it is we do is keeping. One of the major triggers for veteran suicide is a lack of connectedness. A lot of veterans are in such a hurry to get out of the service that they go sprinting out, and then they forget everything that they left behind, all the family, all the connections, and they're out on their own. And then they find that the civilian sector doesn't really care about them the way that the military did. So it's a tough transition for a lot of guys, and having the ability to stay connected to your infantry platoon in Hawaii, or, a buddy who got out, in DC or something like that, is really important. So that's what we strive to do with those. Our Air Assault program is where we fly disabled and deserving veterans to various gaming events, esports venues, championships like E3, Comic-Con, things like that. Obviously hit a little hard right now with the coronavirus nonsense happening, but we're still that just means the second half of the year we're going to hit it even harder when we all come out of this thing. Our Stacks program, which we got about 30 individual teams nationwide that get out and do good work in their communities as far as supporting local volunteer efforts, whether it's painting a vet center, or just getting together and getting a slice of pizza together, just making sure veterans are getting out from behind their machines and gaming and doing something positive together. It's about connecting veterans. And then lastly, and I feel some of our most impactful work is our Overwatch program, the Stack Up Overwatch program, or STOP, which is our 24/7 suicide prevention online through Discord, peer-to-peer counseling for veterans who are in need of someone to talk to, somebody to game with, and just making sure we're getting these guys and gals in a position where they come away with it feeling like they have a connection online with somebody that they can talk with, that they can trust. A lot of veterans have a tendency to button up. They don't want to go out and interact with. They don't want to go to the VA. They don't trust the VA. They don't have people. It's 3 a.m. They're hopped up on a bunch of opioids that the VA has given them, and they can't sleep, and they need something. They can't talk to anybody. It's easy to get into a game or talk to somebody who speaks their language through gaming, and that's where that comes in. So that's where we're coming from. The goal, and trust me, this was never the plan when I started this back in 2010. When I started doing this, it was just about, it was a cute little thing we were doing. We were sending Xboxes to folks overseas, and that was adorable. And over a decade, it has morphed into, hey, maybe we can take a stab at this whole 22 a day number. And the big overwhelming vision is actually being able to make an impact in our world against this epidemic that is just not going away. You know, we've heard 22 a day for years now, and nothing is happening, nothing is changing. And in a case now where there's this invisible threat that is just crushing everybody, it's even more important that we're able to get folks gaming and get folks interacting with one another through gaming. And that's kind of where we come in. So as you can see here, our mission: eliminate extreme. Well, I don't want to read off the slide. We're not going to be that guy. So that's where we're coming from as an organization. And this is a great, really, this sums it up. Elliot Alcantara, one of the heroes of the Battle of Restrepo in Afghanistan. He was one of our recipients. We flew him out to PAX West a couple years ago. Definitely utilized gaming to kind of get through those dark periods of time in his life. Where he couldn't sleep, he just needed to get away from reality for a while. Great dude, awesome. We were able to link up with him. Restrepo was considered one of the hardest deployments in Afghanistan, like just combat after combat every single day, movement to contact. It was a real tough spot there in Afghanistan. So we were lucky to have him and lucky to be able to provide support to him. So that's where we're coming from. That's what StackUp is. That's who I am. So what over these last 10 years have I learned? Let's go ahead and take a look real quick. This is kind of a table of contents for what we're going to talk about in the next 10, 15 minutes or so. This is just kind of where some of the things that I've learned, and I'm going to pop off the slide presentation here and go over some of my notes. So, but I didn't want to just turn this into me reading off the slides. So this is where we're coming from. So let's get to it. 10 years of charity have changed me. Definitely. That is a weird, it seems like something that you would just go, yeah, of course it has. I was not always who I am now. And if you could talk to my ex-wife, I'm sure she would tell you a lot less of an ass that I used to be, thanks to just having my essence rewired in as far as helping other people. And I was just not born that way. The military specifically trains you that, like, yes, help the individual, help your brother to your left or your right, but carry on with the mission. Though I be the lone survivor, and it's a very solo mentality, and I don't need anybody else, and I can do it myself. And if you can't do it, then that's on you, but I got this. And they kind of beat that into you. And then when I got out of the military, I found that working, part of the reason why I started the charity in the first place was how it made me feel, and what just that good vibe that I ended up getting for doing this work and being able to help out. And 10 years of that later, it really gets into you. Like I'm, and it sounds silly to talk about, but like I'm an alliance player in World of Warcraft, where everybody loves playing Horde, and I sail around in Sea of Thieves and I try helping people there. And it's like, that's not who I was back in the day when I was a hard charging infantryman, in the locker, the guy's locker room, and Hua and all that stuff. And that was not who I was. But 10 years of this later, I definitely feel like a different person, and I'm much more sympathetic for other people's plights. You get so many requests over the, everybody asking for help. Everybody needs support. Everybody needs something. And you read some of these stories, and some of them are, a little bit of fluff, but others, it's really impactful stuff. And it's amazing when you can actually reach out and you get thank you letters back from individuals who are like telling you just what this means to them and their unit and their family, and what it does to them. And it doesn't go a week or two where we don't get some thank you letter or note where it's always a surprise. It's always, every time we get one, it's always it's a warm and fuzzy. So that's where we're coming from there. I found out how difficult it is to raise money for adults. There are a lot of charities out there that focus on sick children, and sick children, I like to say, or pets or things like that. Blameless victims, I like saying. And it's like, it's individuals who have not gotten a fair shake in life. It's like a 4-year-old with leukemia. It's like, that is not fair. You should be raising money for them because they need all the help they can get so they can live a life that they deserve on this planet. The folks that I work for and the folks that other organizations like our allies over at One Up on Cancer, where it's adults, we get pushback that a lot of organizations don't. You get the whole, first off, you get the American military complex nonsense, where it's like, oh, baby killers, and they get what they deserve. They signed up for this. We don't want to help them. A lot of much like One Up on Cancer, they raise money for adults with cancer, and they struggle dealing with adults because it's one of those. And I use them as a point of reference where this should be an obvious thing to raise money for, and yet it's extremely difficult because okay, well, maybe they smoke 3 packs a day. This is on them. This is their fault. And so that makes it very difficult at times, very difficult to raise money for. We at Stack Up, it kind of put us in a different mentality when we were raising money. It took a long time for me. Next bullet is mom and pop versus Walmart and how to feel good about that. It took a long time when you look at organizations like St. Jude's and some of the bigger organizations, Wounded Warrior, where hundreds of millions of dollars, or St. Jude's at $5 billion, where it's like you look to those organizations as a mom and pop org like mine, and you get jealous and you see their potential and capabilities of what they're able to bring to the table. But then over the years, and this took a long time for me to realize, being fat, a $1 million charity is a lot. It's a very beneficial place to be at, because we can run indefinitely on our funding right now. We have set ourselves up for success for years to come. Whereas in, St. Jude's is a $5 billion charity. They raised $16 million through Twitch last year. I don't know if that number is correct or not, but it comes down to the fact that that's a drop in the bucket for them. That doesn't even register on their radar for what they need to keep that engine running, and the amount of money they had to put down to raise that $16 million. It has to be pretty dramatic. So there is value to being the small guy out there. You're fast. You can make moves quickly, and we're in a really good spot. So it took me a long time to get out of that. We want to be number one. We want to go up against Wounded Warrior, and not saying we still don't. There's definitely some value in what we're doing versus what they are doing. That's kind of where we're coming from there. I was a lot more aggressive when I first started out. Again, when you have money in the bank, it's a lot easier to sit back and be less aggressive. If you talk to anybody that knows me from my earlier charity days, they would see me coming and they would run the other direction, because they knew it was like inviting the preacher to your party, and he was going to ask you when the last time you were at convention. And it's like, hey, when we started getting our feet under us, and I did not have to come up and aggressively beat people around the face and neck about what they're doing to support the troops, it made life a lot easier. I was able to let my folks kind of sit back, and I was able to take a step back, and now people come to us about helping out and how they can support us. And it's it started off in a good place. There was a little bit of sibling rivalry where you kind of shake your fists at the bigger organizations, and us versus them, and it kind of mobilized our red shirt fan base. We call ourselves the red shirts because we all wear red, and it made for an interesting kind of team mentality, but it also turned a lot of people off, and that was another big change for me, going from learning to work with other charities as opposed to seeing them as enemies or people in the space that are trying to bring you down. When you find out that there are 2 to 3 million Twitch streamers, and half of our money comes from Twitch streamers at the $5 and $10 level, half of our annual revenue comes from Twitch streamers, and we had 1,000 Twitch streamers raising money for us last year. When you hear there's 2 million to 3 million broadcasters at any given time on Twitch, there's plenty of room for everybody in the space. And especially because we're the only veteran organization out there doing anything. If you want to support veterans, then they will come find us. And it's so much easier. We've been working with other charities like Child's Play, or as I said, One Up on Cancer organizations. They look out for us, and if there are opportunities for veterans out there, they are the first to get on the horn or get on an email and let us know. And it's so much easier to but of course you have to get to that point. You have to get to, altitude before, and for a long time it was, we were just kind of duct taping the wings onto the side of this aircraft. So that's that was a big lesson for me to learn over the years, is kind of, you have to work with other people and not treat them as adversaries. It's a lot easier. Working with game devs is and publishers. It's about marketing budgets and gear, like donated gear that they're not using as tax write-offs. One of the big reasons why my old business partner over at Operations Supply Drop and myself kind of battled with one another was, he felt that there was not enough money in the games industry to support an organization like ours, and that we needed to kind of work with kind of get out of the game space and focus on going after Fortune 500 companies that might not really understand gaming. And I never wanted it to be that way. Gaming was the thing that kind of helped me when I came back from my deployment. So I wanted to make sure that we were able to stay in our lane, so to speak. And nowadays, these kids that are growing up on iPads with Minecraft, we would talk with CEOs that wouldn't get it, or wouldn't get where we were coming from. These 60 and 70-year-old people in charge, they were just like, well, I don't get it, but let me tell you about my 10-year-old. That's all he does is play video games. And those kids on iPads with Minecraft are the next, people being, putting on uniforms, and they'll be the next, senators, congressmen, and people in positions of power. And our organization is finding that over time, gaming is becoming just synonymous. It's everywhere, and you can't get away from it. $100 billion organization, and we just keep growing every year. Another big one, and we're getting short on time here, I need to start wrapping this up, but another big one, people love talking about how much they want to support the troops, but they don't actually do it. And that's charity in general, especially in these times right now, where it will be interesting. We have a fundraiser coming up in May, and a lot of people are at home. We've got more people signed up to stream for us than ever before for May. But will people be supportive when they don't know if their money's coming, or if they're unemployed, or they don't know where their next paycheck's coming from? It will be interesting to see where that goes. Everybody wants to help. Nobody wants to say, well, screw starving kids in Africa, or I'm not into helping kids with cancer. Everybody's going to say, yeah, I want to help. But getting them to actually pull the trigger and help out is a whole different conversation. It took years and years. When somebody said they wanted to help me, like when I would meet them at an event of some kind, it would be very much like, we're going to do this. And I would not let go of them until they either ghosted me, which happened a lot, or I would be forced to just kind of give up the lead. And it took a long time for me to understand that those people would not have put on a good event. They wouldn't have supported the troops in the way we wanted them anyway. If you're forcing somebody kicking and screaming to do something versus them coming up on their own and wanting to do something, and them coming to you with emails and being proactive, it's always a way better relationship. And that took a long time for me to just kind of, hey, just let go of it. If they're not interested, they'll let you know. And they are interested, they'll let you know. They'll want to get involved. And we're getting way short on time here. I didn't think I'm kind of chattering here. That about covers it. I've got other bullet points, but I'm kind of short on time, and I'd rather open it up for questions here. So let's go ahead and do so. I want to thank everybody for coming out, and certainly appreciate your time here today. And let's open it up for questions.
All right. Thank you, Stephen. And there you are. So we got one question out from the Boss Stage Slack right now. And I guess it's kind of a more broader question here. And what is your advice on working with rivals? Oh, and Stephen, you need to unmute yourself.
Sure do. Thank you. Yeah, so I kind of talked a little bit about that, working with rivals, and that it got over the concept of thinking that other organizations were rivaling. I mean, there's so much space out there to work with. It was no longer a land grab kind of conversation. And because we were not in a position where we didn't have any money and we were desperate to keep the lights on, we had a little bit of breathing room, and we could kind of look around and say, hey, there's plenty of room for everybody here. Let's stop treating you get a bunch of veterans together. We're a pretty competitive group. So it turns into an us against the world kind of conversation where it's like, we're going to show the rest of these guys how it's done. And it's like, life got so much easier working with people than against them. Like, again, these organizations now, we're partnering with them, we're doing events with them. They look out for us as opposed to trying to keeping information away from us or not letting us know what's going on, or, hey, we're at an event and one of your volunteers was, having problems. So we talked to them. It's so much easier. It's just being able to step back and go, all right, look, we're all trying to help people, especially right now, because everything is focusing on COVID relief. And it's like, okay, yes, we're in COVID relief land, but it is also, there are also veterans who are struggling. So we're definitely, you just have to get out of that mindset. Like, the money's going to run out.
Yeah.
And
I was going to ask you about, like, have you gotten busier in some way during the pandemic?
Yes.
I mean, like, what is your day-to-day becoming like, I guess?
As far as obviously prepped for like air assaults or things, like all of our events that we were planning, those are all off right now. But our suicide prevention team is just popping right now. It is full on, just people coming in all day. Hey, I lost my job. I don't know if I'm getting the stimulus check. Just a lot of very concerned individuals who would have already been coming to us with usual problems, like other issues, and now you put that extra 20% on them as it is, and a lot of people are a lot of stress right now. So they need people to talk to, and we're there to help out.
People hitting their breaking points, I guess.
Yeah, we're actually getting ready to step up. We're working in wargaming right now for this Operation Lifeboat program, where they are putting a button inside their client that will link directly to our suicide prevention team online. And I think it could be a really interesting conversation starter here for the future, where it's like any of these online multiplayer games that folks will play deep into the night. If you're having a bad time and you need to talk to somebody, to be able to just push a button and be connected to somebody who understands gaming, understands what you've been through. It's really exciting. So again, big thanks out to our friends over at Wargaming for helping put that together. That should be going live here in June or July. So,
okay. And I guess in this time of year, you're usually trying to get something done. I think there's usually like Memorial Day activity or campaigns that help put you back in the spotlight, I guess.
Absolutely, we have biannual fundraisers. Originally, it was going to be around Veterans Day in November. That's where we started doing it, and then it started to get crowded. So we moved to May, thinking, okay, well, there's nobody in May, and then this little group called St. Jude's came roaring out of nowhere in 2015. It was like, and they just absolutely dominated. So it got to the point where it was like, okay, we're just going to have to keep both times in, and we'll see how it goes. And now if somebody wants to do something anytime, we're available. But those are our two main focal points. May coming up is our big fundraiser for the spring, and then our fall one for Veterans Day. And so everybody gets,
And how are you doing the one for May? Like what
we're crushing it right now. It's scary. It's this time last year we had less than 100 people signed up, and we'd only raised $6,000, and now we have 450 people signed up, and we're at like $40,000. So it's like one of these. We were extremely concerned when we were getting signups that, okay, people, 30% unemployment, people aren't working, they're not going to have money for things like this, and we've got the signups, we've got the streamers who are interested in helping. I'll be interested to see what the donations coming in are. So that will be an interesting, because again, we did not expect this. So surprise.
So what's the best way for people to contribute? Is it really money or even games, or what?
We're actually pretty good on games. The developers are pretty good with getting us hardware. It's obviously cash. Cash is king. Donations over at the website. Just head over to stackup.org. We've got we can always use some help there, and just good partnerships. Like it's really exciting now that veterans are being seen as it's a very weird spot to be seen as, but veterans are being considered as a diversity group now. So a lot of these studios that were not interested in working with veterans now have a responsibility to, they have a community within them. Some of these larger organizations like Blizzard and Riot, with large populations of veterans that work for them, who are kind of speaking up on our behalf. So they're kind of working for us on the inside. And those are amazing, amazing conversations we're having right now. They're really exciting, from organizations that were not interested a year ago. And now it's, okay, well, we want to work with you now, and let's think of some big things we can do. And those are exciting. It's not for, everybody laughs about awareness campaigns for charities, like, oh, breast cancer awareness. I think we all get it. We know what breast cancer awareness is, or breast cancer is. But for, a charity like ours, less than $1 million, awareness is huge. being able to be known as an organization in the space and have people talk about you. I'm a big fan of the saying, you know, I would rather have a dollar from a million people than $1 million from one person, because that those people that are helping you out, those volunteers, that family that you build, is just absolutely critical. And you know, our red shirts, as we call them, our volunteers, amazing group of people. We can't do what we do without them coming to us and saying, how can we help? So that's how you can help out. Of course, donations, like, yes.
Yeah, we worked with Stream Elements and Tiltify to get this little button on our GamesBeat Twitch live stream to get donations for you guys, and it didn't seem as complicated as it might have been in days past, I guess.
Sure.
Is that a pretty good sort of source of revenue for you guys now? That
absolutely.
Streamers are just doing this themselves, right?
And that's it. It's diversification. People will come to us and go, hey, I want to do a 72-hour stream or 24-hour thing, or our stream team wants to do something, and we barely need to do anything. It's just a matter of soft touch, making sure messaging, here's some videos, here's some overlays, and just go. And it's the leadership, it's diversification of leadership, where it's like, just let them go with it and see how it goes. And you will be surprised at some of the things these people can get away with, like, or they get done, like just the levels that they are able to accomplish without micromanaging. Because again, as I said, we got 450 people signed up right now to stream for us in May, and that would be impossible to micromanage. So you just kind of have to let go and just hope, you know, be able to be available for folks if they need you know, support, or something's not working, or buttons aren't working, or they want to have someone talk to somebody and have somebody hang out in their stream. But it's again, these are all things that we've had to learn over the years. This has not been an obvious, you know, nobody kind of, this was still pretty trailblazing back when I first started this. So, I
mean, I imagine you have the best luck with the military gamers, I guess. Is that correct?
Yeah, we do.
Do you actually find that there are other games that actually
military games?
Well, or just non-military games even?
like big supporters up in Vancouver. We got the squad team. They're huge. Like, I mean, games that makes sense. But like we did an event with War Dragons. It's a mobile game a year and a half ago. And I mean, it's who wants to reach out to that veteran community and who wants to be able to be that game for those folks. And yeah, it's always a surprise. Again, wargaming, that makes a lot of sense. Very endemic. So,
very good. Well, thank you very much, Stephen. And let's see, were you going to stick around and go into one of our speaker Q&A rooms?
Yeah, absolutely can.
Okay, all right. You can find Stephen in one of the Zoom rooms that you can see in the announcements channel in Slack. So thank you, Stephen. I'm going to turn it over to Michael Chang.
All right. Again, Stephen, thank you for your service here. And if you have interest in learning more, he'll be in the QA breakout room. Now we're going to go introduce Peter Ackerman, Chief Technologist and co-founder of Skydance Interactive, and Mike Minotti from GamesBeat for a fireside chat, which will go into a Zoom room afterwards for Q&A. We'd also like everyone to be aware that we are now welcoming our friends who are able to view this session in Oculus Rift and Oculus venues to go ahead and do so. Not only will you be able to watch Peter Ackerman's talk in VR, you can watch the remaining programming on the boss stage in VR as well, though this is optional. We've sent the links for how to do this in the announcements and the general Slack channel. So with that, let's turn it over to Mike and Peter.
Dimensional games and large-scale VR development with Peter Ackerman, the CEO of Sky. This is a pretty big topic here, and might be good to maybe just start off by having you talk a bit about your experience of kind of large-scale VR.
Well, I've got a pretty long background of large-scale games in general. I had co-founded Treyarch back in the day, worked through a lot of titles there, and we ran
Alrighty, we are here now talking about the next generation of multi-dimensional games and large-scale VR development with Peter Ackerman, the CEO of Skydance Interactive. How's it going, Peter?
I'm doing great, Mike. Thanks for taking the time to hook up with me.
Absolutely. All right. So this is a pretty big topic here. And might be good to maybe just start off by having you talk a bit about your experience of kind of large-scale VR.
Well, I've got a pretty long background of large-scale games in general. I had co-founded Treyarch back in the day, worked through a lot of titles there. We ran the workshop, which became Skydance Interactive, worked on some big-ticket games, XCOM 2, Gears of War 4, The Evil Within. And once we became 4 years ago, we became Skydance Interactive, and so we had this veteran console team. And right at that time, VR was sort of emerging. It was 2016, and we met up with Ellison at Skydance, who wanted to start a game company and wanted to launch into VR, wanted to take a bet on the emerging market. We had our veteran console team, and we were ready to go do it. So we dove in and pretty much took all of our past and our chops at doing these kind of, working in these kind of big game environments on sort of traditional platforms and threw ourselves into VR. Our first effort was a game called Archangel, which was a mech shooter. And we were, from the beginning, we wanted to make sure that we were going to try and bring a big ticket experience to the medium. There was plenty of indie stuff going at the time, a couple of big things that were mostly conversions, like Skyrim, Resident Evil, but there hadn't really been a big bet made in VR yet, where someone was trying to do sort of a flashy big budget game. Well, it turns out that to get your feet wet on a new platform and to do big ticket stuff at the same time is a pretty tall order. And so we came up with, I think a fine game. We definitely went huge on the production quality. It was very nice. It was a little bit simple, I think, when we finally launched the thing. It was on rails, and it was a game you were inside a cockpit playing a giant mech. We had we did a lot more than just make it a shooter game. Though fundamentally there was sort of a rail shooter inside of it. We elevated it with a lot of high-end production, really great graphics, a great story, and great characters. We brought a lot of sort of Hollywood production mentality to it. That's a core value for Skydance Interactive, is sort of bringing story to everything that we do. So, well, I think it's a game we were proud of, but also it was, to be truthful, a little bit behind the times by the time the game came out, because we realized that we were trying to build a road when it was still path time. So we dove in and said, okay, we're going to invent something. We're going to be a little more experimental and fast. And the next thing we did was called Archangel Hellfire. We took the Archangel world and some of the models, and we recast it into a 2-on-2 mech shooter with multiplayer. And that was, rather than a big team trying to jam out a huge product in it, I'll admit, too short of a time. We did that in about 14 months. Hellfire, it was a short schedule, like 7 months that we did Hellfire, maybe 8. But we managed to pull together a 2-on-2 really unique mech shooter that was great little experience. It wasn't a huge thing, but it was a small team that we were able to innovate, figure out what it took to get free movement. Free movement was something we were afraid of the first time because of all the terror of nausea. The second time we said, we got to get free movement. We're in a cockpit. We should be able to pull this off. There's a lot around to stabilize the player. And so we did, and we started to take some risks, and we got a really great sort of big, ponderous, slow-moving mech game. I mean, big, ponderous, and slow-moving makes it sound bad. It's like the sense of commanding an enormous piece of iron, not a sort of thing where you're flitting around and fast. And we found that the medium and the IP that we created really served well and made a sort of unique and cool team shooter game. Then, as that was closing up, we got in contact with Skybound, and the idea of doing a Walking Dead VR game was born. And everybody was lit up by that at the beginning, right from the start, because just the idea of, it was clear to everybody that The Walking Dead was a universe that all the fans of the show, anybody would want to try and test their mettle in. And it was a place where it was going to be about intimate interactions with things getting close to you, which VR was great at. It's going to be a game of survival, a game of human connection to the people around you. We thought VR was a perfect medium to be able to do something amazing there. But it was also our first dive into first-person VR. So we still, even though it was now our third generation of VR titles, we had a lot to learn. And once again, that product took longer than we expected, but we sort of bet boldly on it. This time we said, we're going for a game with free movement, because we were beginning to discover that the nausea issues that made everybody so terrified of doing kind of a standard game in VR at first were gradually being defeated. Good reprojection technology that exists on all the platforms, the honing of the way vignettes work to keep yourself from peripheral nausea, And generally also people getting their legs were all these sort of great surprises. And we saw that there was a crowd emerging that could totally take free movement VR and a free moving game. And so we boldly went for a sort of full on, survival action melee RPG game design. It didn't all merge at the beginning, but by the time we were done, we got more bold as we went along. Part of the advantage of slipping a little bit on our schedule was that we had more time to reinvent things. And by the time we were done, we came up with a game that we just launched called Walking Dead Saints and Sinners. Don't know how much of the audience has been able to try it, but it's really, I think, set a benchmark for first-person action combat games. And more than action combat, it's a RPG light. It's a survival game. It's a lot of things, and it tells a really great story and really does honor to the Walking Dead universe. And I think we set a benchmark there for physical interaction and also for sort of cinematic quality of that action. I'll talk more about that later. So that's kind of our trajectory, and here we are.
So I mean, the Walking Dead game is ambitious in a lot of ways, but especially with the free movement, which is tricky in a smaller VR experience. But and that's kind of what I find interesting and challenging about these large scale VR games is that you have these traditional VR phones, but you're doing maybe a longer experience, this bigger scale experience. So I guess with those bigger scales, does this amplify those challenges, like the nausea problem and things like that?
Oh, I think it does, in the sense that you need to be comfortable for long sessions of play. Things that you might be able to take that are intense but a little bit sick-making, you might be able to take for 20 minutes. Doesn't work when you're going to make a 20 to 25 hour game out of it. So you really do need to conquer those problems. But I would say that we've done a pretty good job, and taking even an old guy like me. I'm 51, and I'm not exactly the emerging young kids who can handle anything. I even got kind of a paper telling me I get seasick at sea. And when I first went into VR, I had plenty of trouble with it. The first time when I played first Half-Life, I had to take Dramamine to play that game. Talking about just not Half-Life Alyx. I'm talking about Half-Life back in the day. However, I gained my legs after a while. Now I can take it. I'm tougher than most. And so the fact that the last thing I was going to say is that the audience is adapting to the nausea. And I do think there's some people who are never going to be up for it, but we're now a big enough audience that, and people who've like gotten their sea legs, their VR legs for it, that it's becoming a viable target commercially.
And then there's this other side of challenge where we have so many different VR platforms now, right? We have the console platform with PlayStation VR, which is maybe now a little lower end tech wise. We have wireless with Quest, and then this really high end stuff like with Index. Like, just how difficult is that to maybe make something for all these different platforms that have all these different? Some have like strengths, weaknesses, some have limitations, and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, it's the challenge that there's always been of cross-platform development. This is something that I've spent my whole career doing. We would make a game on the Xbox, have to bash it down to make it work on a PlayStation 2, and then somehow figure out how to shoehorn it into a GameCube back in the day. And you solve those problems. The fact is that at least among those platforms, there's not an order of magnitude difference between what they're capable of. So you really kind of have to design with that in mind from the beginning. And you can. Honestly, there's enough underlying power in all of those machines that you can deliver a rich, high-quality experience. Like, if you think about it, even a Quest, has a lot more power than a PlayStation 3 did. And if you go back to this, you could play God of War or Shadow of the Colossus on a PlayStation 2. And these are like epic, massive scale experiences. And so, the power is there. Even on a Quest, the power is there. And that's something we're proving right now. Just to get the plug in, Walking Dead Saints and Sinners came out on PC. We launched on those high-end platforms you were talking about. We are right now porting it to PlayStation VR, which is a very, very soon to be announced date, which is in the very near future. That's all I can say. But stay tuned for that. And it's awesome on PlayStation VR. I play it daily on PlayStation VR. And it's fantastic there. And we're working on Quest 2, and it's going to be awesome there too. The Quest is probably the biggest. The Quest is, I think, the most interesting tension point. Whether you can bridge those same titles into mobile and what kind of sacrifices you have to make to do it.
So, I mean, is it fair to say that you think, the Quest model is the ultimate future that VR is heading for, this kind of wireless setup?
Well, I'd say the market sure says so, and my own personal experience says so. I mean, it's just so much better to not have that stupid wire. And the Quest is an amazing achievement because of the amount of computing power they put in that device, but also how committed they've been to making the user experience not suck. It's not janky. It's not trying to configure a kit like I don't want to speak ill of any of the other wonderful folks who've laid out the platforms that showed the way. But I'll just say that the Quest is delivering by far the easiest, in and out. They're really starting to take it seriously as a consumer grade experience. And part of that is making it easy, all the computing being right there and not being tied to something. So, and then just the freedom of moving around, the fact that the inside out tracking, that's a miracle, by the way. Talk about technological innovations of the last, that didn't just happen this last year, but late term innovations that if anything is going to save the medium. Because that's what's allowing, of course, something like the Quest to exist. The fact that they can perform inside out tracking with the limited power of the headset is astonishing. And that creates such a higher grade of VR experience that anything you can do there is tons better. So yes, I do think it's going that direction. I think Quest has shown that it can be done, and I do think future VR is going to push in that direction.
So, through the efforts of companies like Skydance, and now very recently with Valve and Half-Life Alyx, we're kind of seeing a lot more of these sort of large-scale AAA style VR games. Do you think that maybe we've reached a turning point with that style of VR experience pretty recently?
Well, a turning point, I can't say quite yet. I can certainly say I think that both of us, Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners, and Alyx are showing the way toward what could be done with that. The economics is the underlying problem for doing these big ticket works. I don't think it's fundamentally the hardware. I gave examples earlier of very weak hardware that when the economics were there, we were able to do spectacular things. Right now, there are very few companies that can pull off the economics to make something like this work. Most of the stuff that you've seen is from first parties. Alyx, even as well, could be argued to be from first party people with a vested interest in the hardware. We're a bit of a unicorn, Skydance Interactive, to be able to bring the resources we brought to bear. But in a way, it was our partnership with Skybound and a partnership with The Walking Dead that made that possible, tying it to a big ticket name that was going to get attention. If the team that had done Archangel was going to go and do some zombie game, you wouldn't have heard of it, no matter how cool it was. But because it was The Walking Dead, everybody turned their head, and that gave us the leverage and it was that license enabled us to make a bigger bet on it. The fact that we had a team that was going to be able to port it across many platforms helped make that happen. But it's still a very dicey economic proposition to do this kind of big ticket development until the platform kind of bootstraps its way up. So I think that you're going to see Alyx and Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners still stand as evergreens for quite some time before the city starts to grow around us.
And I guess that evergreenness is kind of interesting, because so many people are still coming into VR new all the time. Is there maybe more legs to these big VR titles than to maybe a traditional a big console release?
Oh, by far there is. One is that the consumer base is just spread out. It's a trickle of people coming in over time. This is what you've described. Two, there's a paucity of sort of heavyweight developers that are in there building big ticket content. And so when you really make a great one, and a game that's not only that is a great game and has had a lot of resources put into it. So Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners is an excellent game, but it's a very substantial game. Beat Saber is an excellent game, but it was a simple thing conceived by one guy who knocked out something awesome. Super Hot, same thing, super small team who just had a brilliant idea and did those things. But when they hit it with strokes of genius, we hit it with a lot of grit and bringing the best of our skill and to make a package like that. There's just not that many teams that can pull that off. And so those things do stand. We've seen it in the sales models for our own stuff and for other things and for ours as well, that those things kind of keep on going. That years later, and look at the top titles on any of the VR platforms right now. You see a lot of the old standbys still there. It's almost shocking. Wait a minute, wasn't that a game from 2 years ago? And it is. And they're still holding on to the charts. So if you can get in there, it can last for a long time. And I think that's kind of key to the economics right now of doing anything serious. Is you got to get a hold of one of those those rarefied slots that just keeps on selling.
And kind of something you brought up earlier was how important it was to have kind of the Walking Dead license to sort of kind of help with exposure. And Half-Life itself is a license, and it seems like a lot of these really big games are kind of depending on licenses like that, or just sort of known quantities. You think that's going to be kind of a permanent status of these bigger VR games for a while, that we kind of need to sort of have this sort of known factor to kind of help bring people in?
Yeah, I kind of do, actually. I think because getting people into VR at all is hard. But when you can hang the right marquee, thing on the marquee, you can put that Half-Life name up there and turn tens of millions of adoring fans. You can put Walking Dead name up there. You could put the Skyrim name up there. Like, look at what Skyrim did to the earlier stage, or even Eve Valkyrie or something like that, where a big, serious, known name came and took on VR. Resident Evil, same thing. I think those guys did a huge service to the first wave of VR by bringing a big name into it that people recognized. And I do think, how many people know about Asgard's Wrath? If you're an Oculus fanboy, great game, right? But it's not like that's a cultural event, that it's there. And I'm not trying to slam Oculus for it. It's a great game, great product, but it's hard to get people outside the walls to know about that stuff. And we got to bring in a lot of people from outside the walls, and that's still the challenge of the market right now.
So, let's say maybe Half of Alex Walking Dead kind of represents this like where we are right now with large scale VR. What are kind of the things that are going to make the next wave look different or feel different? Like, let's talk a little bit about the future of large scale VR.
Oh, well, I feel like right now, even the mechanics of operation, for us, when we dream about what our large scale future looks like, we look at the high water marks that we achieved. We built, I think, the most intense first person melee combat game that has ever existed on any platform. And I think it's all of us realizing what the strengths of VR are to make great game product and then leaning into those. And so I feel like we've kind of written the very first chapter of that with what we did with Walking Dead Saints and Sinners. There's so much more that can be done. So what I think we're going to see is getting out of the phase of figuring out basic vocabulary. Like this right now, let's take 3 titles that just launched and do physical things. We'll take, say, Boneworks. We'll take Walking Dead Saints and Sinners. We'll take Half-Life. All of us have games where we're interacting with physical objects. Each one of us had to solve that problem on our own in isolation. It's like the earliest days of 3D when nobody had really done it, and everybody was at home writing their own graphics engines. We were doing that back in Treyarch, writing our own 3D software rasterizer in 1995. And so everybody's kind of inventing the basics right now. But then they're out there, and once those are out there, and a few different takes have been had at it, these things are going to standardize. And so what you then see, is you go from Quake to Half-Life, to put ancient metaphors to work here. Is once the vocabulary of a shooter gets developed, you saw story emerge. You saw like second-tier gameplay and deeper stuff emerging. And I think the same thing is going to be true here. Whereas the basic vocabulary gets laid down, we're going to see second-generation product that evolves and takes much deeper gameplay. It's built on top of those sort of mechanical rules that become standardized and people become familiar with. And so we are expecting to do. Anyway, that I think is how I would characterize it.
And you talk about how you have all these companies kind of solving these problems independently. I mean, are you guys ever comparing notes on these things? Do you reach out to like, how did you fix this problem, or is it more just a matter of, is it more secretive than that? Is it just you're playing each other's games and kind of seeing how these issues get tackled?
Well, it sort of depends on the level of booze at the after party, doesn't it? When you're, you get some bleed. The industry's not that large, and the VR industry is super not that large. There's a lot of crossover. People, it's a rough and tumble business. Companies rise and fall all the time. People go from one company to another. So there's a lot that spreads around about how things are getting done. That said, it's still a lot of it's whispers and little notes of what people are doing here. So we still manage to be pretty secretive. I mean, when you're a developer, you do live under a mushroom. You really to achieve something great in a new space, you really got to like concentrate your full focus on it. And you don't spend all your time playing all these other things and out there looking at research, and you're really in there in the laboratory, sleeping under your desk, trying to like work out that piece of trigonometry that's going to allow something to feel just right, at the key moment, or deal with an interface problem. So I would say not as much as you might. Only sort of at the cordial level, and not as much as you think. You're pretty much, when it's new like that, everybody's feeling like their secret sauce is part of what's going to be their competitive edge, right? So, yeah, it's pretty secretive.
So you talked a bit about how you're proud about the melee combat and Walking Dead, and in the movement, and how we're seeing some of these problems figured out. Is there anything that stands out to you as like the big maybe problem or the next big challenge to tackle that is really at the forefront of kind of working through the future of VR?
You're asking me one big like sort of interface or technical or gameplay problem. That's the next. Well, I feel like for us, we solved a lot of, my God, key problems. How are we going to get basic things to work was a lot of what this time was about. For me, this next time isn't about how are we going to crack this new nut. It's like, oh my God, we've now built this tool set. Look what we can do. Let's go do it. I don't want to do another round where I'm back in the laboratory trying to invent basic things. I want to take this, what we've got, and I want to build something with it. I want to build something amazing. We kind of did the first time. And I'm going to say kind of, we did something quite excellent the first time, but I think we can go so much farther than that. So for me, it's like showing how deep and rich a game you can do when we weave all the tools that we built together into something like there is so much untapped possibility in what we did. So to me, it's like putting together a much deeper, complex gameplay that emerges from everything that we built, and also wiring together all the other traditional elements of games. Weaving your story and your visuals and the whole thing into first class, deeper next generation games. I mean, the same kind of things that you see when you watch any console launch. You'll see the first gen product, and it's always kind of like, gee whiz, come look at the new thing. And then by the time you're 4 or 5 years into it, you're getting deeper, richer games. It's not like they're inventing new stuff so much, but they're putting more complex, more satisfying gameplay together out of it. And that's what I think the next generation is going to be about.
Mm-hmm. So, in the earlier days, we saw a lot of just taking kind of existing games or genres and throwing them into VR. And I guess, this is something you kind of brought up to me before we started, was this idea, this difference between making great VR games and using VR to make great games. So are we kind of at that point now where it feels a lot more like we are using VR to make great games and not just kind of using VR as a way to maybe spice up something that's old?
Oh, I absolutely think that. Beyond the first phase is like, what can we do in this new medium? Wow, that's a great VR experience. That's great for VR. But the real question underlying, and I said that's sort of the question that the initial platform makers who are making the VR themselves have to answer, right? Why should I get a VR at all, right? But yes, when I say that difference between making a great VR game and using VR to make a great game, we took that mentality from the beginning, that we weren't here to like sell VR. We were here to use everything in our power to make an experience that people had never seen before. That was an amazing, endearing experience, and that used VR to do it. So that this was a great game by any measure, and not like, oh, a great for VR, where VR is like a but. It's great, but VR, I mean, given that it's VR, well, sure, that's pretty impressive, right? It had to be because VR, like amazing. Oh yeah, because VR this. And I think that's exactly what getting that first tier vocabulary down is, showing where VR can deliver. What we're seeing in this generation of product is VR is delivering classes of experience that don't exist on conventional media. It delivers a level of interactivity, of immersion, of creativity for the player, of intuitive gameplay for the player. That's a huge one, where we've seen that what all the products that I mentioned in this current generation are showing you is that you get this huge intuitive vocabulary you get to bring into the game. And so it's time to write some stories with it. It's time to write some novels with it. It's time to write, lay down, make a next chapter of gaming out of this. And use this. It's like, I feel like cheating in a way. I feel, the best VR melee combat game the best melee combat game that there's been can't stand up to our game because we're using VR. We're doing something that they can't do with a PlayStation controller, on a standard screen. We're able to bring that zombie right into your lap. He's able to bring your arm, not some abstraction over on the screen. You could be manipulating something behind your back and on another side while you're looking in the third direction. You can't do this in your living room. And I feel like I'm almost like, we can do that, and we can take the player to places that nobody else can. And so, and as a result of that, I can deliver a gameplay experience that nobody else can deliver. And that's what I'm talking about, is using VR just to make great games, because we're here to make great games. I never got into this to like, I want to make great PlayStation games. I want to make great mobile games. I want to make great X games. No, I want to make great games that become part of people's life and their memory, and that 10 years later, they're still talking about it. at every point in my life, I've been lucky enough to be on a great product. I meet people literally decades later who, when they hear I worked on it, are like, oh my God, games are profound. Games change our lives. Games are part of the story of our lives. You know, they're right up there with literature and film and other creative efforts. And so I think VR can really help us write another chapter of that. So I'm excited to be working on it.
Well, we just have a couple of minutes here, but, you know, kind of talking about, you know, future stuff. We have new consoles on the way, and neither of them have talked a whole lot about VR yet. Is there some worry that the newness of the new consoles is going to maybe take some of the excitement away from the sort of emerging technology of VR, or are these two industries or sectors so different now that one can't really put a shadow over the other?
Oh, I don't worry about that at all. I think they're just different. I think new consoles are great and they should move forward. People had this fear when mobile came on, was it going to be the death of console, right? That's a laugh. What happened is the game industry just got bigger. And I think that's what's going to happen here. The new consoles will be great. The new streaming, new console streaming services, all the sort of stuff that's going to change the way people play games. It really didn't cannibalize existing stuff. It just added more dimensions to the gameplay that's out there. So, no, I think what VR has got is unique, and I don't see anything threatening to unseat it. And I think it's really it's a small flame that we have to, get burning into a big fire. But no, I don't fear that at all.
And do you still feel, now that we're kind of into the boom a bit now, you think the excitement is still kind of red hot there? You think the fans are still flaming pretty high?
It's ebbed and flowed. I feel like we're on excitement phase 3.0. I think the Quest has rekindled it in a huge way. You're like, oh my God, VR. Oh my God, everybody's sick. Oh my God, VR. It's like, oh, nobody has it. And so the games feel kind of hokey. It's because there's no money yet. It's a chicken and egg problem. I think the Quest is breathing enormous new life every time. Try and go buy one, right? I mean, not that anybody can do that anymore, but I mean, those things are flying. I think they've begun to elevate it. And so I think there is definitely on that vector a strong wave of like, okay, maybe this time we got it. And so, hopefully the future belongs to those who believe in this until it happens.
Awesome. All right, Peter, I think that's going to just about do it for our time here. Thank you so much. I thought that was a great talk. I really enjoyed that.
Oh, great, Mike. It was fun. I love chances to talk about what we do.
Yep. And and I know that VR has definitely, I think, been a bit of an escaping help for a lot of us in these times. So
yeah, I'm embarrassed to say what this social situation has meant for our sales figures. I feel like a guy making guns during wartime or something like that. Like, yeah, no, this war is really terrible. Yeah.
No, it's good.
So I'm not going to comment on that, but yeah.
All right. Thanks again so much, Peter.
All right, Mike. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Peter and Mike. Peter's passion really shows, and we're going to let the audience spend more time with Peter and Mike in the breakout QA Zoom room right now. However, as Peter and Mike head that way, we're going to conduct one more quick poll on VR. So please let us know your thoughts. When do you believe VR will become mainstream? Now, never, next year, 5 years, or 10 years out? Let's see what the results are. And 5 years from now takes the lead here. Great. Clearly the Quest was sold out this winter season. Long wait list there. So hopefully this time's coming. And now we're going to go to Glenn Schofield, founder of Striking Distance Studios. Of course, many of you know Glenn more for his work with Sledgehammer on Call of Duty and Visceral with Dead Space. But Glenn is going to speak to us about the art of inspiration and then go into Q&A.
Welcome to the Art of Inspiration, Ideas on a Deadline. Hi everybody, I'm Glenn Schofield, and I've been making video games for over 30 years. I'm the CEO and founder of Striking Distance Studios, and I'm also the director of our current game. I've been a creative person my entire life. I started drawing when I was 3 or 4, took art lessons my whole life, and eventually got a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree from Pratt Institute. I started my career as a professional illustrator in New York City, where I did all kinds of crazy creative jobs, from posters to game covers to all sorts of things. I did that before I got into video games. So I learned early on that the idea was key to the creative process. You couldn't start any creative project without the idea. And that's what I'll be discussing today, the art of inspiration and how I come up with ideas on a deadline. So let's talk about some of those processes. Games consist of millions of creative decisions, but also hundreds, if not thousands, of ideas. It's these ideas that the team needs to come up with all the time and on a deadline. I don't really care where the idea comes from as long as the best ideas get into the game. You must put your ego aside, keep an open mind, and realize that a good idea can come from anywhere, anyone, and anything. And that maybe your best talent is actually realizing and discovering that idea. Remember, everyone on your team is a game maker, and usually creative in one way or another. When I need to come up with ideas, I kind of go into idea mode, which seems to be all the time now. And I've learned a few ways to help inspire me and give me lots of information to help the ideation process. I've broken it out into 6 categories: read, watch, visit, interview, hire experts, and brainstorm meetings. When I'm searching for ideas, I'll always go for one or more of these to help me, and usually I'll do all 6. Research for your game and ideas is so important. The first category, reading, is something I do all the time. Not necessarily that many books these days, although I did for World War II. But I read educational and scientific papers, news articles, and websites all the time, and do tons of Google searches daily. For example, I was trying to come up with a bad guy for Advanced Warfare. It had always been some kind of country, like Russia or the Middle East, and, well, I was tired of always explaining on my marketing trips why we picked some country for our enemy. I started reading a bunch of articles on PMCs and came across this article on the future of war, and this paragraph precisely was like a light bulb going off inside my head. Why not make the bad guys in our game a huge private military corporation with a leader consumed with growth and finally having the largest military unit on the planet? This article led to the most transformational idea in Advanced Warfare. And here's another example of reading in a different way that led to a big idea for one of my games. I read a lot of science fiction books, and especially for Dead Space, I read an awful lot. And my 2 favorite authors are Isaac Asimov and Arthur C. Clarke. So I put the 2 together to come up with Isaac Clarke, the main character's name in Dead Space. So here's a small thing that led to actually a very big and important idea in the game. Another big inspirational technique that I'm sure we all use for ideas is watching, and of course listening at the same time, to TV, documentaries, movies, the internet, and games. I watch stuff and play all the time to get ideas and inspiration. For some things, I pay homage to a great director or scene and borrow it for the game. Like this scene from Saving Private Ryan, one of the greatest war movies ever made. I just thought Spielberg's landing at Normandy was the greatest and most intense depiction of that, and I just had to borrow this scene from my World War II game. Speaking of borrowing, I borrowed it for my own game for this one. The idea originally came from Dead Space, but we also used it in Advanced Warfare. It started with the BART train in San Francisco. It makes the absolutely worst sound pulling into the station. We recorded it and used it in Dead Space to such a great effect that we just had to reuse it in Advanced Warfare.
Exiting vacuum.
All it is sound, but it messes with the player's head and really causes some tension. Here's another scene from Private Ryan that led to a bigger idea in Advanced Warfare. I really love this shot of the tank kind of going above the soldiers in Saving Private Ryan. So we went a little bit further in Advanced Warfare, and we actually had the walking tank go over the soldiers' heads. So it was a small cutscene from a movie that led to actually a very memorable scene from Advanced Warfare. Visiting places that may be in your game, or places that you could use for reference, is a great way to get inspired. I know it's always hard to visit the exact locations, but there are some places that are somewhat like the places in your game. Others, like museums, can provide you with ideas that can be used. I've visited places like NASA, gone to Europe, military bases, power plants, deserts, and many other locations that have been enormous help in coming up with ideas for our games. For World War II, we did a road trip in a van for over a week, visiting most of the locations that the player went to in the game. It was an amazing trip where we even hired a World War II expert to guide us through these locations. It was a trip that provided tons of ideas. We took thousands of photos which were used for reference by the artists and designers. We visited museums, went inside tanks and old bunkers, and used the dragon's teeth we saw in the game. This trip supplied us with tons of ideas throughout the entire game. Here's an interesting example from a trip, and one that led to a great feature in the Advanced Warfare game. We took a trip to JPL, or the Jet Propulsion Labs, down in LA, where they work on projects for NASA. We were getting all kinds of great info from scientists there when they took us to a big room in one building. The scientist giving the tour says, "Hey, you're in for a big surprise today. We're lowering what we call the walking tank. Although its planned use was for mining on asteroids someday, it immediately gave me the idea to have a walking tank in Advanced Warfare. Here are a couple of pictures of the NASA tank, and here's our interpretation." On World War II, we had a Jeep driving section in the game. It was a very big section and very important. But it seemed that none of the team that was actually working on the Jeep driving section had either gone in a Jeep, driven a Jeep, or at least went four-wheeling in a Jeep. I happen to own a Jeep, so off to Hollister we went. A place with all kinds of four-wheeling activities and rocks and boulders and pits of mud, everything that we needed to get the experience. So we went driving in the mud, and over logs, over boulders. It was a great experience for the team where they learned an awful lot, especially about the physics of driving a Jeep. We eventually got stuck and had to be towed out, but it was a great time for the team and a wonderful, wonderful learning experience. Another way I've gotten great results for ideas and inspiration is interviews. I've had the pleasure of many great interviews over the years with some big names in entertainment as well as science. The Human Genome Project gave us biological weapons for advanced warfare. And for those games out there that need some free advice from scientists, the Science and Entertainment Exchange is a great opportunity to connect with science advisors from many different fields. They're here to help the entertainment industries. This example of interviews was really eye-opening. I was interviewing a woman who escaped from a dictatorship country at the risk of death. During the interview, She told us of her uncle, who had been imprisoned and eventually released. They asked him to escape with them, and although he had been beaten and tortured, he decided to stay. He said at the time that although they had an authoritarian leader, he had everything he needed: rules, boundaries, and protection from invaders. And their leader provided the constraints and support to keep the country from chaos. Why should I leave? I was so stunned to hear his story, I just had to get his reasoning into Kevin Spacey's speech in Advanced Warfare.
People don't want freedom. They want rules, boundaries, protections from invaders and from themselves. People need a leader who can both provide the constraints and the support to keep chaos at bay. And you give them that, and they'll follow.
Hiring experts, if your budget allows, is also something I've used extensively when needed. I've hired ex-Navy SEALs, movie directors, and scientists. I realize not everyone can afford to hire experts, but if you can save some of your budget, and it doesn't take much, experts are happy to come work on a video game, I've found. For World War II, I hired Marty Morgan, who's the ex-director, curator of the U.S. National World War II Museum. He could answer almost everything about World War II, and if he didn't know it offhand, he'd research and get the answer. Here's a small excerpt from an interview with him.
I've devoted my life to studying the subject of the Second World War. I'm very fortunate in this career to follow the story of individuals that are willing to make a sacrifice for the bigger picture. They represented the greatest possible bravery, the greatest possible courage under the worst possible circumstances.
Of course, one of the things we all always do is work with your team. That's where the bulk of your ideas come from, especially if everyone does some research. There are, of course, many ways to solicit the team for ideas. One of the things we did on Dead Space was have a horror competition. Everyone could submit ideas for horror, and once a week or so, we'd go through these ideas. One idea that came up was the drag tentacle. This was a very ambitious idea, but one nonetheless that came out of the competition and was a fan favorite. Here's a little bit of that. And last, but by far not least, brainstorm meetings. No need to show examples of how that affected any games because we all use them. I just have a couple rules that I follow for brainstorm meetings. Don't start off cold. Have some ideas ready. Do some of the research I talked about earlier. And bring in some of that reference, that learning, those ideas. And let everyone know what the goals of the meeting are so everyone knows how to stay on track. I also make sure that we don't have silent people or people who talk too much. Keep the meeting going in a direction. Steer the meeting. And most important, be positive, be inspiring, pat people on the back, so to speak. Brainstorm meetings are the heart and soul of video game ideas, and it's so important that the person running them is good at it. Well, those are just a few ways that I get inspired for coming up with ideas on a deadline. So remember, put your ego aside, keep an open mind. Great ideas can come from anywhere, anything, or anyone. You just want to make sure that the best ideas get into your game, no matter where they come from. Thank you. I really appreciate you listening, and I hope you got something from today's discussion. And stay safe.
All right, thank you very much, Glenn, and come on out on stage here with me, and we can do a little bit more Q&A. So,
hello, Dean. How are you?
Good, very good talk. This reminds me of the one from, what, 8 years ago when you did it at the DICE Summit, huh?
Yeah, something like that. It's been a while.
Mm-hmm.
It was good to kind of refresh it a bit and add some new stuff.
Yeah. What did you feel like was the difference between now and then, if you noticed any, I guess?
Let's see. I'm not really sure. There was, I had to kind of go back into my memory and remember how we came up with some of those games. That's for sure. Some of the ideas.
I mean, I seem to remember a lot to do with sort of like painting and art and throwing images on a wall, that sort of thing, as one of the ways you were trying to get sort of visually inspired. I think.
Yeah. I try and go through a lot of different art and a lot of visuals, tons and tons of photos. I mean, my iPhone alone has, I think I'm up to 26,000 photos on it right now. Things I take photographs of, things I'm inspired by, all sorts of stuff. So I keep that. I scroll through that all the time. It's crazy, but a lot of ideas.
Jeff Grubb in the Boss Stage Slack here has a question for you. Like, when you're coming up with ideas, do you have a certain kind of player in mind that you're trying to impress or please? And then I would add to that: is there a certain kind of player you're trying to torture as well?
That's a good one. I like to try and impress myself as a player. To be honest with you, I playing a lot of games all over the years, and so I've seen so many different scenes and so many different things, that have inspired me, and of course to take in different directions. So I'm always trying to make myself, I guess, pleased by the moment, and of course, are there any I try to torture? I'm not so sure that's such a great thing to do as a game maker, is torture the player. But I would say that there are probably some puzzles here and there that we want them to think a lot about.
So other than the BART example, are there some other unexpected sources of ideas that you've used in games?
I'll bring up the one from Dead Space a long time ago. I was looking for a song to go with a trailer we were making, and it's a horror game, and so people at the time, they was always playing some hard heavy rock or metallic rock or something like that, or playing something really moody, and I wanted to try something different. Right, and I come home from work after a long day, and I'm still thinking. And my little daughter, I think she was around 3 at the time, was singing "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star." And so went into the next day. I'm like, I got it. It's "Twinkle Twinkle." And so we had somebody sing it very moody, like, and it just was perfect over this horror game in space.
Here's
So
another one that. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
When it comes to creativity, how important is space? Is it easier to be creative in a home environment, a work environment, or does it really not matter?
There's some places where it's hard for me to just um, be creative. Sometimes just going back into my office at work, and is feels a little, I can't just sit in my office and come up with ideas. It's easier for me to be at home and watching something, or um, I think where I'm a little more relaxed, or in a brainstorm meeting where you've got to be quick on your toes, right? And so yeah, there are some places that are a little less creative than others. One place that I used to have a long commute for years, 20 years. I had a long commute each way, and being in my car and just listen to the music that I wanted to, and just being able to kind of put my mind at ease. I was able to come up with a lot of ideas, or even partial ideas, which are just as important sometimes. Just driving when I wasn't cursing at traffic.
Did you get your Jeep out?
Yeah, we did. It took 3 hours, and somebody they had to come into the woods and pull us out. But I made everybody on the team drive it that day, so that they could, drive over the logs and see what the physics was like in the mud and turning and putting brakes on and accelerating and all that. So everybody came away with some really advanced knowledge, and it really helped make the driving experience better.
Who crashed it in the mud?
That probably was me. I'm the only one who can take they were like, well, it's a giant pit of mud, and I'm like, all right, let me drive this time. And believe it or not, I pulled out of the mud. I was able to get out of the mud. It was when we got stuck on a log, and the Jeep is basically teetering on the log.
So the science and entertainment exchange, that sounds really interesting. Do they do that for games as well as like movies? And I guess
Yes.
It sounds like they could be like the truth police for game developers too.
Yeah, we're actually using them right now for a few ideas, and what they do, and I've used them in the past, is they just help you. If you want to put things into reality a little bit, you come up with an idea and you're like, oh, I want to do this. Let's say like for Dead Space or something, and we were talking about zero G. They could hook us up with an expert in zero G, and they would tell you, yeah, when you jump off, you use this many pounds per pressure, and stuff like that, which is really helpful in trying to if you're trying to make a game also be relatable and believable, which I am Advanced Warfare. Everything in Advanced Warfare was either from a theory, or there was some studies going on about it, or it was in a prototype thing. From the exoskeleton to everything that you could do in it. Now we pushed what the exoskeleton could do, but an exoskeleton was real, and so that's what we wanted to. We wanted to stay grounded because we were making a game that people have to believe in.
Yeah. So what excites you creatively about the games medium versus other forms of expression, and what can you do in games that you can't do in your other art?
Oh wow! Well, what excites me, I think a lot, is that I can really immerse myself in a game. I feel more than I can in a movie. I always know that it's the person in the movie getting scared. Even though I'll get scared from something that happens in a movie, I'm like, okay, that was that person in the movie that just got scared, or that just happened to. Whereas in a game, it's usually happened to the player, and somehow it feels more personal, and it feels more realistic that it's happening to you, and so you can really immerse yourself. um, what do I get out of it more than my painting? Is that the question, or my art?
I guess your other art is really just what they said. So I think it's your painting that they're referring to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a whole new thing. That's another place I've really come up with ideas, because I'll stand and paint, to sit and paint for hours at a time, coming up with ideas for my game. So it allows me. It's a really creative space to be in, because you have to think all the time when you're painting. But uh, it just allows me to be in two different worlds, and one, my painting is mostly realistic stuff these days, from California scenes and all, and in my video games, I can be in faraway places, and in crazy places, and in places most people wouldn't want to go or can't go. So that's what I like about making video games.
Here's a sort of a people-oriented one. Like, what are some suggestions you have for getting people who are usually quiet more engaged in the brainstorming?
That's a good question. A lot of times I'll take a person aside after a meeting, or maybe before a meeting or something like that, and say, we want to bring you into this meeting. You're a valuable member of the team. You're quite creative on your own. We know that. I'd like to see how you are in coming up with ideas on the team with the team. And a lot of times, a little pep talk, a little, patting them on the back, like I said before a meeting, usually goes a long way to getting them to talk a little bit. And then after the meeting, I'll go back and say to them again, yeah, it was great. You brought up a few ideas. You were able to talk in there. Feel free. This is a place where, like, there are no bad ideas, and so um, that usually will work. I mean, there I've always found, and although I mentioned don't bring quiet people in there, um, I will bring in people who are a little bit quieter here and there, because uh, I find that sometimes they may talk once or twice, but their ideas are just gems. And so, I try and bring in all sorts of people. I'm always looking for creative combinations between people. I'm going to bring in this guy, and I'm going to bring in this person, and see how
How
they
about
work
how about the
together.
person who's the opposite, that is going, if you don't take my idea, I'm going to quit right now. I'm handing in my resignation. Here's the letter. Are you going to take my idea?
Yeah, that's a much different talk. That's one where yeah, you really have to take them aside and say, let, let's be honest here. I'm going to take ideas that are good, and please don't threaten me. But no, that doesn't work out so well. I mean, there are people who really continue to push one idea after a while, and again, you just have to take them aside a little bit and talk to them. But generally these days, I don't bump into that kind of person.
Mhm.
I think
So
it's just in the hiring.
you're also one of the few artists, I guess, that's come to lead studios. What do you think is important about making that transition?
Um, well, what I've found is that being a creative person in this position is, there's some credibility that comes with it, um, and people don't have to, you know, ask if you're creative, or sort of find out, because they kind of know that you're creative in one way. Um, uh, what's important about it, for me, because I learned really early that the idea was the most important thing. It's taught me how to come up with ideas, and so I think that I can lead by example, by coming up with ideas, and alongside with the team, and I think people appreciate that. And I've found that a lot of people will thank me for that sort of thing.
Very good. Uh, Thank you very much, Glenn. It's a nice talk, and a good conversation. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
yeah, it was. Thanks a lot, Dean. I really appreciate it.
Glad we got to do this here.
Yep,
And
yep.
wow, that is our last formal talk. We have some more things happening here, but it's officially our reception time. And I am so hot out here in California. I'm gonna take this darn shirt off. And thanks, and we can bring our next folks up. And go ahead and thank you. You can turn off your camera.
That'll do.
All right. So yes, as I mentioned, this is our reception, and we got through day one of the programming here. We have a few more things going on here that are going to be fun. So please stick around. This is our announcement of our Visionary Awards, and the previous winners of this award for people who we decided are visionary, I think is the way we define it, in the games industry. Rand Miller won in 2018, and Ted Price of Insomniac Games won in 2019. And before we get to the awards, I want to mention our Women in Games breakfast that gets underway tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. for the women ticket holders who have signed up for it. That looks like it's going to be a very exciting and crowded event. In the meantime, I would like to introduce our longtime advisor, Don Dayglow, a veteran of the game industry for decades and an accomplished author as well. He is going to present our third annual Visionary Award. Don?
Dean, thank you very, very much. And
Don, please turn on your camera as well for us.
I thought I had it on. Let's make sure I get that on.
There you go.
There we go. Okay.
See you
now I will thank you and say just how honored I am to have the chance to be here to present the 2020 GamesBeat Summit Visionary Award. And I also want to acknowledge the other members of the committee that selected this award and went through this annual discussion we have. And so that includes past winners Ted Price and Rand Miller, also Brenda Romero, David Hoppy, and Bill Grosso, as well as Dean himself, our esteemed leader in the GamesBeat Summit. And this year, looking at potential candidates for the award, one of the things that I was struck by the choice that the group made was a lot of times if you're reading a newsletter or you're watching some kind of a highlights reel, people will talk about leaders in some form of business who, over a period of 18 to 30 months, led a team, built something, a company had a liquidity event, it was successful. The winner of this year's award has won based on work that extends over not 18 or 30 months, but 30 years plus. The winner of this year's award has led a major division of a company for 15 years, taking teams, building them, shipping, rebuilding, maintaining all the different phases of our industry, where you have to be able to lead every type of team in every kind of environment, because a mature product, a mature game, maintaining an MMO, for example, is a very different experience than building a new title. And so you're continually having to reinvent yourself, your team. And looking out at the world, we saw this individual who's worked on over 12 MMOs, spent 15 years leading a major team. And so this year's Visionary Award goes to John Smedley.
Thanks very much, Don. I'm really humbled and honored. I think it's especially cool that it's coming from you. So that's exciting. And I want to thank Dean and the members of the committee that selected me. I'm really honored, pretty shocked by this. I'm lucky because I have had the good fortune of working with some of the best people in the industry. And I've been in the right place, right time, like a lot of us. But I'm really proud of the body of work that I've gotten to do over the years, 31 years in the industry. And I still love coming to work every day, even though in this particular case, it's about a 10-second commute versus what it's normally like. I'm blessed to work at Amazon, where we get to do some major swing for the fences kind of games. And, we like to think big here. And I think that really suits me well, because I like to move the industry forward and move the art forward. I still love making games and want to do this till I'm 70. So this is a true honor, and I thank you very, very much.
All right, and now we are going to pass it across, and I'm looking for where I'm passing it, and I'm going to see that I'm going to pass it off to Pete Hines for the next award.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Some of you may know me in my role at Bethesda Softworks, but I'm here today wearing another hat as the most senior board member at Take This. I've had the pleasure of working with the award winner for the award I'm introducing since the day she first came on board as our executive director, and today it's my privilege to introduce her as the recipient of the Up and Comer Award, the very first one from for these awards, and that is Miss Eve Crevichet. For those who aren't aware, Take This is a mental health nonprofit that was founded in 2012 by Susan Aaron and Russ Pitts after the tragic suicide of an industry colleague. Susan and Russ, along with Dr. Mark Klein, created Take This to promote awareness and education of mental health issues, specifically within the video game industry. And I was fortunate enough to be asked to join the board a couple years later in 2015, along with Susan and Russ and Mark. Over the years, we started with AFK rooms at PAX, which some of you may know. We brought to E3 as well, and a variety of other initiatives. And word of Take This grew, and we really began to change the conversation and make strides towards removing the stigma around talking about mental health issues inside of our industry. Then in May of 2018, we were fortunate enough to entice Eve to come join our cause as the executive director. Eve not only brought years of experience in fundraising, grant writing, and working for nonprofit organizations to Take This, all of which was invaluable, but she also brought something we feel really strongly about at Take This, which is a belief that mental health issues are important and impact all of us in this industry in some way. And you certainly don't need to look any further than what's going on right now to see evidence of that all around the world as we continue to work under quarantine conditions. I'm sure many of you who have spent years working closely together are now dealing with the additional issues that working remotely under quarantine conditions can bring. And we have made an effort to try and work with folks to adjust to this new reality where mental health issues like depression, anxiety can be exacerbated. Eve has published a paper on how to manage a team under these conditions, and she's worked to make special programs available to developers and publishers who are struggling to adapt and adjust under these adverse circumstances. For the last 2 years, Eve has worked diligently to advance our cause to help spread the message that it's okay not to be okay, but more important, that people throughout our industry and in our community of players understand that they aren't alone in dealing with these issues. She's worked to help companies and teams understand how to support their employees, how to manage things like stress or internet hate, and how issues like diversity and inclusion are related to the mental health and well-being of the people who make the games and the people who play them. Eve spearheaded the initiative at Take This to create a white paper on the state of the game industry that pulled together human resource professionals from a number of developers and publishers, and published last year. The white paper highlights experiences and challenges that I know all of you face today and help us to better address concerns and mental health issues facing employees in this industry. So for all of those reasons and more, Eve is an excellent choice for this award. She works tirelessly every day to improve the industry as a whole. I was speaking to Dean Takahashi, about the creation of this award and the reason for it and why they felt like Eve was a willing recipient or an appropriate recipient. And he mentioned that her drawing attention to mental health for gaming professionals has been nothing short of groundbreaking, and I think that's a perfect description. She deserves to be recognized for her continuous role, not just for Take This or for mental health, or even for our industry and the people who work in it, but for all of those things combined. She's done outstanding, and I can't wait to see what new ground she breaks going forward. So without further ado, it's my honor to introduce the first recipient of the GamesBeat Up and Comer Award, Eve Crevichet.
Wow, Pete, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I also want to thank the GamesBeat, thank GamesBeat and the committee for this honor. It is a true honor and a surprise. While I don't consider myself all that young, I am relatively new to the game industry and to my work with Take This. I want to provide a little context here. I grew up the child of hippies in northern Vermont, rural northern Vermont, without television or a computer until high school. And so I came to games relatively late in my life through my husband, who's been in the industry for over 15 years. Our early courtship, though, took place over dorm room games of Worms, and that should have been important, I think. It wasn't a typical path to games, but a fun one. When I took this job, I knew it would be a challenge. I mean, running a tiny nonprofit always is, but it's a challenge I've relished. And given the opportunity for change and given the potential for change in games, I'm very excited to be here. I take this award as an endorsement of the importance of mental health as an issue. As Dean and Pete said, this really feels to me like an endorsement of the work of Take This, and an indication that we're embracing mental health as a topic of relevance, especially right now during this pandemic. It's never been more apparent to all of us as we weather the wide range of effects of quarantine and isolation, that mental health has a major impact on every aspect of our lives. We have also, in the same breath, we've never experienced quite the cultural embrace and recognition of video games as a social good as we are now. And this is the opportunity to provide our community with the support and tools necessary to maintain wellness, develop resiliency, and experience well-being, while also serving the larger public with experiences that enrich their lives, connect them to each other, and amplify the playfulness and delight of interactive entertainment. And this is really key. We must acknowledge the human needs at the root of this creative enterprise: needs for security, a measure of certainty, a sense of belonging and efficacy, and to be heard and represented. Ultimately, games, I believe, that are made with humanity showcase the best of ourselves and reward players with rich and varied experiences. So that means, as Pete alluded to, that Take This addresses a range of issues, including online toxicity and harassment, mental health literacy and training for game studios, diversity and inclusion initiatives, mental health representation and mental health impacts in games, and most importantly, the general message that it's okay to not be okay. Mental health challenges are both common and pretty normal, and talking about them helps us all understand that we are more alike than different, more connected than separate, and more concerned about our shared humanity than not. So I'm really grateful for this opportunity to speak to you all about the work at Take This and about why I do this. I hope you will reach out to me. Really, my door is open. Our mission is strengthened by partnership and shared endeavor, and I welcome conversations with each of you. So thank you again, and have a great time tonight.
Thank you very much, Don and Pete, and congratulations to Smed and Eve. So I'm delighted that we've had the chance to honor you folks. I mean, I think the honor is all ours to be able to hear from you in person as you accept these awards as well. I do want to add an honorable mention for Mark Chandler, the founder of the International Games Summit for Mental Health Awareness. You know, he was instrumental in getting both Smed and Eve to come speak here. And their panel together for the three of them is going to be tomorrow at 2 p.m. on the Hero stage. And they're going to be talking about mental wellness for game professionals. It's going to be a very good talk. So once again, congratulations and thank you. Yeah, now it's time to have a bit more fun than we've had, listening to talks all day. So I'd like to introduce Josh Sway. He's the director of Insert Coin. He's going to introduce his film excerpt here for us. And Josh, thank you for showing this off for the first time here. Yeah, tell us a little bit about making the movie, and also, I guess, what we're going to see in this excerpt here.
Sure. Yeah. First, thanks for inviting me to show this excerpt. I'm really excited about it. Insert Coin is a feature-length documentary that I produced and directed that tells a story about Midway Games' meteoric arcade rise of the 90s. Some of you that may remember the old times. Arcades died in the 80s, but then had a big resurgence in the 90s, and a lot of it had to do with Midway Games' output at the time. Some games you may or may not know, but games like Narc, Mortal Kombat, NBA Jam, that just changed the industry for its time. And so, the film is currently on the film festival circuit, whenever film festivals actually come back, and hopefully be at a theater or screening room near you. What you're going to see tonight are two segments from the film. First one is talking about after the first couple of successful games in the 90s, Midway was able to get the Terminator 2 license, and this is the developers talking about how they created the game. And then the segment after that is talking about how Mortal Kombat invaded the home and how something that was kind of a secret in the arcade was suddenly in everybody's living room, and what happened after that just kind of blew up. So without further ado, I hope you enjoy these segments, and I look forward to talking to you tomorrow.
Yeah, and I'm gonna stall a little bit so we can make sure that everybody is able to get their ways for watching this setup. So there's a few ways you can watch it. You can watch it on hero.live, and that is, there's a link for that in the announcements official Slack room there. And that's a virtual theater where you can actually talk to other people in groups of around 10 or so in each sort of instance. So multiple people can all join and we can create new instances, but you're all watching the same show, in this case, the film excerpt. So that is best done on Firefox, and you can also watch it on iOS or Android as well by getting the hero.live app. And we've been talking about that all day, so hopefully people have thought ahead a little bit to go grab that app. But if not, here's your chance as I'm stalling a bit. The other way you can watch this is through the Oculus Venues app in virtual reality using Oculus Head hardware. We've also put the link for that into the official announcements in GamesBeat Summit Slack as well. Thank you very much to Oculus Venues for sponsoring this part of the program, and we think it's going to be great. I do want to mention one more thing, that we will be turning off the live streams before we show this excerpt, and so for the live streams, folks who are watching that way, you can come back to us at about 9:45 a.m. Pacific time in the morning for our next set of programs. Not on the live stream will be our Women in Gaming Breakfast, the virtual breakfast now, which starts for the women ticket holders for the GamesBeat Summit at 8:30 a.m. In that session, Andrew Renee of What's Good Games and our hero stage MC is going to moderate a session with Kelly Santiago, head of developer relations at Niantic, Nani de la Pena, CEO of Emblematic, and Elizabeth Howard, senior vice president of publishing at Aspire Media. And they're going to run a discussion and panel until about 9:45 a.m. When the rest of our live streamed programming starts. So that's sort of the layout of what's happening. I want to thank Niantic, the sponsor for the Women in Gaming virtual breakfast, for supporting us there, and let me know if I think we're good to go, maybe for the film. So I think I forgot to mention the last way that you can watch that is you can stay here on the boss stage and watch it as it plays here. I think I'm going to give it a shot to go to Hero Live and watch it there. After this 13-minute film excerpt is done, we can just stay in our different places here, like boss stage or the Hero Live, or in Oculus Venues, and just continue our reception. We're going to keep things going in general to about 7 p.m. So after this film, then you guys are just free to chat and have a good time. So thank you very much. Thank you to Josh again, and I believe we should be ready to roll. Oh, anything more you want to say about what we're going to see here, Josh? I think that's all. All right, thank you.
Midway is the punk rock, they're like the Ramones or the Sex Pistols of of the video game industry, the guys who are like, oh, this is how you think that we should do it? These are the rules that you think we should obey? Well, what if we go the other way?